And now, the climactic swing. Wait, what's that? It's the clue. He caught it. He caught it. Unbelievable. We have the proof.
This is my side job from investigating. This is fun, people.
Woohoo! Let's ride! Yeah! Here we go!
My boys! Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
Start talking, or I'm aiming for the evidence board next.
Behave yourself.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
Whoa! Whoa, there! Hold on! Oh, no! Not again!
Whoa! Whoa, wait a minute! Ah, not like this! Whoa, hold on! Ah, help! 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 Oh, goodness! Not according to the script. Help! Help! I'm slipping! Somebody grab me! Oh, no!
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
I like to get higher up to spot for clues.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
If the clues won't come to me, I'll jump to them.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
All right, everyone, please. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, for the love of... Can someone please explain this? This is absolute madness. I've lost control.
Now, for our next act,
I don't usually question lions, but tonight, somebody's talking.
Talk to me at Mab Investigates.
now, for our next act,
I think I found something. To know more about this, watch me at AJW News on YouTube.
there goes my boys! Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
Under this big top, the greatest act of all is honoring those who served.
Come see us at patriotprideusa.org. God bless.
Now, for the last act, dun dun dun!
Justin, I brought you a few helpers.
Catch this one. I got it. Look at them jumping. This is amazing.
I'd like to thank all the help and support on my channel. They are amazing.
They wrote us up that night under street lights. Court date said July 2. And everybody's watching what they're gonna do. I miss the truth so much. I miss the line between a public road and trying to silence time. And it feels like it's been a long, long road till that courtroom opens up and the story's told. We're not the man they painted on the phone. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live stream men, standing with our cameras hanging over his name. Public nuisance misdemeanors added to the game. Donald's got 2 charges standing in the fight. 857 got 1, but still shining light. And all these charges I don't understand. When free speech is standing on public land, live stream man, live stream man. And it feels like it's been a long, long road till that courtroom opens up and the story's told. We're not the men they painted on the phone. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live stream men.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being with us. We'll give you guys a few moments while everybody mingles in. Today, I have special guests. I have Crystal from Crystal's Crime Board and Damien from 857 with me. How are you both doing today?
Good. I'm glad it's a weekend, right?
Yes.
Does it feel like the weekend to you guys?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what day it is anymore. It seems like, even though I do work another job, so.
No weekend.
No weekend.
Well, we need to plan like a YouTuber's like big like party where everybody can actually,
Yeah, that would be cool.
Since, we don't get vacations. I don't know. Do you guys get any vacations?
Yeah. Not really. I want to take one though, definitely.
So
Get that
what-
Airbnb.
Really? Well, yeah, I will. But I don't know. Now that I'm YouTubing, no, I won't. I'll be YouTubing and on vacation.
You can just bring your phone along with you, like JLR.
Okay.
YouTube your adventures.
Alright.
Yeah,
So-
there you go. There you go. Today we will be going over the Nancy Guthrie case. We're going to be doing something a little bit different today, going through our theories, but we're going to try to like kind of debunk one another with that. So we're just going to kind of play it as is and see how everything works out. How do you guys feel about that? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you for being here. Love you guys. You guys are amazing.
Yep.
So everybody's got their theories and their noggins.
I'm excited.
I wrote mine down because I'm ADD so bad that I forget what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think it's a good idea. Obviously, every theory can be debunked, I think. No matter whoever thinks they have the perfect theory, there's always like somebody will be like, well, but what about this?
Mhm.
And then, and so, yeah, we're kind of stuck in this, it's like tennis, ding, ding. So, yeah, I'm interested to hear what your top theories are, and in the chat too, because I'm live on my channel.
Yes.
I think everybody's live. Crystal is trying to get to 1,000 followers, so let's try to get that. Like,
let's
try
post
to
her
get that
link.
tonight.
Post her link in the chat here. Let me pull you up.
Trying to do
So,
what?
yeah, see if you
Yeah,
can do it
guys,
from
I'm
you.
trying to get to 1,000. If we
Yeah,
can do
let's
that, that
get
would
her
be simple.
to 1,000 subscribers here. So I am I would like to talk a little bit about that that new ransom email. Do
Angel
you
Eyes.
here it's
Can you
Crystal's
come
ghost.
to both? Can you come to both
So-
chats and put my link, please, if you don't mind?
Yes, ma'am. I just did. Yep, and I'll put Daphne's as well. And obviously, a lot of people hopefully already
you
follow
did.
you guys. because you guys are, posting every day. But before we go over that, since you're going to talk about the ransom, did you see that TMZ, like Harvey Levin did like an interview, like 30 minutes long, and he just put it out like an hour ago?
No.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can look up to find it. It's on TMZ. I just saw it as I was eating.
Really? Okay. Well, let's
so
check
we
it out.
might want to watch it because I haven't seen it, and I'm sure, and I think it's all about Nancy Guthrie and the ransom notes, and
Whoa.
so we might be breaking something new here.
Okay. Let me see.
I mean, they broke it, but we're
It's
gonna
new for
react.
today.
It just, like an hour ago, he's sitting down, which is weird because
Yeah.
normally he's all, puffed
Yeah,
up,
I didn't
standing
see
up.
one
Like,
for
I'm
today.
Harvey. Yeah.
So if you guys don't know, there was another email yesterday to Harvey Levin, who is basically, I don't know what, like a reporter for TMZ. Okay. I thought that was interesting. He says, I'm not the idiot, meaning one person. How do we know it wasn't two people that called in the tip? Or, you know what I mean? Or more than, maybe it was a couple people, but he called that person an idiot. Because it kind of like seems like it ticked him off for like giving that tip, in my opinion. If that makes
Who said this? A reporter in Mexico called who an idiot? I'm trying to follow.
Okay, so basically, the guy that emailed Harvey yesterday, about the ransom,
right?
He says, "I am not the same idiot," something to that matter.
Okay.
That sent the tip to the searchers in Mexico.
I don't know. I mean, I just have a hard time believing anything like credible coming from Harvey in the Nancy Guthrie case.
Well, why are they picking TMZ? That's a good question. Why do these emails keep going to TMZ? You know what I mean? Like
because they're willing to take the risk. That's the here's the deal. They're willing to take the risk that whoever knows somebody and knows somebody knows somebody in TMZ somehow is getting, reimbursed somehow. I don't know how, but they're willing to take the risk versus why don't I have a guy reaching out to me? We're all here. JLR's there. Daphne, they see you posting. Why haven't you got an email? Why is it TMZ?
I've gotten some weird emails though.
No, I'm saying, but where you're like, look, this is from the actual, so to me, you got to just connect the dots where they're willing to take the liability of that no one's going to look at TMZ. And I don't know. To me, it's very suspicious and they're playing games with the public. To me, and that's why I said they need to release these damn ransom notes, because if the FBI is not even contacting them, and why to me they're just creating more of a circus, instead of being truthful. I understand they're like the National Enquirer, but this is what people are they're playing with people's lives. Excuse me, lives.
Well, you think that maybe, I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, that they wanted to release it, but they were told no, like to back off or something. Did you hear that? Hi, Lolo.
I have not heard that exact thing, but I mean, I would think that that's the case, right? Obviously, but we're talking 5 months. But anyway, maybe we'll find something out. She disappeared again. Maybe we'll find something out in this new TMZ sit down interview, because it's like 30 minutes long.
I found it.
So we don't have to watch it right away. We could whenever.
Well, let's check it out. I'm sure everybody wants to. We got to wait for Miss Crystal to come back. So let's check it out real quick. Hold on. It's 32 minutes. So that's pretty long.
I don't know if it's all Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah. I can actually search for it. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can search and make sure. It says Nancy Guthrie, could this crack the kidnapping? Hey, I want to just say something real quick. I was looking up workers that had been fired from TMZ. Do you know that there was somebody in 2025 that basically, they weren't necessarily fired, but they actually got sued? It was somebody in the back end that was kind of like a producer type, someone that worked in the back end for like embezzlement, like stealing money from them.
From
And
Nancy?
no, from TMZ. Because I always thought, I was like, maybe it's an ex-worker of theirs, and that's why they keep messaging or emailing them. You know what I mean? This is just my, like, allegedly. I'm
Yeah.
just speculating here. I'm not saying it did.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, what I did find out earlier is on JLR, Juanita said that somebody got arrested in front of Nancy Guthrie's house on June 16th. Were you watching earlier?
Okay, so that was, I did catch it for like a couple minutes when I was outside. I'm pretty positive that's when Dad's gone live, obviously, called in to the police department and filed basically said, hey, someone stole my flowers. There was an air tag inside of the vase, and I actually tracked, and he gave the tracking coordinates to the police officer over the phone and spoke to them for a little while. And I'm pretty sure that's where that came from. Because he also mentioned that Gym Show lady was out in her driveway. He had stopped. I don't know how I know all this. He was driving through, it was his last day, and he stopped because there was like a bright yellow book and right there. Okay. So he stopped, he picked it up, and she just so happened to be out there on the driveway, like, and he says, are you okay? Because she seriously like looked like something was wrong with her. Okay. And all of a sudden she grabs her phone to try to take a picture of him or a video or whatever, obviously to call the cops, and he's like, is this your granddaughter's? Because it's just laying in the book. And the book on the front said Richard, which is fucking weird. That's weird too. So
Richard, yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways, he ended up calling the police department and saying, hey, look, this is what happened. He told them about the book, and he told them about his flowers because he put an air tag in. So I was thinking maybe that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is genius. Absolutely.
Yep. We should try to, somebody maybe could put flowers there. Anytime you put flowers, make sure you have an air tag in it. It's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would you remember the note that was found there too? Okay. There was a note that was found there after all the flowers were gone. And it was basically saying, you are not welcomed. Oh, there she is. Hey there.
My fault.
She's
That's
storming.
not internet connection. That was user error. So sorry.
Okay. You're fine, girl. You're fine. We were just talking about the new TMZ that just came out, and we were going to play a little bit of it before we do our theories there and stuff. What was I saying? Yeah, there was a note. I was telling about the note. Well, he knows that was saying you're not welcomed here. Remember, it had a Ziploc baggie. Here, let me show you. Had a Ziploc baggie, and it said you're not welcomed. Basically, stop with your surveillance or something. It was really strange. Let me see if I can pull it up.
All right.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, pull it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. You haven't seen it. Okay. I'm gonna
shout
pull it up.
out to
I don't know if I remember that.
we got a couple people, Kathy, Kathleen, PI 56. She said maybe she wants to come on and talk like later on. So I said maybe we'll open it up later so people can talk. I sent her your page. And then Kathleen, and then shout out to Larry, his wife. Larry and his wife. Larry wanted a shout out.
Welcome in, guys. I'm looking for that note right now. I thought I bookmarked it. Hold on one second. If not, I'm pretty sure I have it on my phone and I can just send it to myself so I can share it with everybody else. Usually I have everything bookmarked that I want to save, you know? But yeah, this was found and it had a plastic baggie on it or over it. Oh, come on. I hope I saved it anyways. So let me check real quick. Just give me 1 second. Did I not save it in here? Don't you hate that when you know you've saved it and you can't find it?
Are you
There it
talking
is.
about a YouTube video?
No,
Oh,
like a photo, a screenshot. I got it right here, though. I got it right here. Let me make sure I label it. Okay, let me show you guys. I got to pull up my email to show it to you. I thought I had it on my X. I'm pretty sure I did, but whatever. I got it here. All right, so I'm gonna pull it up real big so you guys can see it. Let me remove Harvey for a minute. Oh, yeah. Did I finish telling you about the guy that used to work at TMZ? He was
yeah.
fired, and I wanted to mention something else
Sheriff
about
Harvey.
that. Yeah, his name, the guy that was fired. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I don't see why not. But where is it at? He basically owes money still. Like he only paid a certain amount back and he still owes money. And it was like $46,000 or something. Where's his name? His name is Alex Wood.
Huh.
And he embezzled almost $100,000 from TMZ. He got fired in February 2024. I apologize. I thought it was 2025, but they sued him 2025. So basically, yeah, he embezzled that much and he still owes them half. And I was like, well, maybe it's someone like that who's trying to like just play a game or something with TMZ. You know what I mean?
As
But
far as stealing the flowers, because I'm looking at the flower thing.
yeah, this is the
Honestly.
flower thing I just found.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got so much stuff in my brain. Okay, so this was left there, about a week ago. Can you guys see this? Is it large enough
Yeah.
for you? So there's a rock over this part, and it was inside this plastic bag,
You're fine.
and it just says that it was basically the flowers and stuff are not approved at, I'm pretty sure that says this location. You have not received an approval from Pima County, the Guthrie family, or CFA to leave items here. Please kindly take your unwelcome surveillance and personal, like basically they don't want anything there. They want it all to go to a KVOA. Isn't that strange? Like
Well, we're
surveillance.
boycotting KVOA, so that's already, they don't, you know, like why would we go promote KVOA after they just did this hit piece on us?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And looks like maybe a neighbor put that there, but I'm like,
No, I know who exactly put it. If I were to guess, I can't say, but it's the gem lady neighbor. She is by far the most aggressive besides Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen is just starting, but that lady right next to Nancy, she's by far she's worse than Sue Ellen. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm saying in her aggressive behavior.
Jeez.
She by far is the worst, and I have a feeling it was her, because if she goes out to her patio, from what I understand, she can see down into Nancy's house, into the street. So I think she had a camera there too. So anybody that put flowers, she actually has the camera footage of it. She has camera footage of her stealing the flowers. That's what's hilarious. Yeah.
So she was the one doing it?
Yes. The neighbor right next door, who the other day when DGL tried to talk to,
Yeah, yeah.
That's who, if I were to take a guess, and I
Oh,
don't know,
that's who. Yeah.
that's who I think it is. And her patio looks down on the flowers, and they can see anybody. And I understand there's someone has a camera there, because I heard somebody said, yeah, people can talk through a camera over there.
Yeah, I remember there was some weird talking going on and stuff. I thought it was in
Because
Nancy's, but I guess it's in their yard.
here's what
Wow.
you don't understand is where her mailbox is, Nancy's,
Mm-hmm.
and then all the flowers. Well, that's actually the neighbor's yard behind that. So, yeah. So that's not even Nancy's yard. And then so we own, the public has the easement where the flowers are. And so she's kind of like, she might have that camera there.
Psychic, we don't know. Okay, I'm thinking that who called it in obviously was Dad. I know he called it in. Maybe they caught the person, but they caught the person with the air tag. So
yeah, I think there was another
it's a
there was
misspelled.
another arrest, I think, or somebody else, because there was the guy that came up to us one day, remember, and he had this binder. Did you ever hear about this guy?
I'm not sure.
Okay. It was so bizarre, but I was like packing up to leave from Nancy's.
Oh yes, I
was
do.
the only person left. And then he
Yes.
followed me to JLR, and I
Yes.
kind of showed Jay,
That was
because
crazy.
I had to have somebody else verify what this guy was showing me.
And it was like crazy stuff in there.
When you open that book up, it would be like if you're like trying to make a horror film and you want to make a real creepy book for the movie. It was like it had pictures of the suspect, and it was like not of the perp photo, yeah. And then he closed it real quick. I mean, it was creepy.
What the freaking heck?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he got arrested, but the binder guy, they call him the binder guy.
The binder guy. I do remember that. At first, when you said it, I was like, no, because it was a little while ago. That's why I forgot.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then, yeah, people are asking what happened to him. I have no idea. But
wow,
we're trying to find out like who was arrested, or somebody was charged with trespassing. I think Juanita found these. She's the real FOIA requester.
Oh,
Juanita.
nice. Yeah.
Interview room is live now with arrests.
Yeah, not for this case though. Not for Nancy's.
Yeah, nobody's been arrested.
Yeah, for a different case. Yeah, different case. It doesn't not Nancy's.
Yeah,
not
interview
Nancy's.
room is
We
live.
hear you. I don't think she
now
hears us.
with
Yeah, why don't you take her off? And because we can't hear. I can't hear.
Yeah. She's freezing up.
Oh my God. You know what I think happens? Whatever internet she has and is okay when it's just her, but then all of a sudden she gets 20 people in her room.
Is that what it's doing? It's making it drop off?
I'm not a technology person, but that's my guess.
I told her, yeah. All right, you want to play some of this? So why she figures. I know it's storming there too. So, all right, let's check this out. Are they talking about the two brothers? Yeah, in Arizona. Yeah, that was north, I think. All right, this I want to put a banner because I don't like using other people's. Did you get it fixed? No, she's still frozen.
Yeah, I feel sorry for her because she tries so hard and then it just does this.
Oh. All right, here we go. Let's listen. This just literally came on. So let's put them. Dang, that's really huge. Let's do it like this. How do you do a banner across there? Why is it so big? Okay, let's go. All right, this is TMZ's new thingamajigger.
Nice.
Well, we have received 2 emails today, Friday, when we're doing this, from a man who claims he knows where Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are, who they are, and will lead authorities to them for the price of 1 Bitcoin. And I am going to lay out everything we know, the communications with the FBI, and I want to hear from you and everybody watching and listening. Is this guy a fraudster or the real deal? So let me tell you what we got today.
I think he was responding to me on this.
So this guy, he starts out by saying,
we called him out yesterday.
So he's responding to you?
No, but like I posted, the first thing I posted was I called bullshit on these TMZ notes. And so for him to do a whole 30-minute thing, I mean, he probably got a lot of people. It wasn't just me. There was other people, but I think that's why he's doing this, is because he's getting pushback. That's just my gut feeling.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
She's back. She's back.
Is she back? Okay, hold on one second. Oh, there she is. Are you alive? All right, hold on one second.
I think
the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. Now, there were reports recently that somebody had said that they knew where she was in Mexico. He's saying, I'm not that guy. Although he did tell us earlier when she was supposedly still alive that they had taken her to Mexico. But here's where it gets.
But wait, so the people understand, is this somebody who had previously sent a note which you turned over to the FBI?
We've turned all the notes over to the FBI.
And is this one that the FBI gave some credence to? Not this particular one, but an earlier one?
Well, he's referring to somebody who made a statement that her body was buried in Mexico. I have no idea whether the FBI took it seriously. He's saying, it's not me. But this is what's interesting. He says only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones to call in and snitch on themselves. So I think that's really interesting, because he has told us before, if you believe him, that there are multiple kidnappers, but a main guy. This is the first time he's given us a number where he says 2. So he says there are 2 kidnappers, and he's basically saying it wasn't me that made that comment that circulated recently about Mexico, and it certainly wasn't them, because why would they snitch on themselves? So that's kind of interesting.
When did this guy or this person first email or send you a note?
Days after we received the first ransom note.
Okay,
Days.
so this is somebody who's been sending to you all along?
And at the beginning, almost every day. We've received at least a dozen of these from the same guy.
And you and I have talked about this before. You can do a pretty good triage on whether somebody is 5150 just on the basis of the notes they send you.
He's not 51. He's not 5150. He's either legit or a sophisticated fraudster. He's one of the two. He's either legit or really sharp and knows how to defraud.
But wait a minute. Didn't one of the emails or ransom notes actually say something about a position of something inside of Nancy's home? Like, they wouldn't actually know this unless they were in there, if that makes sense. Don't you remember hearing that?
Oh, man.
So do you guys remember
There's music playing in the background somewhere.
Yeah, I have it on really low when I play other videos like that aren't mine.
Oh.
For copyright reasons.
Okay.
Hey Jen. So basically, here, I'll turn it down. So basically what's going on is this there was one email and it said something basically about like something in Nancy's house. And how would he know that unless he was actually there? I'll have to go find it.
Yeah, exactly. That in her Apple Watch and that's where.
That's it. Yeah,
Apple Watch. Apple Watch.
Okay, so it was the Apple Watch. So that one has to be real then. You know what I mean? It has to be.
I don't buy it. I mean, because
why is
where do most people keep your watch?
Well, yeah, true. On their
And you know, did everybody was in Nancy's bedroom when she did that commercial, so he knows what her bedroom looks like.
yeah, but that was a long time ago though. That was like what, 10 years ago? She could have switched bedrooms. She could have switched, got new furniture. I don't
Yeah.
know. I
Well,
mean,
I mean, do you know? I mean,
I
we
see what you're
watched it
saying though.
earlier, but Brianna Whitney did an interview with Chris Cuomo a little while ago,
Oh, Cuomo.
and she talks about um, that's a good one after this Harvey. If you haven't seen it, but it really points out the point where she says this lady says she doesn't believe they're real. None of them. They got to prove that they're real to the public. They want us to believe that they're real. They want you really bad. I mean, they are trying very hard to make you believe that they're real. So prove it. Show us one letter. Like
I agree.
to me, it's like you have to put a lot of faith that what they're telling you is the truth. I'm not buying it. It's just not adding up.
I know what you mean because there's not enough details in them. There's not enough, like, they're not giving us enough details if they are, you know. I
No.
mean, Savannah did say her mother was like basically taken out of bed, and Jen, like Angel and Jen, they both said that yeah, the Apple Watch was under the bed. So uh and I mean, how would he know that? You know what I mean? Or she know that?
Yeah, and that's where I mean, if that's the proof, but we still don't
Yeah.
even have proof that that was real. Like,
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. Like, cause I'm on the, like, right at first, I was like, hell no, these are not real. They're not real. It's just a game. Because why wait 4 freaking days? And the first one was Derek. Okay. The first one was Derek. And you want to hear something really weird? The guy I was just telling you about that got fired from TMZ for embezzlement, he lives in the same place that Derek does. I don't know. I saw that weird coincidence, okay? But anyhow, yeah, so why wait 4 days?
no, I hear you. And that's kind of
Pianist.
where let me just give you an example. Okay.
Yes.
I can give you a pure example. Anyone can go look at this themselves. Okay.
Mhm.
If you go to TMZ's page, there's a couple topics that are very popular. It looks like anything that's discussed about Epstein, but most of their views get like 20,000, 50,000.
Mhm. Yes, yes.
Louis Gianni gets 118,000. Okay. Oh, so guess what? Now TMZ posts about Nancy
Yeah.
Guthrie. Now guess how many views that one gets?
Oh yeah,
It gets
100,000s,
4
yeah.
to 5 times more.
Mhm.
So then the next video only gets 28,000, and this video is only 5 hours old and it's already outpaced the other two videos. So this is all just a 291. That's what I'm trying to point out
No,
is
I see what you're saying because it's way more it's way more views. Yeah. I see what
right.
you're saying.
So as much as like we're looking at it in this very like emotional human version, they're looking at it in the business sense of, you know, obviously what's working.
Mhm. Yeah. So could it be somebody, an insider, allegedly? Somebody that was fired and playing games, or yeah, I see what you're saying. I absolutely see that. But the thing is, like, there was 2 of them that went to other media outlets too. I
Yeah,
mean, maybe
so
that was
the
to throw off the path, like, so it wouldn't just point fingers at TMZ maybe? I don't know.
no, to me it's like because I mean, why would they send it to a local channel? Like, have you ever heard of KOLD?
Never. Never.
Crystal, have you?
Have you ever heard of KOLD before now? She's
Oh
frozen.
man, she's frozen. This is.
Here, I'll remove her until she.
Oh, she's.
I
Gonna
feel
be,
so bad for her.
no,
I
she's
swear.
gonna be.
Here, I feel
She's
so bad
having
for
some
her.
problems with that internet.
I
Yeah,
hope
so
she-
that's why. Why would they send it to KOLD? To me, what's so silly is that we don't have anybody of authority, like a government official, updating us to just because they know what's going on. They see what the public is saying,
Mhm.
and they're purposely not telling us anything. I mean, nothing. It's. I've never seen anything like it.
Like I think they already know who it is, so they don't need to tell us anything.
Well, I
I
think
don't
that
think that makes sense.
there's a good thing that, or something I saw. You know who this lady Alma Hernandez is?
No, I've never heard of her. Oops.
Well, we can pull up this big statement that she made about YouTubers. Right.
Oh,
about,
yes. In the
Okay.
beginning. Yes.
So here's what it is. That suspect photo, if you remember, they said he looks like Mexican descent. Is that correct? A lot of
Yes.
people said that.
Mm-hmm.
So what they don't want is us going into Tucson and not us, but authorities tearing down basically getting in people's business in Tucson, because a lot of people look the same, essentially, right? A lot of people could look like the perp, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but that's kind of where I think why they don't want us to uncover where the suspect is, which is most likely in Tucson, in my opinion, which would involve a lot of other things being uncovered, right? So that's where I'm saying a lot of this cover up is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not buying the ransom notes. I need them to convince us somehow that they are correct.
Yeah. Do you think it's
KOLD is known locally, but not nationally. People are saying
Mhm.
it's only known, for Tucson people.
Yes, exactly. But TMZ is known nationally, obviously. But
Right.
still, why pick TMZ? That's just
I think if that's why I don't believe it. That's why I don't believe it. I don't, and because they picked TMZ is why none of it makes sense. And that's why I think I'm just leaning towards more just some normal criminal group targeting Nancy.
yeah, I think they
because
were
of her
paid.
age.
I think they were paid, and I mean we can do our theories here in a little bit. All right, do you want me to play a little bit more of this? I guess it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's seen it. Really.
Okay. It literally just came out. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this real quick.
Well, it's been out 5 hours, so people have had plenty of time. So people might have been able to see it, part of it, but we can watch.
Have some of it. White Crystal gets her stuff here. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Broad people. But there is nothing in these notes that make him seem off kilter in terms of his.
Well, I know you've got more experience than most. In fact, 98% of the population of being able to detect who's off kilter, to use your term.
So then this is where it gets really interesting.
That's another thing too. Somebody just mentioned it in chat. I apologize for pausing it. Someone just mentioned in the chat, why can't TMZ change their tip line format? Like on Facebook, the admins are able to see who typed an anonymous post. Let me tell you something. So I know how websites and stuff work. You can absolutely see who comes on your website. Everybody leaves a personal footprint, okay? A digital footprint. And everybody has an IP address. So, I mean, some people might have to install certain things like add-ons or whatnot. Like say you're on Shopify and you want to add on like something that tracks your customers. you can absolutely go on and see the customer's IP address, location and stuff. Now, if they're using a VPN, that's going to be harder because it's going to say they're in, it'll just say United States usually, or sometimes it'll say they're in, let's just say California when they're in New York. So that's how a VPN works. Like it hides your location. But that's the thing though. These websites can absolutely see where it's coming from. So I don't understand. How can you not see who's been on your tip form? It just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, that was a good, thank you for bringing that up.
If they do it through VPN, they can hide their IP and their email and all that stuff like that. But
yeah, but would this person actually be like, oh, it's just a tip thing? Am I gonna get on the VPN real quick and fill out?
no,
this
they
tip
live
form?
on the VPN. They never get off. You know, they don't just get on to do something. They stay on the That's how they. So like people in Russia right now and like China, because the internet's censored there, that's the only way they can actually hear anything out of government media. Like they literally, so it's almost like in China, if you get caught with a VPN, that's not good. You know what I mean? Think about that. How
Oh, I know.
Anyway, are you some people are saying they're having a little trouble hearing it. I don't know if it's too low. I don't know if it's on your end.
Hearing me or hearing the video? TMZ?
Maybe the video. Yeah, I think the video.
All right, I turned it up more. Hi guys, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to be doing a discussion here in a little bit about our theories and kind of debunking one another and just kind of discussing who this perp is, who is, in my opinion, there's a main person that set this all into motion. We're going to be talking about that and kind of just our theories and stuff. But right now, this just came out by TMZ, so we're just going to play a little bit of it. I just turned the volume up, so let me know if everybody can hear it. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
He says, I have a phone stashed in a secure location.
Hey, girl.
There's a big box around the screen.
Stores and the safety
There's a big
of the phone.
white box.
What it contains is my definition of
On the
delivering
screen.
this on a silver platter. A short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. And then he says, in addition to that, the phone has the names and addresses of the kidnappers. So he is saying he has a video of Nancy because he had said earlier that he had seen Nancy with the kidnappers. That if you believe him, he has some close connection to the kidnappers. That's what he says. But he says he is not involved in the kidnapping and has repeated that over and over and over.
So without being cynical, the fact that he only wants one Bitcoin seems odd to me, number one. Number two, since this has started, Bitcoin has not exactly skyrocketed in value.
It's about $60,000 now, a little less.
Yeah, and so has he changed the amount he's asked for over time?
Well, in a way, yes, because initially he had asked for what amounted to 100,000 in Bitcoin, and now he's asking for one, which is, like I said, just under $60,000. I agree with you. I mean, it's like, if this guy is really now he says the reason he wants the money is because he has to go underground, and he gets more detailed here, but he's saying that he is basically on the run because these kidnappers appear to know that he has all this information, and he's scared of them, and he has to go underground, and he goes on in this letter, in this email, to say that he can see if the money is put into the Bitcoin address that he gives, but he will not access it until after the kidnappers are caught, because he doesn't want to access it and then have it traced to him if the kidnappers are still on the loose. So
and I would assume that you, as a subsidiary of Fox, cannot pay for this information.
Well, I'll tell you. I called the FBI about a month ago, and I said, look, I may be really naive here, and I don't know, but I keep asking you guys, is this guy a kook? Is he a fraudster? And you tell me you don't know, but you also say you're really trying to track him down. And, it's like you're not dismissing it. And I just got this feeling it might be true. So what if we do a documentary and we actually pay the Bitcoin into the account to trigger this and follow where it leads us? And obviously we'll work with you. So this was about a month ago. And the first reaction I got was, well, that's kind of interesting. Let us run it up a flagpole. And I called them back a couple days later, and they said, we're still talking about it. And then I kind of got ghosted for almost a month. And I called back a half dozen times and they never returned my call. And I just figured, okay.
When you say they didn't
FBI.
return the call, the FBI. So have you responded? Is this an interactive relationship, or are you not able to respond to what he said?
I can't respond, but we respond in a different sort of way, and I'll tell you in a minute. But let me just say,
I'm going to pause it real quick. So someone had mentioned the
Yeah.
interview room. It basically, this is what it is. 2 Sanchez brothers arrested in Globe, Arizona, because a 13-year-old girl, she was found safe after a turquoise. It doesn't have anything to do with Nancy's at all.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. I mean, nothing to do with Nancy's. The Indian kidnappings are a whole nother subject. It's a whole nother epidemic. It's on the Indian land, right? Not on that. Globe is not Indian, but it's around the native. And they have their own nation. Like, you go on to Indian land, you're in a different country.
Absolutely. So it doesn't have anything, and I do not believe that Nancy's on a reserve. Okay, reservation. I do not believe she's on. Yeah,
No.
There's no friggin' way in hell that she's on a reserve. I don't know. What do you think,
Reservation.
Crystal? Do you think she is, Miss Crystal?
Not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't think.
I don't think she's in Mexico either. I think she's in the neighborhood.
I do too. I think she's less than like 5 miles away. Absolutely. Oh, he did. Okay. Yeah,
I
we
think
can play.
she's
We
very
can.
close.
He spoke about the streamers. That's what it is. We can play that after. Okay. Hi, guys. Hi, Seeking. Good to see you. All right. We're just going to play a little bit of this, and then we're going to go do our theories.
Days ago, the FBI did call me. And they said, well, look, they knew about what I had requested. And they said, look, we feel we're closer to finding this person. And they said this person might actually be a woman. And that's all they said. They didn't say why they thought that. But
that's interesting they said that, because if I was going to ask you if there was any indicia that this was a female.
He's using he uses a man's name.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
No, I know.
Right?
But then they said on the documentary thing to stand down, that they were working on it. And I said, fine. And so because there were these stories that had come out this week that, the second ransom note said that Nancy had died, it seems like that's what triggered this guy into sending
we understand, this person did not tell you that Nancy is dead?
Well, and he is essentially, he told us that. I'm going to call him he just because that's what we've he told us this early on. At one point he said, essentially, time is of the essence. And then in a follow-up email said, time is no longer of the essence.
And how early or how long after?
A week.
A week, he said. So within a week, the one email, time is of the essence. This is after Derek did all of his nonsense, okay? And then wait a week, time is, because didn't they deposit like $130? I thought it was like $300, but I guess it's $130 into one of those Bitcoin accounts, which I actually have a screenshot of the Bitcoin account, which shows the information where it says from the family saying we will pay or something like that. I could bring that up for you guys if you want in just a moment. But yeah, I think that ransom basically, it was meant for 2 things. Absolutely. It was meant to confirm her death and to get money. Either way, you're getting money. It seems like.
That's got to be the motive, right? I mean, money, if it was the ransom notes, if they confirm those are real. But the whole way that it went down, the timing, the 2 dates, some people said in another video that the way the suspects acted at the front door, if this was a coordinated kidnapping, they would have been a lot more organized, and it doesn't seem that way.
I just want to say something. If you're watching this chat right now, watching this video, you need to bring Nancy home. You need to tell them where she's at. Stop being a freaking coward. This has gone on for far too long. Stop playing games, sending stupid shit to TMZ. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, you can go online and do an anonymous tip.
Who does this?
At 88 Crime. Anyone can go online, the perps, someone anonymously, and do a tip, and they won't track you allegedly.
They should be. They could see their IP, in my opinion, unless they're using a VPN, which they could still.
No, I'm saying like people who want to like report the perp.
Call Crime
They can do
Stoppers.
it.
Stoppers was 100% legit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they want to send it to TMZ.
Crime Stoppers, not the FBI.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, well, no. Okay. Here's my thing about the TMZ stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't believe they're valid. I believe that even with the first one, I think that they knew something and they put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be like the last person, last people you would want to send a letter to is TMZ.
Unless you had some affiliation.
And I'm thinking that
somewhere.
was kind of like a wild goose chase. But another thing is, they sent the letter that she was deceased. Who would that benefit? Think about it. Who would that benefit?
Yeah. Somebody trying to get a death
It'll help,
certificate, in my opinion.
speed up processes for death.
Mhm. Absolutely. Someone trying
and then
to,
this new one is not. He even possibly. You either know or you don't. Like the secret phone, and it's.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear her.
She's frozen again. Yeah.
Secret place, and
there she is.
It's like. Are y'all there? Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
Hello.
We're here. You hear?
Okay. I don't know what the hell just happened. But I'm not accusing anybody. For the people that want to come out and get me or get us or whatever, I'm just making an observation that it just seems like you have to think about who this will benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Who the letters benefit, but then there's also the royalties, the book sales, the movie offers that are going to be made about this. That's going to be far money than anything else. Who's hiding? And then for Savannah to come out and say that supposedly that Savannah came out and said that she feels her family is in danger is horse crap, because they haven't even been home. They've been missing. Like they've been under a rock somewhere. And Savannah's in New York. And then if she had anything to do with calling the police on the guys, especially Alex, since his name is, out there with it. Shame on her, because she is a journalist as well. And her integrity is crap. And I hope, if it's true, I hope NBC, all of them are just done. Instead, she's over here worrying about Wordle.
I have a weird question. You mentioned book royalties.
Yep.
I wonder if somebody who is, because they're paying the royalties, obviously. Allegedly, could somebody like that be involved in her disappearance?
Royalty. No, because it's a future royalty. Unless they had a plan to do this for later.
Well, didn't Nancy write a book too?
But I don't know if they have an editor.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but that don't mean they're going to use the same person.
Huh.
But I'm not pointing the fingers at the family, but going by what Chris Madonna says, and you got to go by 90% solving rate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the other 90% that it's usually a close family member.
Yep.
You've got those two, and they're very high up there. So it's really hard and naive to not think of that as a possibility. So people are like, oh no, I don't think that. I get y'all. I do, because nobody wants to think that their own family member would do that to them. But I've seen much worse be done
Oh
for
yeah.
far less.
Yeah, well, I
For
mean,
nickels.
I don't think
Mhm.
personally, I don't think the family like conspired to kidnap or something. I think it could be somebody that, you know, was knew Annie
Or is close
and
to the family.
Tommaso. Well,
Mhm.
knew Annie and Tommaso, and somehow, like, for instance, let me give you an example. Annie's in the jeweler business, right? She's a jeweler. We have the biggest gem festival
Yeah.
in the year in the world for the last, I think it's been
Yeah.
here like 40 years. So guess where Nancy and Annie probably go every year?
Yeah.
So most likely somebody either knew that Nancy had bought some jewelry, whatever the case may be, and you know, and it's probably somebody, if I were to take a guess, connected to Annie and Tommaso, and Annie and Tommaso probably have no idea who it is, but they still kind of are scared because it could be somebody that, you know, knows them, that told them, you know, some group. So to me, it's more about Annie and Tommaso and less about Savannah. And Savannah's running the big media narrative campaign for the family. But
Mhm.
the truth is, the suspect most likely, was it the motive? Was it to get back at somebody? Is that really what they wanted to do? Or did they want to get something to make a quick buck off of? That's what the question it comes down to.
I
Is
don't think
like,
it was. Yeah, I don't think it was
I
planned
don't.
out for months.
Quick buck. Yeah, quick buck. I don't think so. I don't think it was a quick.
Hold on
I
one
think that they
second.
were either looking for something. Okay.
Hamatude, thank you. I love you being here too. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry, I know there's a delay. I didn't want to cut you off while you were talking, but I wanted to say thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Crystal.
I think that they were either looking for something or trying to silence her. I still think there's a possibility with the university connection. I can't help it. It's been in my mind since, I don't know, first, second week. You know, and I have my eyes on who I suspect. But you know who I'm talking about, JH. Because because he knows Annie. So I considered that too, that maybe he did that because he could have been in love with her and she turned him down. I mean, there's so many things that it could possibly be. But I'm just saying, I don't think this was a robbery gone wrong. And I don't think it was to make a quick buck. They went there for a purpose and a mission. And I think that they were trying to play dumb. But clearly, I mean, we're at 5 months and we have Jack Dilly. So they're pretty smart. They're covering their tracks.
Well, also,
Do you
it
agree?
wasn't. I agree. I agree. But the thing is, like, it wasn't properly collected and
Investigated
searched.
either.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, yeah, things weren't collected properly and done in the beginning. And when you mess up in the very beginning, it's not like you can really go back and fix it because it's already the crime scene. People walking up on the sidewalk where the blood was. I mean, there was a damn Amazon package right there. It's crazy. All right. Do you guys want me to finish this little piece of this?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I know. All right.
I don't know why my screen's flat.
And so yeah, I mean, he has essentially told us over time that she was dead. And again, we've been sending all of these to the FBI. And they have spent a lot of time with my IT team, a lot of time, and multiple FBI agents who have been trying to crack the code of both this guy's email and the first kidnapping note. They've spent a lot of time with our team. As far as I know, they were not able to crack it. I know that until a month ago, they certainly were not able to crack it. I don't know what they've done with this guy.
Is this guy the one that, remember when Savannah did that really tugs at your heartstrings, emotion laden,
right?
Please bring us back. And there was two interpretations. One was she wanted the remains. The other, are people who wanted to be positive or think positively were interpreting it differently. Is this guy the one that you believe was saying that she's already gone?
No, the reason that Savannah, that's a really important point. There was the first ransom note said she was safe but scared. We received that, as did two Tucson television stations. The second note was only sent to one of the Tucson television stations. And what came out this week is in that second note, which was sent 5 or 6 days after the kidnapping, it said she was dead. And they were basically saying, we didn't do it, she died. And it was that second ransom note from the kidnappers. We know both notes were written by the same people because it was the same, it had the same Bitcoin address for the ransom.
Same Bitcoin
it was the
address.
second note that said she was dead. And yes, that weekend, on, I believe it was Saturday night, is when Savannah came out with that really heart-wrenching statement where she said, bring us back, bring us to our mother so we can bring her home and celebrate. That felt to me back then like they knew she had died. When you say, bring her back so we can celebrate.
The Bitcoin address given by notes 1 and number 2 only going to one station, is a different Bitcoin address than the Bitcoin address in this note that we're talking about today.
Yeah, and the reason we know that this note today is the same as, is written by the same person, is that the last one we received before this one, the last one we received said, well, I'm not going to get in touch with you anymore, I'm going to deactivate the Bitcoin account. And we never published the Bitcoin address. So in this note, he says, I have a new Bitcoin address that you can send this money to. And then he references the old one just to show it's the same guy. And we never published that Bitcoin address, and it is the exact same one.
Have you published any of these notes?
We haven't published the notes in full. We've quoted from them.
Have you even shown anything indicia of it?
No, we've never shown any of the notes.
Ooh, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've read a lot of this to you, and when he says
you can read anything you want, that's
Yeah, no,
different. That's different than showing.
I hope this comes out, that this story comes out about TMZ, and they end up becoming the story of them. Something coming out that they're. I mean, because this, if they're doing this to the public, and they're not even acknowledging it, that it most likely is fake. They're literally, that seems pretty mean. But do you think that any of the TMZs are fake? I mean, are real? Do you believe them?
I don't know.
I already told you about that.
I don't know. I think someone's playing freaking games for a reason.
Yeah.
If they know they're not going to get paid, then why do you keep playing games? And the reason, in my opinion, that they just got another email the other day is because they came out with that old information about, you know what I'm talking about? When Savannah came out and said that her mom was taken from the bed and all that. Yeah. It's because they came out with the old information and said it was new. So that guy, something, or girl, who knows, emailed Harvey. I think that sparked something. So maybe they're playing, maybe it is an insider and they're doing it on purpose to try to get a spark out of the real person. With the
now
one
that I did, yeah, that I haven't thought of that. That seems like a higher level movie Hollywood stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, but think about it.
No, it's you're right. It's a good point.
Yeah, because it makes sense. If they're trying to get some type of reaction out of him and it's been quiet, maybe they've got this plan behind scenes with mainstream media, or with, you know what I mean? Maybe Harvey spoke to the FBI and he's like, hey, we're going to do these little emails to see if it sparks attention within the real perpetrator.
Okay. Yeah, that's some high level stuff there. But
I don't know if
I
anybody.
have a poll going on my page, and it says, "Do you think any of the ransom notes are real?" 41% says yes. I think one or more are real, and then 41% says no. I don't think any are real. So it's literally, and then undecided
Yeah.
is 18%.
Hi guys, welcome in. Guys, I will show the Bitcoin address in just a moment. I promise. We'll show it in
Okay.
just a moment. I
And
promise.
is there this big box? There's this huge box over my face, or like the whole screen. I know you're trying to,
What?
on my end. I don't know. Like,
Don't make me laugh because
So
my
there's a big
stomach muscles.
box.
Let me go to your page. What? What? Let me see.
I don't know if it's happening for everybody, but like my
I don't. No, I don't see it on your screen at all.
Okay.
Nothing.
I see it over your face on my screen.
I don't
Weird.
see it over
Daphne.
anybody's face. You see it over my face? Does anybody else see a big
No,
box?
I might
on-
sign in
Yeah,
and
it's
come
over
back
your face.
out.
It's on your face.
I might sign in and sign back out.
Here, let me just.
It
It
won't
might be
help.
my banner. Hold
I
on. I
signed in
do
and
have
out
like a.
5 times.
Is that
now
better?
went- yeah, that went away now.
Okay. That was my fair use banner. I don't know why
Yeah.
it was over your face. That's so weird. I had it really small. Not on
I have no
Daphne's
idea.
page. I see it over on Tucson. I don't see it on his. That's so weird. We'll just leave it off and do fair use. We're getting ready to go show the Bitcoin address and stuff now in a moment. So I'm just gonna play the rest of this where he's talking about the email thing, and then we'll go look at that. If
Thank
that's
you.
fine. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds
He
great.
says, look, if you send
Yep.
us, if you send me the Bitcoin,
Okay.
that I will let you know where this phone is, and it's in a safe location that's easily accessible if you are guided to it. To me, that feels like a safe deposit box. And he says that that the phone is turned off, but I will lead you to that safe deposit box and give you the password so you can access the phone. So that's what he says. Now,
So if this guy is not, or woman is not a fraudster, and I think I said this to you once before, and I would, hopefully they're listening or hear it. Why don't they just go to a lawyer and have the lawyer work on a contingency to broker the information, which then keeps the anonymity of the client and allows the information to get wherever. You don't even have to rely on a Bitcoin. A lawyer can keep the money in a trust account pending the confirmation of
Mhm.
the information or the phone or whatever else it is. I don't know why they make it so cloak and dagger when there seems to be a rather simple way to navigate this.
that's actually a really interesting idea. And he certainly hasn't raised it. And one of the reasons he might not want to do that
Mhm.
is if he's a fraudster.
Right. And so that's what tends to lead me to believe that the person is a fraudster, because otherwise, go to a lawyer who's got attorney-client privilege with you, who has a trust account that you can receive whatever funds
Mhm.
and not have to disclose, meaning not have to disclose to the general public, so to speak, and then let the lawyer broker this deal so that you can then take that information and if you have some interest in getting this solved, that's the way to solve it.
Okay, I will double down with you on that and say there is more evidence he's a fraudster. And then after I tell you what that evidence is, then I'll tell you why he might not be a fraudster. So,
Oh my goodness.
as-
Okay, I'm going to get my
No.
I'm going to get my fraudster whiplash. going.
you are going to
What's
get you are going to get
what's-
fraudster whiplash.
Let's first go towards doubling down on fraud.
Okay, let's do that. So you had asked me earlier, is this one-way communication or are we able to communicate with him? We cannot send him emails or anything like that. That is a one-way street. That we don't have any ability to do that, never have. However, we have a website and we have television shows and we have social media. And on all of those, we have said things really directly to him. And I said something to him early today after getting this email. And I said, look, you could be an absolute scammer. And there's a reason the FBI and the Guthrie family hasn't paid you. So it's got to give them pause that whether you're the real deal or not. So what about this? Send us, and this is the way we've communicated with him. I put this on social media and on the website today. And I said, send us a screen grab from the video of Nancy Guthrie, something, just a screen grab that shows you the real deal. And we will immediately forward it to the FBI. And I would assume if they think it's real, they're going to pay the money. So a couple hours after we posted that, he sent another email saying, I'm not going to do that because the metadata will lead them directly to me, and I'm not going to take that chance. So that made me think, this guy's full of it.
Right. Because, and once again, you can show it to a lawyer confidentially. The lawyer can take a look. The lawyer does not have to access the metadata, but the lawyer can then do a reverse proffer to the FBI or the authorities. The lawyer could also, if you're worried about being apprehended, or if you're worried about your liability, so to speak, then they can do, if it turns out to be true and you're not a fraudster, they can work out some kind of an arrangement for you.
That's right. Okay. So that's
now,
my doubling
what leads
down.
You,
I know.
What leads you to the other? Where's the whiplash on the other end?
So I send these 2 emails today to the FBI, and they are saying, we're on it. We're on it.
Wow.
You know, it's like, stop sending us these stupid emails. And I'm not getting that. And so I'm just really confused. Why are they spending time on this guy if they don't believe that he might be legit? But on the other hand, if they think he even might be legit, why not roll the dice on 60 grand?
And that's the question. If he might be legit, why not take that chance? I'm going to put a poll in the chat. It's going to say, is the email guy someone in media doing a smoke screen to bring out the actual real perpetrator? And it's yes, no, or not sure. So I'm going to create that right now. And y'all just do the poll. Here, we'll put that over there off of our heads. There we go. It seems like every kind of thing I put on, it covers somebody's face or a whole giant box. So what do you guys think about that? I know Damien thinks he's a fraudster. But would
No,
you
not
think-
him. No, I don't think he's. I just think that, you know, they know people that not like, hey, they might even not even know. Like, I don't think he told someone to send these letters. I think it's just conveniently happening for him, right? And he's acting just like it. They were, you know, he got him, like, you know, but the TMZ, you know, who knows, some low-level person, right? Who, you know, who his friends connected, and he's, you know, in with the Tech brothers, and he can send these emails, and they're laughing. Whoever's sending these is laughing. Now, Harvey is treating it as a journalist, like, oh, I got to take this serious. But I know deep down, he even said it on his thing, is this even real? But so I don't think Harvey's like, hey guys, go send me an email. So I think he literally just got it, and he has to pretend or you know, treat it like it's real. So I don't think Harvey's behind it. I think it's some, you know, somebody who knows they can remain anonymous, and they're laughing. You know, they're laughing today.
What if it's the FBI?
Yeah, I've thought that too.
What do you think, Crystal? What do you think, Crystal? Try doing it with your camera off. Sometimes that'll help, where it won't freeze up and it'll be easier for you to talk.
I had it on mute. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I had it on mute. That was me.
Okay. We get
that could be. But my point, or my thinking is, regardless, if they think it's real or not, they need to pay the damn ransom so that they can find out who the SOB is that's doing this, because they're re-terrorizing the family every time they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Or
no, I agree.
Or other people. But
What's
so I mean,
them?
either way, they need to pay it. It's like pennies. It's pennies to Savannah. Pennies. Pay it.
Mm-hmm.
If they won't let you pay it, hand it to somebody else and let them pay it. Just get it paid. This should have been done a long time ago, in my opinion.
Yeah. Hi, Bruce.
Sorry, it gets me fired up.
Yeah, no, I know. Maybe it's the FBI doing it. But why do it with TMZ?
But why?
I don't know. To get a spark. Think about it. Like I just said, we haven't heard any emails or nothing in so long. And then all of a sudden they come out with saying it's a new email, new information, yada, yada, yada the other day. Okay. 2 days before this guy wrote them. Okay. And it was old information. And the guy responded. The guy, or I'm guessing it's a guy. He emailed Harvey again. So I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of strategy they're using. I don't know.
I also think that TMZ saw that there was a lot of heat on the YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
And it was time for him to take advantage of that heat. You know what I mean? Like, because all eyes were on the Nancy Guthrie case. So why not him go ahead and, because he's a sleazeball. I don't care what he can, he's a sleazeball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not crazy about Harvey. But I don't know. I think that, I don't think it would be the FBI though. I don't think they'd be blowing smoke like that. I think it's literally somebody either trying to terrorize the family or somebody trying to somebody that actually does have knowledge of what happened. They had to have, because they knew where the Apple Watch was. And they said it was in a weird spot. So they had to know something. But my thought is like, why keep doing it? And why aren't they paying the $60?
Why not give more? And then about the phone too. They said that the phone is in a secure place. You can find it if you know where to look.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
We have 80% that said no. They don't think it's somebody in the media doing a smoke screen to bring out the real perp. And 20% said not sure. That's interesting. All right, let me remove that. Okay. You guys, what about somebody, they want to watch the video from a couple days ago with him emailing Harvey. It's like just a minute long. Do you mind if I play that real quick?
Let's go.
You don't have to ask us.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, let me remove this because I really want to get into us talking. And then somebody wants to see those, the Bitcoin address, the wallet. So I'm going to show that as well. So give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. If you are in one of the 3 chats, please hit that thumbs up button for everybody. We'd appreciate you. You guys are great for being here. Thank you. All right, here we go. I save too much stuff. I do. I have like a whole freaking. All right.
That's the best way. You gotta know where it's at, though. That's the most thing. Find it.
Yeah. I've been trying to transfer it all to my computer. All right, you guys, here we go. Let's do this. It's just a couple minutes long. This is off of X, so I'm just gonna play it like this.
Harvey again. Yay.
Well, no, a couple people asked in chat if they could watch.
No, this is important because this is the crux of the case right now.
Look at his hot sauce. All right, you guys, you ready?
We have received another email from the man who says he knows who Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are and can lead the FBI to those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be a female. The person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there. And then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email that he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say, only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He has said that before. In this email, which by the way we have sent to the FBI, he says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition.
Wait, I gotta pause it. Before I forget it, let me say it. Okay, so remember, it took a week. Harvey said it was a week from the first email that they sent. It took a week to get another response back. Do you remember that? And then this guy that emailed again, he's basically saying that he has a video of Nancy on her last day being alive, obviously, with the main perpetrator. I thought that was interesting. But so this guy's trying to say that he ran into the perpetrator a week after. So Nancy was alive for 1 week after being kidnapped. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you think she would have lasted 1 week without her medication, you guys? If she lasted a week, do you think that this person who took her could be like a medical person, like had some kind of medicine or had like a few pills or something for her heart medication? I'm just saying, like, extras. Yeah, he does, Deanna. Good catch. Good catch. Hi, cool. Good to see you, hon. All right, let me finish this.
Of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. That's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look.
Which is trying to say, in my opinion, like, you already know the answer where this phone is. That's how I took it. It's easy to find if you know where to look. It makes me feel like he's already given the answer where this phone is type. Does that make sense? Or it's right out in the open in front of everybody's faces. This phone is, but nobody's finding it.
Maybe in a house that they already searched.
Yeah. One of the abandoned homes, or what do you think, Damien?
Or SWAT.
I don't know. Like I said, this is getting way in the weeds as far as like trying to read into all the different things. It's and the way that he explains it, he's not the best storyteller, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the problem with all of this. We need somebody with like a little bit more Like he's confusing me the way he talks. So I need someone to like break it down. But I don't know. I mean, there's so much psychology into trying to figure out who the guy is, what he's saying, question marks. So I don't know.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, he's not very eloquent when he talks. He kind of talks like me, like it's all over the place.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got ADD. I wanted to pull this up. Thank you, Piece of Jesus, for writing this. It says she died February 1st on Find a Grave, and Nanos had the homicide team there that night. So does that mean her body was there at her house, though? Just a thought. Yeah. Huh. But then why would they? You know what I mean? It's like a rabbit, like going down a rabbit hole. Yeah, on that Find a Grave thing. And that's another thing too, that Find a Grave, that ancestry thing. Think about it. Like who with the name, the maiden name is Nash, Deborah Nash. Okay. And we heard about Walter Nash. Like this is like a giant rabbit hole. But I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I think it's the most simplest of explanations. It's most likely exactly what happens when people take elderly people. Okay. And for why, what reason? Just my thoughts. All right. I'll let this play out, and then we're going to show the Bitcoin wallet. I want to make sure I don't forget what I'm doing. All right, here we
Bitcoin
go.
wallet coming up.
Yep, coming up. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, and that clip that I wanted you to play today.
That
Yes, I can do that.
if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password. So he did not. This is clearly the guy who has been sending us these emails, because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working. And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does match what we saw previously, and we've never reported that. He gives a new Bitcoin address, and he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, then go to wherever that phone is and get a screen grab of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody who is trying to inflict more pain in the Guthrie family. If you've got something, send it. I mean, you've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster. We'll obviously send that on to the FBI. But if you have that information, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume that they would play ball with you. But send us something, because there are a lot of fraudsters out there. And
throw us a bone.
We have been open, and we were allowed to say this. We know the FBI is still looking for you, and they believe you might be real, but they must have enough doubt that they haven't paid you the money. And it's clear you're frustrated, but the question is, are you a fraudster? And send us something.
I think we got a fraudster.
A screen grab.
When he just said that, it made me think of the one that got fired, because the guy got fired for fraud and for embezzlement.
Wait, replay that again then, because I missed that part.
Think about it. That could be the guy they fired. I tried to find information on that guy, and there's like nothing of him online. I'd have to FOIA the information.
That who fired?
I think you dropped off when I spoke about it.
Fired?
Okay, there was a guy that worked for TMZ. Okay, I'm just gonna say, this is speculation. I'm not saying it's him. He got fired for embezzlement and fraud. He basically for $100,000. Okay, and he still owes like almost $50,000 to pay off that debt. Anywho, he was like a producer back in the back. He was never like what Harvey does or anything like that. So, never on camera. Anyhow, could it be allegedly him messing and sending these emails? Maybe that's where the connection is. Just playing a game with Harvey, messing with Harvey. Could it be? I don't know.
Well, here's the deal: is there's all these people like that, they claim to be like hackers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they sit in these rooms and they're friends with other hackers, right?
In their mom's basement, yeah.
And they literally their whole thing is to talk about, and I'm just guessing, how to send emails, how to do this, see little secret tricks and so what I think is when he's saying there's fraudsters all around, there's probably 10 million people in the world that know how to send an email and not be detected.
Yeah.
So it's like, unless they can confirm that it's not one of those 10 million people, this is just headlines. You know what I mean? There's nothing. And I keep going back. This is a national security threat, because if Nancy say it was a very high up politician's wife or mother that was kidnapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just think of any politician, somebody's relative that was kidnapped. And this guy is now sending these emails and we can't find out who he is.
Yeah.
To me, that there's something that I hope they're able to track, and they're just like not telling us. But that's the weird thing about it, is like other high ranking people should be worried, that there's someone can get kidnapped and people can do an email and not be tracked. That's crazy to me.
They found the freaking guy, the president. They can find people overseas hiding in a freaking cave and shit, but they can't find a missing 84-year-old lady or find missing kids at that matter.
Right.
Like, I don't get it. It's crazy to me.
Make it
And that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you don't want to think, they want to downplay this. Oh, this is just another case, another crime. But this is uncovering other things. Oh my God, a bird just hit my window.
Oh my God, that is bad luck.
Oh, really? Well, it's really windy. It's windy here, so.
It didn't die, did it?
No, it lived, but
okay, good.
It scared the hell out of me. You probably saw me.
That scared me. I heard it.
I've had that.
You heard it?
That's a bad omen. So my grandma told me that. Like, she's like,
oh, I don't believe that.
Yeah. A bird flew into her window and her bird died. Yeah, it is bad luck.
Gosh. All right. Well, I think we should call it a day, guys. No,
you need to sage your house, sage or something. I don't know. Prayers, lots of prayers.
It's really windy here. So I think what happened is the bird got hit with it's really windy here today.
Everybody says, Deb says, I heard that and I'm in Australia.
No, I apologize, because I thought like
that's
something,
man, crazy.
Because I saw it hit too. It was like right here.
Yeah, and you probably got feathers on your freaking window. Daphne, I read this guy isn't sending emails. He's sending messages on TMZ's website. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like going on and filling out the form. And that's another thing. That's what we were talking about earlier, Elizabeth. There is a way to pick up the IP address. So I just don't understand that. I understand that people use VIPs and stuff like that, but why don't they make it where like it's more traceable? Like you'd be able to, I don't know. It's just crazy to me how they can't figure this out. They should have installed something where after the first one so they can catch, you know what I'm talking about? All right, this is done. So let's go and show this. Now, this is what I found. Well, I didn't find it personally, but they were posted on X, and you could see, I want to show you where it says we will pay. We are ready to pay. Contact us. So this is supposedly the Bitcoin wallet right here. Okay. Can you guys? Oh, right here. Okay. So this is supposedly the Bitcoin wallet. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's too big, isn't it? Inputs, outputs. So it's kind of blurry. It says, we are ready to pay, contact us. And it gives the HTTPS, like the website, the Bitcoin. Sorry, the larger I blow it up, the more blurry it looks. It gives the Bitcoin address here. And then, have you guys seen this?
No, I haven't. I'm not Bitcoined up.
Well, no, I mean,
I saw another version. I didn't see that one. No,
hold on, let me show you I got a couple screenshots. Hold on one second.
I saw whatever Alex had.
This one, I don't think says it. Oh, right here. Let me pull it down. We are ready to pay, contact us. And then that's the rest of and then it shows like, I don't know if anybody knows how to read these.
What if we sent what if a whole bunch of people sent money in there? And so what they're trying to say is whoever has this Bitcoin address might be connected to the perp.
Yeah, they're saying that's the wallet. They were so basic. Okay, this is I guess you could see when Bitcoin's deposited. Remember in the beginning when we were trying to see if the FBI was paying the perpetrator? There was a wallet, people were looking through to see if that certain amount was deposited into a wallet. So you could see wallets. Okay. I guess I don't do Bitcoin. I don't do crypto or anything like that. Okay. But this is the way I know the stock market, but not crypto, if that makes sense. Anywho, they basically have wallets and you can use Coinbase or
I used to use one of them. Yeah, I used to use I think it was Coinbase.
Coinbase is the most popular, yeah. But they've been hacked so many fucking times. Excuse my language. They have been. Just like the rest of them. Anywho, you could see when money's being transferred, certain amount of Bitcoins being transferred in the wallets. I don't know how, but you can see it.
Yeah.
And they found this one with the note. Somebody found it with the note. It says, we will pay. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's a way to track the wallets. Mm-hmm. And they're saying this is the Bitcoin wallet.
Well, everybody who has Bitcoin should go throw a couple bucks in there and then see if whoever bites on it, since the FBI and the family doesn't want to put any, everybody just go put in 50 cents. It'll add up and maybe we'll get them to bite.
Bring Nancy home.
What do you think? Think that'll solve the case?
I like it.
So hold on, let me put this on. So this is I found this
solve
too.
it.
So it says the correct crypto address sent related to Nancy Guthrie, and it shows transaction ID right here. Because remember, they sent $130. What, guys? On the blockchain. There you go. On the blockchain. There you go. Yep.
Is there any way you can post that up? Because people are saying they can't read it, on your X or something. Is that illegal to do?
No, it's already posted on X. Oh, you want me to post it on X?
Yeah, somebody was saying because it's kind of blurry when we share stuff.
Yeah, here, can I just email it to you?
Yeah, I don't. You want me to post it on X then, on my X?
Well, it's already posted on X. Other people.
Oh, it's already posted. Okay, so everyone, it's posted on X.
Here, I'm pretty sure I reposted it. Hold on, or maybe I just put it into my. I don't know why I'm looking on my phone. Give me a second. Why people are going over to X? Hold on. Here it is. When I looked up the Bitcoin, this is what it showed. We are ready. Here, I'm gonna repost it right now. I just reposted one version of it. So, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, so someone says once if they
Here's-
do move the money, that's when you can see where the money is moving to.
Yes.
So it just, the thing is it'll keep moving. And this is how they do it in the, they use the blockchain to move illegal money. And by the time authorities are there, they've already moved it so many times that they can't, so I don't know how much
They can't.
This might just lead to a wild goose chase.
Yeah, and here's the return. We are ready to pay. Contact us, and
here's something I also remember. Didn't one ransom note come in? And this is gonna probably break our brains because I vaguely remember this. That said, prepare to go international.
Yes.
No one's talking about that.
Well, no, yeah. I don't know if well, somebody said that. They didn't say it's, I guess there was something on the ransom because they're not telling us what's on them.
That's what I'm saying, but there was like one, because see what the way I read it, this is the way I read it from the Nancy Guthrie case in the media's perspective. Okay. Versus the way we humans, the public think about it. Let's say not humans, the public. The media every day at 12 o'clock, they need a story. And then they need a bigger story at 5 p.m. Right. And then 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. So it's all about what the story of the day is. So if you follow the Nancy Guthrie case, some of these things were nothing but they needed a damn media story for the day. The sniffer, that went on for like a week. They got a week's coverage out of that. Now, all that time, we're focused on the sniffer. We're not focused on all the 19 things that they're not talking about, that they're not telling us. So if you notice, every time they come out with a new media thing, it's all in line with that. Other than that's why the YouTubers, we have enough time, or we're putting the time into being able to spot these things. So, but that's where we're at today. I think it was just another Savannah let the world know, hey, I'll talk. And then NBC put out the memo, hey, Savannah's going to talk on Friday. Be ready. And everybody was ready with their stories. But yeah, to me, they need to come out and be a little more honest. I understand holding things to their chest for the case, but it's getting where people are going to get upset. I mean, this is looking like a cover up.
We are. We're pissed.
I agree.
Fed up.
I agree.
Yeah,
It looks like a cover up.
Fed up.
Huh? All right. You want me to play that video? And then we're gonna get into our debate discussion. I had to show this photo. That's crazy, right?
Yes.
All right, let me pull him down. I bookmarked yours. Hold on 1 second. Was it the Chris McDonough one?
For which one?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I bookmarked like 500 things, so I just want to make sure. Okay, let me add it to stage. She sent me something earlier. She wanted me to play right here, and this is off of Josh's channel. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the lab.
The lab. Okay. All right, guys. You ready? Let me put his thing in too.
Well, and that's why I flipped it on Nancy Grace at CrimeCon. When she tried to embarrass me in front of 6,000 people by saying, this guy still thinks the family did it. I said, does it get any better than Nancy Grace? And then I followed it up pretty quickly. And those of you who were there know what I'm about ready to say. I said, yeah, but I had a 90% solvability rate. I wouldn't accept anything less than that. Basically, my messaging. Now, that means 10% I was wrong. Could I be wrong? Yeah, it could be in the 10% side. the 10% tile. But I think at 90%, I think I'm on the compass is focused north, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, sure.
And that's because I've learned, but I have a low tolerance for coffee and crackers and all this other weirdness out there, who just criticize you because it's just you. Okay, fine. Bring the receipts. When I knew Nanos, and by the way, Nanos has backed off. I got a text message today from some of the guys at Tama County Sheriff's who told me it's come down, back off from the YouTubers.
Mm.
How about that?
Why do you think that?
Because he knew. He's like open mouth, insert foot,
Mm-hmm.
man. You can't order your command staff to order officers on the street to go out and start pushing people around. You just can't do that.
Do you think they're gonna sue for like constitutional violation or something, that they were there, that they had a constitutional right to be there?
Oh, absolutely. You can't set.
I'm not a lawyer, but I was curious.
But as a law enforcement officer, if you're on that, if there's a 4 foot, if there's a 4 foot easement, okay, and it's connected to the street, that means it's public property. Anything on the other side is private property. So if you're within that easement or the public road, and as long as you're not standing there, stopping traffic or, acting whatever, okay, you're good. You can't do anything about it. Now, the only thing that would change that is if you're stepping over into people's property and you're taking, using the bathroom or, doing stupid stuff like that. Now you can make a case for public nuisance. However, if you have a tent and it's on the public property and nobody sees what you're doing in that tent, that's not a crime.
Exactly.
Being stupid.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist. Or
See
else
why I
we'd all
clicked
be
it?
in jail. Okay? It's like drunks. Okay.
Pause
get
it
your
real
buddy,
quick.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got some stuff I need to send to you to Tucson that I looked up earlier for you. There's a few cases just like this that were won. Just FYI. So Philip Turner versus Driver is one that's very close to what's going on with y'all. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I had to tell you that.
No, what I was saying is like when I was out there on like day 2, right? Everybody could park there, right? The media could park there. And then
Yes.
day 3, it doubled. And day 4, every day it doubled in
Yep.
media. And so now, granted, so there, just imagine you saw the pictures. There was 150 people, maybe even more on some days.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody could go to the bathroom out there.
You
They
didn't have a
did-
pee pouch?
No. So basically, you literally had, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what's crazy about
Bottle.
this is even though Alex got charged and no one else
For his tent. Yeah.
for his tent,
That's stupid. It's
But-
not like it was, yeah. It's not like it was fucking up.
Chris McDonough just said, look, he's on private property. If he would have went out in the open, it would have been a decent exposure.
Indecent exposure.
I don't know this for a fact, but I know out of those 150 people, most of them guys, right? Because there's in this industry a lot of the
Oh, I saw.
names.
I saw. Yeah,
Mhm.
when JLR was. Yeah, when.
So let me tell you this.
Yeah.
A lot of them couldn't leave to the bathroom.
No, because you
guess-
lose your spot.
And guess where they were most. I mean, I don't have any proof, and I left to go to the bathroom every time. I never once on my mom's grave. I never once went out there. But I guarantee you, these media guys that are getting paid by the hour, sneaking off into the desert real quick. because there's no way that they would have lost
There's no
their
way.
spot.
Yep.
And so that's the crazy thing is I never wanted to bring it up, but now it's like, dude, are you no? And so
Bring some
the whole
diapers.
thing is they know that. I mean, I had to sit there and literally not go to the bathroom for a long time because we're live on stream. You know what I mean?
Yep. You can't just walk away. Yeah.
So that's a little
You'll lose your
side
spot.
thing.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct about the indecent exposure. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Chris. I thought you were going to say something.
So, but you see why I clipped it? Like,
Yeah, it's a good
valid
clip.
points.
Mm-hmm.
Great one.
Yeah. Yeah, there is actually a lot of cases that were won over stuff like this. Like I just said, like the Turner versus Driver. And it's he was on a right-of-way or easement area. Officers approached, demanded ID, which he refused because unless you're being detained, you don't need it. You know what I mean? And then in certain states, anyways,
Yeah.
he refused while continuing to film. Okay. He's continuing to film. He refused to give them his ID because, and then they detained him briefly. He was then released without charges in the main incident. Anyways, it says outcome. He sued. Okay. Like he didn't get any charges. Okay. But he sued for the First and Fourth Amendment violations.
Fourth, yep.
Yep. District Court granted qualified immunity. So Fifth Circuit Court affirmed but recognized a First Amendment right to record police in public. It must be one of these auditor people. This person must be. You know what I'm talking about? The auditors that go around and make sure police are on their game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I can send you those or whatever after. But
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I like because Chris McDonough, he posted on his X and he's been sharing our stuff out. Like he shared one of my posts, he shared one of Ted's posts.
Yeah, he shared mine too.
Yeah, she shared yours and was it yours? Yeah. And so there was one that he talked about. What did he talk about? Oh, 2 cases when he called out Nanos this morning, and he talked about 2 cases. If you go to his page, you can see. So there's more. There's more cases, but that one was more towards Alex and how the officers entrapment and basically entrapment. That's another thing that we're gonna fight for is, you know, our civil rights, entrapment. I mean, there's so many things. This isn't just civil rights, entrapment, and then also
Bad Elk and Graham versus Connor. Yeah.
There you go. Defamation and the media whole thing. So, you know, I'm looking forward to after Tuesday trying to figure out what's the next step.
Yeah, a civil attorney. Now that the charges or you need to call there, okay? You need to call Monday morning and you need to make sure that shit will not, because sometimes it'll still stick, even though they drop it. It's still going to say that you had basically a misdemeanor. It's going to say that. So you're going to have to fight. I don't know if you have to get it expunged or whatever off your record. I don't know. Like I've never had.
I'll find out. I'll update everybody. Yeah.
It'll say dropped, but say you go apply for, I'm just saying, just off the top of my head, apply for a job or something and you need, and they won't hire you because it says that you once had a misdemeanor, but even though it was dropped, that can still hurt you as a person, like defamation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's totally it. You know, I mean, even to this day, you know, I got, you know, people, you know, more haters than ever. It's just crazy. And I, like I said, I'm pretty intense about my work, you know, I'm passionate, right? So to have people attack me for just doing what I do, you know, it's
just
not
ignore them. It's just, just keep doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about other people because what you focus on grows.
Yep.
Exactly. I like that.
Agree. And you have such a good heart, Damien. You do. You have a beautiful heart, and it's in the right place. So
yeah, I mean, if we can,
very welcome.
have
The
this
truth.
community, I never expected to have a community, people that actually care, right? Because people can be real flaky in the world. I'll be honest. Yeah, everybody knows that. So to have a community come behind us, me, everybody, but also, in the future, everybody wants a place to go where they can feel like, they can get educated, right? So that's why I'm hoping to get the association created and then do a couple events every year. So just like Crime Con, but it'll be more just generalized. But so if you want to help with that, email me, because I'm kind of looking for like a planning committee, because I can only do I need people who are like book smart, like they're organized.
Not really organized, but
Well, it's any kind of, anybody who wants to help. It doesn't have to, there's no limits.
yeah, just send me your email address when we're done.
Yeah.
Well, somehow, or I know you don't, or message me on X. I know you don't message on X.
I told you, I think like a week ago, between me and Daphne, I think that we can freaking get this going.
Let's do it.
You just got to kind of tell us, like maybe we can do a conference call or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
because
I got
really,
one of my mods. I would my mod in that.
Hold on.
Good.
Delay.
I got one of my mods that she's been working. Hey, so if you guys want to set up a meeting, and then we'll anyone else who's interested, and we'll have like everybody working on certain things, and then that's what it's gonna take, because I don't think something like this is not just a simple
Run for mayor,
simple setup.
You should do I mean, someone said run for mayor, but you should do something like that in your town. At least,
People
like
tell
supervisor.
Me that. Yeah, I could, but the thing about it is it's not, I don't want to go into that conversation, but it's they're not having fun. I'll tell you that. Not that, I mean, they're basically, a lot of these people, it would be going down from what I'm doing here, even though I could do more work and change from what I do here than what they do. So I would like to work with these people, right? Because they get money, they need, but that's a whole nother side. It's not about Nancy Guthrie but it takes so much money to run, and
well, county supervisor doesn't take any money.
Yeah. Well, I definitely could. I could probably do that. I mean,
you could. I mean, you've been doing this before Nancy, so
I think you're doing good. I think you're good on the path that you're on. I would stay on the path that you're on right now, because if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot of outreach.
I'm not like a politician, because I would get in there and everybody would hate me, because I'm not following the line. And these politicians, they're just, so I would be like their worst nightmare, probably.
All right, you guys ready to do our theories? And if we have time, we'll do Ashley Banfield video. All right, who wants to go first?
All right.
It's up to you. Who wants to go first? You want to flip a coin?
It's your idea. You go first.
You want me to go first?
No, it was your idea. You go first. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. All right, I'll go first. I'll go first. I got notes because my brain goes all over the freaking place. All right, so the theory this is based on if the ransom is real. Okay, it's just if the ransom, one of the ransoms that they received is real. Let's say it be the one where he says, "I know where the watch was under the bed." Just say that. Okay. And I wrote a question. Why was Nancy taken February 1st? Why not another day? Okay. So I believe something happened within that month that month of January, maybe even around Christmas or like Thanksgiving. Okay. No more than that. Maybe a Family Feud, uh, something. Okay. I just something happened. I believe, okay, the perps were definitely paid to hire. I think we're all on the same page there. And then I know there was something with one of the emails saying pay half up front and the rest later with the Bitcoin. Hence the like strange amounts because the certain amounts they wanted for the Bitcoin. They were asking what 4 million, I think it was. And then by the 9th of February, they wanted
At first, yeah.
6 million. I think that's what it was.
6.
And then my thought, the reason for the Bitcoin payment, why not choose any other currency like cryptocurrency, okay? Or just plain out cash. I mean, I guess people got to pull it out of the bank nowadays, so it's traceable. But why not some other type of cryptocurrency? This makes me to believe that the person is older than 30. I'm pretty sure that's kind of been established by the way he looks when he went up to the door. Also, a person who isn't familiar with like the stock exchange too much, like, but is also a risk taker, someone with heightened emotions, but that's hidden to the outside world, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like someone that
Yeah.
basically they react really quick, but uh, they hold it in too. They hold a lot of shit. Anyways, so where did I write here? Maybe this person possibly lost money in Bitcoin when it was at all-time highs back in late 2025. Okay. Maybe they put in like their savings or something into Bitcoin and it dropped. It dropped a lot from October 2025 to where it is now. It absolutely did. And then why did they choose Bitcoin? And why I believe the person is older than someone in their 20s or whatever, because usually like a younger generation, they would ask for some other kind of cryptocurrency like XRP or like, like the famous Dogecoin, like the penny cryptocurrencies. Usually younger people would choose that over Bitcoin. So that I've kind of really established just by asking for Bitcoin, uh, the person's age, that they're older. Just my opinion. Also, I believe that they are local and lived close to Nancy at some point. Maybe they could be a past renter. Okay. Talking about the person that took her. And then also, maybe they had planned on using the machines at the Circle K too, down by Annie and Tommaso's to get the Bitcoin out. Just an idea there, because there's a lot of those crypto exchange machines. I also believe, okay, so the main person, when I say main person, would be the person who hired, so not the perp, the main person who started all this, who wanted to hire the perp, okay? Whether it be family or friend or acquaintance or even like a worker. I believe this main person who wanted her gone didn't take months like to decide it. Like for instance, I don't believe that they've been sitting pondering on removing Nancy since Savannah came into town in what, like early November. I don't. Like it was most likely decided within a month or less, and somebody was hired to take Nancy. Because I believe like this person who wanted her gone, not talking about the perp, the actual main person, they acted on emotion, and something happened there. to where they like, and if they actually waited longer, they would change their mind about doing it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it would hit them and they would be like, I don't want to do this, blah, blah, blah. I believe that this happened within like a month's time frame or even around like Christmas or something. And they acted on emotion and got her out of there. That's the way I see it. So it wasn't some like plan thought out for like 6 months or so. I believe it happened within the last month prior to her disappearance and it moved quickly. So that tells me that the main person has to know who the perpetrator is or knows of, and maybe had met them at, like Chris was saying, over by where Annie has her business, maybe somewhere over in there. And for the reason why I think they decided to take Nancy when they did, and I just believe that this person got close to Nancy and was either offered something in value or something was taken away from them, if that makes sense. Like they were offered something from Nancy or expected something from her and it was never given to them. And
Who's they?
like the main person, whoever the main person is. I'm not talking about the perpetrator. I'm talking about the main person. Like this
Yeah,
could
so
be.
did the main person know? Obviously knew Nancy or somebody, or he didn't.
Yeah, like yeah, it could be somebody like a family member. It could be somebody that was working for her. Okay. It could be a friend, in my opinion. So somebody close to her that was expecting something out of her and they never got it. So they created this plan and acted on emotion, hired somebody, and took her. That's how I feel.
Is that it?
Is that it?
No, I'm just, I mean,
think
because I
it's
know you, I
simple.
don't want to miss your notes. I know you
Oh,
got your
yeah.
notes.
I think it's simple. I honestly think
Wait,
it's
that
very
doesn't
simple.
sound simple. That does not sound simple.
Well, I was trying to do it in like little
Oh,
paragraphs.
no, you
like,
said it's simple, but yeah, no, that sounds like a very
well, I was trying to describe. Yeah.
like complicated plan for like a perpetrator to go, look, all right, hey, we got this 84-year-old woman over here. Okay, we're gonna do some workout on the 11th, right? Because we want to make sure we know what we're looking at.
I don't think he was there on the 11th. I think that was all on the same freaking day. I think this happened quickly.
But they can prove that because of the moon shadows, like the moon shadows, like it was a full moon. And so anyway,
It could
but
have been
yeah,
over
no,
the
I get
hill.
what you're saying. No, I hear you. So don't you have multiple? Because that was your theory based on it.
That was
ransom
based on
notes.
ransom. Yeah. That was
Okay,
based on
so-
the ransom. If it's
so you-
if the ransoms aren't real, I still honestly believe that it's somebody in her close circle, like a family or friend. Okay. Maybe even a worker, but I feel that this person was denied something. And I don't feel like it was this elaborate plan that was planned out 6 months in advance from this person. This is somebody that loves Nancy or loved Nancy, but really like spiteful towards her. Okay. And basically, they thought that they deserved something from her. So they went off on emotion and hired somebody to basically take care of her, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Sorry. Too much.
Yeah, so but who would
Yeah.
benefit? Would like family benefit from that? Because obviously, you know, the sticky situation of that would like, I don't know, what is that what you're thinking? Like the family I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because
I
people will
do.
get mad.
I do, and that's my opinion. I still feel that somebody within the family, and I don't know which family member, but I feel like it's somebody within the family because I know how families get. I know how they get. I know statistics. I've seen families tear one another apart because their parents are dying and they feel that they are deserved something, deserved the house or deserved the savings or the 401k or whatever. And when they see on that will that they're not getting it, then or somebody's not the power of I know Nancy didn't have a power of attorney, but I know how that all happens. It's a mess. And I just feel
Yeah.
I've always felt it like that, but I mean it's just me. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I just feel like it's somebody within the family.
Indirectly.
Yeah.
What's your
Directly
what's
or
on your
indirectly.
list, Crystal? What's on your list?
Another thing
Mhm.
I've thought of is like, okay, it has to be somebody who is familiar with not only Nancy's home, but the surroundings. They keep saying, you know, there's a getaway route, whatever. Well, we
Mhm.
still haven't seen any footage from Barb. I think she's in the neighborhood. I think she's really, I don't think she's far. I think they used like a search and rescue gurney. And hang on.
I feel like she's in the neighborhood too. Or not in the neighborhood, excuse me. I feel like she's close by, within around 5 miles away. No further. I don't think she's in Mexico. I don't think these people were driving around like let's go dump her here. I honestly don't think that at all. I think it was unfortunately it was an easy disposal somewhere they knew where they could just
Well, they could have moved her twice.
Usually that's rare, but
No, it's rare, but here's the thing is if they had no intention on taking her the first time and they just got quickly to the spot they needed to get to first,
Mhm.
and then she's in the car, right? They just leave her in the car.
Mhm.
And then they drive and then they think, what are we gonna do? Because we can't leave her here, right? Because
Mhm.
their first thing is we got to get to a safe spot. So in my opinion, they are going to be within a 15 to 20 minute, at the most 20-minute drive from Nancy's house. So if you drew a circle,
Yep.
right,
The
and you
perimeter.
just anywhere that's 15 minutes or 20 minutes, the
Mhm.
suspect is most likely. Now they could have drove to that first spot and then, later that day they go, look, I know this one spot, when they sobered up essentially, and they go, hey, we're gonna drive our way out here, or we're out there, and because I mean, to me, they got to be within a 15-20 minute drive. It's
What if
just
she was still alive for a week though, like the ransom?
then it's the same thing. Is basically she's on private property. We'll never find her until we find the suspects and they tell us where she's at.
I don't think they would bury like it on their land. That would be really
Well,
stupid.
you would think, but see out here, people people can go get 10-20 acres. And so there's all this land that nobody even will ever go on to on private property, because it's like, if you look up 3 Points, Arizona,
Mhm.
or Arivaca, it's actually like, cartel held area. Like cartel owns that area essentially. They bought a lot of the properties there,
Mhm.
and they know the laws too, just like Americans do. And
Mhm.
that's where a lot of the immigrant hold up, where they'll bring them and let them stay there for a couple weeks till they can get them other places.
Mhm.
And the sheriff knows about this going on. He knows this is going on, but he looks the other way.
Because he gets
So
paid, yeah.
yeah, but that's where I think, it's going to be hard to find her, because people hopefully, well, not hopefully, but they're probably not stupid just to leave her out in the open for
Mhm.
someone to find her, or somebody would have already found her.
Well, sometimes the best hiding place is right out in
But there's
front of. Yeah, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah.
sorry. There's bunkers and stuff though in the neighborhood.
There is?
Yeah. The bunker thing's
There's
been
bunkers in the
debunked.
neighborhood because it used to be bomb. Has
Bomb
it?
shelter?
Yeah, that's how wild it's getting is like, well, I don't understand why people would think she's in a bunker. I mean, I know it sounds good, but like,
No, I'm saying like she could be dead in a bunker. Like I'm saying could have, left him there.
no,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just saying. Okay.
no, it's a good
We don't know
point.
shit.
It sounds good in like, oh yeah, bunker, but what? Like I said, is just these people who ever took her.
Bombers.
Yeah, I mean, people actually go into these places, so they most likely would have found her already. And if it's a bunker that's on private property, you can't just go search it. So, but people go out exploring on the weekends and they go to these bunkers. So that's why I'm surprised that if she was buried, that we didn't just wake up and saying somebody found a woman and then we find out it's Nancy, but that hasn't happened.
Maybe she's in the sewer in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
I don't
somewhere.
I don't know.
In concrete.
I don't see that happening. I don't see the sewer.
But I did, my original theory though was that they at least stayed in the neighborhood that night and then left out the next morning, like when people were going to work and stuff. Like not, so it wouldn't be so obvious. And that could also be why we don't have a car.
Yeah.
But I did say that at one point.
That's a good idea. Might be
that they
because
just
they were
left at home. Yeah.
Yeah, might be because they were living in the neighborhood. I've thought of that too. That's why there was no car. I know some people say that there's a car.
Or the people that moved out.
The three guys. Yeah.
Somebody's saying that they found bones. Yeah. Are you guys hearing this?
Where on X?
No.
I'm not looking at anything.
They find bones all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm saying. So anyway,
yeah,
I'll try to find out. I'll be right back. You guys, let me just try to find.
I'm looking, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Crystal.
Yeah, I want to hear your theories.
Yeah, so she was at the house. She thinks maybe they were in the neighborhood because there was no car. You with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
But my biggest thing is yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
My biggest thing is I even considered that maybe somebody in the neighborhood has like a nephew or an older grandson, because to me, and maybe has like, I think he might have had like a football injury or something to his knee.
Yeah, it looks like he has a bad back. Did we lose you? All right. Crystal, if you can still hear me, just turn your camera off when you talk and it'll work better. Yeah, she thinks that he has an injury to his knee. I think he has an injury to his back. I have a really bad back. So when I bend over, I put my leg out to the side and it helps me get closer to the ground to actually pick something up. So that definitely could be possible. That, yeah, they're talking about bones. I didn't see anything. Maybe 857 can find it. Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's in his 30s, to be honest with you. Maybe mid 30s. I mean, they kind of said that too, but just by the Bitcoin, why he wanted Bitcoin and stuff. Sunday, 2 a.m. noon, porch package delivered to Nancy's porch. FBI still trying to identify a getaway vehicle, wondering if they stayed in the neighborhood. Well, and that's the thing. Here, I'm going to pull up the maps while they are looking for, and why she's getting her computer back on. I know her computer is falling apart. So let's do this here. Let's pull up the maps, and I can show you where all the abandoned properties were or are, and the homes for rent and the homes for sale. I mean, there were several of them in the neighborhood. Several. So it's just crazy to me that I mean, this guy could have been hiding out anywhere in this neighborhood and nobody would even know. I mean, unless they're really paying attention. And it doesn't seem like nobody really paid attention until after Nancy disappeared. So there's that. All right, let's pull this up real quick. All right. Well, they
All
are.
right, sorry
Oh my
about that. That was
gosh, you scared me.
oh shoot.
Oh,
Whoops.
hi, Sunshine. Did you find out?
I didn't mean to scare you though.
No, oh my gosh, I wasn't. It's okay. Crystal dropped off again. I feel so freaking bad for her.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew what the problem was, like what's going on, but I don't know. I hope she calls her internet company and
It was probably your
who knows.
computer. It's probably your computer.
Yeah, so that was JLR, and I guess there's a body that's been found, and obviously lots of people live around Tucson that it
Where was it found?
in Picture Rocks.
I found it. I found a map. Hold on. Let me remove my map and then in Picture Rocks.
Yes.
But did they say it was female or what did he say?
He just said that they're reporting that a dead unalive person was found, and I got it's possible human remains found in a backyard.
North Calvin Road and West Bernice Lane. Let's go there. North Calvin Road and West Bernice Lane. Human remains found in a backyard. Interesting. How far is this away from
I would say probably like 30 minutes, if not 45 minutes.
Picture Rocks. Okay, I see it. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. I found it right here. I'm going to save it on my maps.
Ooh, your map. That map.
I'm a dork. Okay. So put dead body. Oops. I don't want to put it there. Okay. I'm just going to put body found. Okay. And let's just go to Google Earth because it's easier to see than whatever I have up on the screen. Okay.
It is a straight shot to to Nancy's house. So it would be interesting.
Right here. Let's change the color to that.
But I'll be honest with you, this is the same area that they have found other bones in the past before Nancy was in it. Because see, this would used to all be ranching land, right? And so sometimes people would just be buried out there in their own property. Like, does that make sense? So it could be an old burial.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. So I'm trying to look here. Why does that say Orange Grove Road? That's weird. I must have accidentally That's freaking weird. Okay, let's see exactly where this is. There's Crystal. Welcome back. Body found. Body found.
Hey.
Body found. Right here. Right here. I'll let 857 tell you kind of about the area, because he knows the area better than I
Okay.
do, obviously.
Oh my God, yay.
There's Nancy's area over here, you guys. So would they, hey, Damien, would they have to get on I-10 to get into this area over here? Because I don't really see any, I see this road.
I got the address. I mean, aren't you able to pull up the exact address?
Oh, well, shoot, I didn't know. Okay, what's the exact address?
Oh, well,
I know the
well,
road.
it's
Just give
just
me the
it's the
number.
resident. No, I don't have the residence near North Calvin Road.
Well, I have that on there
Okay, well, let me see if,
right here.
yeah. So
That's what I was
see
going
if
to
I
do.
can get in an address.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was just going to show everybody. Okay, let's just do this. I'm going to pull it back. All right. What?
Well, I got the call if you want to hear the call.
Yeah. Can you do that? Can you put it up to the microphone? Don't let me change the color of the stupid.
No, but if I had a way to email you, I could email it to you. I don't know why I can't email you. Why can't I email you?
You can email me.
What is it? Okay, so it's DA.
Oh my gosh. DAP as in Paul, HNES.
S.
Daphne's.
Oh, see, I didn't put okay. Case. Files.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I didn't have the ace or the S.
Oh, at gmail.com.
Okay, I just sent you the
Is it on the
link
scanner?
to play it.
Oh, it's on the scanner. Okay. All right. I got it. Hold on. I got it. If it's on the scanner, I have Broadcastify.
Well, this is just the link of it, of the exact, just the call.
Okay, hold on. I didn't get it yet. Oh, of JLR's call?
No, of
got
the
you.
actual police dispatch call. And
Okay.
I have the address of 6954 North Calvin. 6954 North Calvin. $15 miles from Nancy's.
That's not far. That's within the 20 mile. 6945 North Calvin.
54.
Oh, I got dyslexia. Yeah. All right.
Welcome in, anybody. Hit the like
Welcome
button.
in. Body found. Bodies found. Oh, wow. That's a little bit. Yeah, here. I need to change that then. Here, let's do the color to red. Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to play the call in just 1 second. All
It's
right.
like Dora the Explorer in her maps, right? Didn't Dora have
Why is it not freaking? Yes, and the stupid maps is being. Yes, update these. All right. Body located. And I can just delete the other one then. Perfect. Yay, I got it. I got it. Yeah, because the other one I had was a little on the other side of the road. So that would have drove me crazy if I didn't have it right. Okay. All right. Now, let me pull the call up. Okay. I'm probably going to have to pull this down real quick so we can listen to dispatch. And I got to pull up my email. 1 second. There's the message. Crime radar. Oh, it's not a Broadcastify. Hold on. I got so many buttons. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Body found. Possible human remains found in someone's backyard. We do not know if it is Nancy, though. I'm going to play the dispatch for you guys. All right. I don't use this one. This is different. Okay.
So that's to the 6964 North Calvin Road. think he found a bone and some finger bones and a spinal bone and a little piece of black shirt in the backyard.
Oh, a spinal bone and a little piece of, I didn't hear the rest of it. Hold on. This is at 7:46.
Yeah, the times aren't right that all the time. That is weird. So that we don't know when this might have happened this morning.
Finger bones and a spinal bone and a little piece of a black shirt in the backyard. Wow.
Well, the good thing is here's what I know for a fact, that the local media, anything like this, they've already hopefully got a call in because they want to get this out. So anybody local, see if they talk about it on the local news. Like KOLD, but to me, as much as, I think, people would watch me going out there, I don't think it really, there's nothing to really see. I mean,
yeah, I think it's someone that's been there for a minute.
I mean, I know people are going to be like, oh, I need to go drive. I mean, it's about an hour and 20 minutes from where I'm at.
Is it still Pima County or no? No.
Yeah, it's Pima County.
It is?
Yeah.
But it's not, okay.
Yeah, I mean, somebody should, tag the Pima County. Hey, is there any update on this on X? And then within an hour, I guarantee you we'll get an update. Because they don't want people calling them and going.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, everybody, I don't guarantee, we'll find out soon. Because as much as we're all worried about it, the local media, they want to break the story too, right? So, and they have direct access to the authorities as far as phone numbers. So just be patient. We'll find out.
How many camera? Sorry, go ahead. I mean, they're going through a neighborhood here. I'm trying to see how many cameras they would actually pass to get all the way out here. You know what I mean? This is obviously like a neighborhood. Looks like nothing though behind them though. Look at that. Let's actually go down there. Is that Rio Rancho? Is that what that says? Oh no, Rancho Del. Okay. I want to go down here and just check out the.
I mean, just to give you a perspective, like last year we had over 60 homicides in our city, right? Okay. So that's a lot for only a city that has 400,000, 500,000 people.
Let's see what vehicles they have. Look, there's that old truck. Is that the same truck that you guys see all the time? That old truck or no?
No,
maybe different color. Here, what year is this? Oh, there's only one date, 2023. No more dates. That's crazy. Maybe if I go down here a little ways. Oh, it's a dirt road. Google card. Oh, Google card drove on the dirt road. Okay. Let's see if I can go down a little bit. Sometimes if you go down, it'll show more dates. So this is the area where the bones were just found, you guys. The finger bones, spine, and black shirt. So it looks like their neighbors are pretty close. But there's nothing behind them. And someone just said in chat too, the coyotes and stuff would definitely spread the remains elsewhere, This is the place. Dang. Could this be Nancy? But there's not much though coming out here. There's really not much.
That red truck though, it does familiar.
That one's like, yeah, the old one that was in the neighborhood. So here we go with this. Let me reset that. So there we go. Okay. So I think that is north from Nancy's, isn't it? Let me see. Yeah, or northwest. Here's Nancy's right here. So what road would they have to, would they have to take I-10? Hold on, I don't know. Let's see. So if they got out of here, out of Nancy's neighborhood, took one of these roads out and then headed. Yeah, that's like nothing out there. Heading out there, you guys. Definitely not the border, though. Yeah. What do you guys think? Is it Nancy? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody knows.
I hope
That's
so.
the problem. I
I
mean,
don't
you
think
know,
so.
like usually something like that,
Um,
like when they found the bone for the guy in the wash,
hold on.
it took them like 2 or 3 days. And we figured out, you know, obviously we kind of knew it, but it was like a 50,000-year-old human. I'm
Yeah.
checking my sources here on
Yeah.
online, but you know, there's
Where?
no way that we're gonna go to bed, even if it was Nancy, that we would find out that it just all of a sudden that they know. You know what I mean? It would be like it would take some
Yeah.
time. I mean, you're not just gonna look at some bones and go, "Oh, there she is." I mean,
Yeah, you need an
it's
anthropologist out there. The Sanchez brothers, they took a girl from Apache Junction, Arizona, Miami, Arizona.
yeah, that's right near Globe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
there's
definitely not
not
there.
one person. There is not one person that I can find that's talking about a body being found. As far as like the scanner groups, even
Yeah.
though it happened, it's just not like it's not like it's a homicide and the person's alive and they're like they got scattered bones with a finger and an ankle. Like, what are we gonna? What do I mean? People are saying, you know, I need to drive out there. I mean, I guess I could, but I really don't think it's gonna be.
No, I don't. I honestly don't believe it's her. Like they're. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just wait. Just wait and see.
Oh, I mean, if it was anything, but it's like,
There would be a raid there right now if that was her. Crystal,
yeah,
you froze up, so I took you off screen, honey.
yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, we find that not we, but the public finds these things all the time. Like even before Nancy, there was a skull that was found.
Yeah, AJ found that body even. Yeah.
Yeah, and I reported on my page. A hiker found a skull out by a mountain, and then they later determined it was a missing woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, but it didn't come back. That was like months later. They're like, yeah, they. So, you know, I just had to literally ban somebody because they're just complete disrespectful. Like, what kind of reporter are you? You
just ignore them.
No, I do, but I'm not gonna have people be, you know, disrespectful. You know, it's just I don't have time for it.
No, I know. Don't give them any time. No, I know Two Speed. It's okay. I wanted to find out, and that interests me. He had asked if that was the Sanchez guys, and I said no. It was different places, so I was curious too. My nose is stuffy. On JLRs, just drove to Rudisill and Calvin, and I don't see any cops. Who drove to Rudisill and Calvin?
That's the other thing. Yeah, I got a couple good people like Arizona Searcher. I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long time, but she used to come in here. She's out that direction, so she's probably already by there. So shout out to Arizona Searcher. But here's what happens is
buried in backyard, buried in
they
nature.
literally that report said 7:30 this morning. So we might just be finding out of it might have happened this morning.
Oh, maybe that's what it. Yeah, it said
And so
7 something on the.
They might have, you know, pretty much picked up the bones, but I don't think this is breaking news because it said 7:30.
7:46 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says homicide. That's what it says on the Crime Radar or whatever it's called. This
Yeah.
Crime Radar app. But I don't know how true the Crime Radar app is. Yeah, I agree, Lolo. I agree with that. So tell us your theory. Miss Crystal dropped off again, and it's your turn. You want to talk about it?
Oh, my theory.
Mm-hmm. I know you told me a little bit, but not.
So if the ransom notes are real, then I think it was like two fractions, right?
Mhm.
There's one that was wanting to get some sort of revenge / ransom, right?
Mhm.
So they know Nancy has money. They want to get back at Tommaso. They don't, and so we're gonna use. So that could be like the revenge ransom theory. The straight revenge theory means somebody just wanted to get back at the family. They didn't want money, and basically just taking Nancy the job's done.
Mm-hmm.
They walk away and they just go out throughout their life, and now they've created this storm, and revenge is done. No, they didn't want money because that wasn't the motive. The motive was only to send a message, whatever message,
Mm-hmm.
and being as the most likely, what I think is, and then so if the ransom notes are real, okay, so we
If
got
they're
the
real.
revenge part, but if it's just ransom, then I think it could be like the wrench attack theory, where somebody from another country is kind of like hired or
Mhm.
knows somebody, but he hired a group to go take Nancy, and they're just amateurs, and they tried to get the ransom, right? And
Mhm.
then so the people who are actually have Nancy are separate from the people that are organizing it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
So
that one.
that's
Completely
why,
separate.
yeah, the multiple theories. Now, what I think is the most likely is the suspects had no idea who Nancy Guthrie is or was.
Yeah.
They didn't know, so they don't know Savannah, and they just happened to pick somehow, however they found her, an
Mhm.
84-year-old woman living
Mhm.
alone. Maybe they saw her go into a bank one day and they overheard her,
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe they found out she was, connected to Annie Guthrie and that she had jewels. Because here's the thing is, that guy to me at the front door did not look like some mastermind. He looked like a young thug. To me, it matches like the home invasions you were hearing in LA, where they were targeting wealthy people
Yes.
and mansions. And to me, this was a bunch of amateurs. They thought they were, now why did they? And so I'm burglary gone wrong. Basically, I'm thinking they stole stuff. And they're not telling us that because they don't want to scare the neighbors or the city that we had a violent group come in, kidnap a lady, and steal all her stuff. Because that's not going to look good for our real estate. That's not going to look good for our, for the neighbors that think their city's so safe. So that's my top one is burglary gone wrong and home invasion. And they took Nancy. People, why do they take Nancy? Because if they left a body, that means there's a homicide. Right now, all we have is a kidnapping. So until we can find Nancy that she's not around, all we have is we can assume. But knowing how bad the crime is in Tucson and how desperate some of these kids are, and they want to be cool, right? They want to prove to their friend that they did it, right? So there's a lot of this like you know, we do have a very strong Hispanic population, and some of them here, they don't have a lot of opportunity. That's why I left Tucson right out of high school,
Yeah.
because I was
There's
like,
nothing
look,
there.
I'm either going to get something's bad's going to happen if I stay here. I literally thought that. I was like, I got to get the hell out of this town. That was when, you know, I had people pull a gun on him, you know. And so there's an inside hidden network of organized groups, gangs, and some of them could be as small as little high school cliques that are like only like 3 of the worst or 4 of the worst people, right? And as far as like their criminal activity, and to me, that's all it is. It's an amateur group, and it, because our city's so lax with cameras, we have no street lights, and it's making these people look like they're brilliant, in my opinion. But to me, it's just a bunch of young punks. They did everything they needed to that the movies said. I mean, if you put on Grand Theft Auto, right? Have you ever seen that game?
Yes.
It tells them everything to do, and they're robbing people and they're stealing. Who knows what the game has now? I haven't played it, but to me, you know, you hear the rap groups. I sent and they should be looking into these things. There's all kinds of videos where they're posted up with their ski mask in the rap locally. Full ski mask on, and they're rapping. So I think it's local.
I think it's local too. I do. I don't think that the perpetrator knew who Nancy was either. Hey, can I say something? I'm sorry, I have to say this real quick.
Please.
Justine, I apologize. I don't know how the hell I clicked on your name. Somebody was in chat and they were being stupid, so I went to block them. And Justine's comment came up, and I accidentally blocked her, but I have no idea how to fix it. And I'll figure it out though. And I apologize.
Let's go to
her.
settings.
I did. I went.
Oh.
I did. I went into settings into my YouTube studio, but I don't see her name there. I'll figure it out here in a little bit. But I didn't want to like cut you off. But I feel horrible though, because I was trying to catch that person. The chat was going so fast. Yeah. So I agree with the one theory, and yeah, you have multiples. Like I have like one. It's crazy. I have like one theory, and I've literally stuck by it, like since the beginning.
Yeah.
And I mean, mine can go either way, with or without the ransom, though. You know.
Yeah.
Wifey, no.
That's the crazy part, is we don't, I mean, if we just had a couple pieces of information, we would be able to start to think, but we're kind of in that crossroads of, will Nanos be, you know, let free, and then we can get someone else with some fresh communication, because that's what the problem is. We're having bad communication, so then people, you know, we just don't ever, we got so many theories. I mean, people actually thought or think that that's Nanos at the front door. That's how far it's going.
Well, I mean, it kind of does.
No, it does, but I mean, it's just, it does, but it doesn't, you know? Like,
hey, Miss Crystal.
To me, it does not look,
sorry,
his eyes don't. Welcome back.
I accidentally blocked Justine on accident, and I feel freaking horrible.
How'd you block her?
Because somebody was being a turd in chat, and I was trying to block them because they're just being stupid. And I accidentally hit Justine because her freaking comment came right up in between that person. I feel stupid now.
Oh no!
I don't know how to fix it.
I'll figure it.
So we were talking about our theories. Damien has 3 theories, kind of like you do. You have a couple theories as well. And I don't know. I guess I'm a weirdo because I only have one theory. But I agree. I agree with that. With the perp had no idea who she was and was there to do a job, and that's it. And I believe the freaking ransom, if it's true, I think maybe it was after the fact. Maybe the guy said, "Hey, you owe me more money because she died on my watch," or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? But the main person,
Mhm.
yeah, the main person is the one that feels screwed over or whatever from Nancy and hired this dweeb, jerk, coward.
Okay. One idea of the perp is he's a night owl. He might work third shift. He might stay out at night. I think he's like a night owl.
Yeah.
The porch guy. And I think that you know, if the investigation had been done correctly from the get-go,
Turn your camera off when you're talking, and it'll help keep your video.
you know, he went in here at night. That's not here now. And they could have, you know, found out a little bit more from that. Sorry, dogs. And then another one is that it's somebody that knows somebody in the family. I don't think it has anything to do with Savannah. I think that was just being given too much credit. I don't see it being a stalker, or they would have already caught that person by now, in my opinion. But I do feel like it has somebody. It has to do with Annie and Tommaso somehow. Somehow. I'm not saying that it's definitely them, but I'm saying it's got to be somebody that knows them. I do feel like he is local, and I feel like the neighbors have probably seen this guy and just haven't put it together yet. He might be known to some of the neighbors. He might be related to some of the neighbors, or a neighbor. Like I was saying earlier, you know, he could be a grandson or a nephew, something that was there to visit to help take care of a house or something. You know what I mean? Like to house sit. But I definitely don't think this was not spur of the moment. It was definitely targeted. And I feel like he stopped and he waited and he waited. And the weirdest thing to me, though, I'm sorry, nobody come at me. It's just fact. The weird thing is that Annie is Wiccan. I don't care. She's Wiccan. And she, then there was like that full moon that this happened. And that's like a ritual of bringing out the old in with the new, or something like that. So I found that odd. And my dog's in his cage, so bad.
I hear the puppy crying. Aw. Yeah, absolutely.
Good theories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I can't believe you guys all have like more than me. Like I literally have one. It's crazy.
And then, I have more.
No, go on.
The university connection with Amina. The assistant president there was friends with Nancy, even on Facebook. They worked together at the university. His son is JH. JH used to be a model, and he wrote a book and everything. And then now he's like, he's crazy. Like, and I say that in the nicest way I can. But then he's had these really weird Spotify's where he even mentions Savannah and Nancy. He knows Annie. They took poetry classes together. He's the one I was saying that might be, you know, could have had feelings for her or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. But there's a lot of connections, even with Luke, with this guy, which would also put Derek in there. And then there's another one. It's not mine, and I don't know if I can say her name, so I'm not going to. But she told me the other day that she almost feels like somebody is playing out Annie's poetry.
Oh,
if you think
I
about
see.
it.
Like,
I know that sounds Yeah, like almost like a copycat would. A copycat would.
Yeah.
Somebody like acting it out.
Yeah,
And
because their
that like has
poetry is.
stuck in my head. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a horror movie.
I need to get take care of this dog.
Yeah,
I'm
no, go
listening,
ahead.
but I'm pausing.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, if any kind of conspiracy with any of this, I would believe it with this case, I'll tell you. Honestly. But yeah, all theories sound, I mean, anything could have happened. But like we all can pretty much agree that it's the simplest of explanations that is what happened. I mean, not trying I'm just going to state facts here. They were at their house for geez, like 3 or 4 times and did luminol.
Yep.
I mean, I just took a clip of that last night actually. I took a few clips from early on. And when the coyotes were howling like that, that was just so creepy. Do you
Well,
guys
that's
remember that?
normal out here. That's really normal. Like
Well,
I could go out probably every day, and if you catch it, you sometimes it'll happen in the middle of the night, like 2, 3 in the morning, and you're like, what the heck? Well, what the heck is somebody they're out hunting, right? Because they don't hunt during the day because it's too hot, right? So they'll hunt at the first thing in the morning, and they don't eat meat or they don't eat humans. They're scared of human smell.
oh
Like,
yeah, yeah, of course. Like any wild, yeah, absolutely. But they'll eat
so
people if you're dead.
yeah, to me, I mean, it's just hard to believe that the coyotes would do that.
Oh yeah, like yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't believe the coyotes would.
I mean, I see lots of coyotes, and they literally they'll look at you and they'll be like, I'm gonna go, and then they're just gone. So
Yeah.
but you got coyotes probably where you're at if you're on a farm or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I hear them all the time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know that sound.
They're creepy.
I like
When
hearing it. Like it doesn't creep me out.
I
I
think they're
think it's
creepy.
like because they're living there like they're living in a pack,
Yeah.
that pack mentality.
Yeah, when they
So
find food, they do that.
it's pretty interesting to learn about, how they interact in those packs and the why they make
Mm.
those noises and things like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is very interesting to listen to them and learn about them. I mean, and they live amongst us everywhere. I mean, they're even in the city. Some people see them in the city because everything's being built up so much. It's crazy. I just thought it was creepy because, we're looking for Nancy. She's most likely not alive anymore. And they're there luminoling, obviously, Annie's house. And they're out in the back. You can hear them carrying on. And usually when coyotes carry on like that, it means that they are, I hate to be graphic, but that's usually what it means.
Yep.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. I really honestly believe that they have to know who did this. I don't see how they couldn't, because why aren't they, you know what I mean? I just feel like they know who this is and they don't want it out there yet for some reason.
You really? Well, see, and that's where I think they're like Brian Entin said, I don't think they have anybody.
You don't?
And right now, what I think they're doing is it's a process of elimination. Okay, so imagine if you're on this case and you think, okay, let's go on the premise that the suspects are in Pima County, and you have 80 different groups. Actually, let's say even more. All these different groups. You got all these tips, right? and
Mhm.
you got to go through everyone and cancel them out somehow, right? So, and then it just your list keeps getting smaller and smaller. So, like the Brew Crew said, the suspect might be sitting in a lead that they're going to uncover tomorrow, but they haven't got there yet, and that's where we're just waiting to see. Hopefully, we'll wake up and hey, a raid's happening, or but yeah,
But
it's
why aren't they actually out there? It's like they stopped searching for her. They didn't want to entertain. I mean, they didn't want to entertain the ransom. It's like everybody's just moved on with their lives. It's crazy.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
oh,
I don't get it. I do
I don't.
not get it.
This is just my opinion. I feel like they know who it is. They don't want to say. Maybe they haven't captured the person yet. Who knows? Because they don't want it to look bad on the family. I don't know if it's like a distant relative or something. That would be bad publicity.
Yeah. Well, that's where that's where the cover up from Nanos could be happening. I just don't think they're gonna hide who they know, like protect the kidnapper. Like I don't think that's the case. You know what I mean? If they know who it is, he's getting arrested.
Yeah, but what if it's family and
He's getting arrested.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to understand, they're not gonna just let people get away with murder. I'm
if you do
sorry.
it? No, I mean I'm not saying they're gonna let him get away with murder, but they can keep it on the down low.
No, I don't think
You don't think
even
so?
no. That's no. I mean, these people, I mean, as much as I don't like Nanos, I don't think he's just gonna let people get away with it. I honestly think they just don't have anybody. It could be that. They don't have the Pima County, they have horrible, obviously, investigators. Not horrible, unexperienced. There's no cameras. Where are they gonna get something? I mean, I'd like to know where they you heard Nanos, he's waiting for DNA. They're just waiting for something to come to him.
Yeah.
But
But he could have sped that up. Like why? And I know people say his ego, but
Yeah.
that's deliberately screwing up the case by not sending it to Quantico when the FBI is sitting right there to take it. Like I just don't understand it. Like is your ego that hard up for to waste time when time is valuable, especially for somebody high up, you know what I mean? Savannah, like, would you take that risk where she's going to like talk shit about you because you screwed up finding her mom? Like, would you take that risk because of your ego? Do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
he would, yeah, because he had a fight with him FBI, so he basically did that on
yeah,
purpose
that's
to
crazy.
to kind of show them like, oh, I'm in charge, and now he's got egg on his face,
Yeah.
and so that's why I put a poll about a month ago now. How much do you think Nanos will make it past 90 days, or will he have to resign? And this has got to piss off the FBI because it's making them look bad too, even though they could care less. But I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
The lack of communication.
I know. But yet, they tell us to keep looking, but then don't I don't know. They could definitely give more without giving too much, if that makes sense. Someone sent this to me. Strawberry sent this to me, wondering what we see here.
Yeah, I just got that email too, so I'm glad you pulled it up. Yeah, I looked at it. I'll let people look at it. Be right back.
Where's the address at? Is there an address here? It looks like a wash. I don't see anything but sticks. I don't know.
That's
L7.
Nancy's house. That's Nancy's house.
Oh, I can't really tell. It doesn't look it just looks like I could definitely see footprints out here. Okay, like shoe prints or tire prints or something. I could see tire tracks. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is back here. But I don't know what this is. I don't really see anything there. Like, I'm not really sure what that is. But it does look like tire tracks out here. Where's this at by Nancy's? Do you guys know? Maybe it's footprints. It's hard to tell. Looks like a face. Yeah, I don't know if I zoom in. Yeah, that's all it will let me zoom in, guys. I can't zoom in anymore unless I'm on my phone. That looks just really pixelated. Where they have the cadaver dogs there within the first days. Daphne, it's the track to the right of Nancy's house, the Casita side. Did you get this on Google Earth? No, the new body, I don't think it's anything, but it was I'll tell you, they found a bone, like some finger bones, a spinal bone, and a little piece of a black shirt this morning around 7:46 in the morning. This was in Picture Rocks, Arizona. Same county, but it's 45 minutes away. And it's on Google Earth. Yeah, thank you, Robin. Yeah, thank you guys. This is the email that Strawberry sent me. Mm-hmm. Parallel. Okay, so it's on Google Earth. I might be able to see it better. Did Crystal drop off again? I just feel so horrible for her. I'm right on Nancy's house too. You know, guys, like this guy, the perpetrator, not the main person, but the perpetrator, I believe, was living in the neighborhood. I honestly do. Look at all these empty homes. You got here, 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 here. I mean, it's crazy. Did I point that one out too? It's crazy to me. There's so many empty homes. And then you have an Airbnb here. I don't know. Okay. You wanted to look at the side of the casita here. Was it an aerial view? Obviously. So this side right here, is that what we're looking at? This was from Mark the Shark. Oh, his drone footage. The track is on Google Earth. Okay. Yeah, I can't really see anything on there. I would have to look probably on my phone to get a better look at it. This, unfortunately, is from 2024. If I go down here on the street, it's 2025, but it's probably not going to show. I'll have to go on Mark's drone footage. Yeah, there's just no way. Look at that. Is that a cord? Look at that, guys. What's this orange cord for? Anybody know? Is it like a cable wire or
It's
something?
been there. That was there the whole time.
What is that?
What I think is it goes into the neighbor's yard there. The
That
neighbor
orange?
yeah, so it might be some sort of cable wire maybe, because that's where they would bring like the cable. But I noticed that the whole time I was there for months, I would look at that wire and be like, what the heck is that? Kind of looks like an extension cord, but it might be one gauge above that.
Huh. That means there's power going out there.
Yeah. So we got 40% out of 582 people that said no, they don't think any of the ransom notes are real. 32% think one or more are real, and 28% undecided.
Interesting. It's so hard to say because when they finally got the one that said that she's no longer with us, like who the hell says that? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like you're wanting money, and who waits that long to send the ransom? When was that? Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. So you had Derek do his on what, February 4th? And then you had, when was the other ones? Okay, so the first ransom letter, 4 million in Bitcoin by February 5th. And then 6 million by February 9th. And then a same Bitcoin demand to TMZ and KGUN. KGUN is where Savannah used to work, right? No, it's okay, Crystal. I
KVOA.
understand. She worked at KVOA?
Yeah.
It's okay, Crystal.
KVOA.
Okay. All right. So that was on February 3rd. February 2nd was the first ransom letter. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was on the 4th, but it was 4 million on February 2nd. So that was the day after. You know, usually you would have that shit ready and sent on the first day, but whatever. And then early April 2026 is when another message came in. She is dead. I saw her live with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. And they demanded the half Bitcoin. Oh, I have to show you this.
All right.
I know this is weird and it's probably nothing, but I wanted to show you. Hold on. I did it yesterday. And it's 1 second. I basically, when the guy asked for the half Bitcoin,
yeah,
it like I know he said before and then later, and it makes me wonder. I did the coordinates on that. Hold on. I did the coordinates on what he was saying. Like for half a Bitcoin. Hold on 1 second. I'm probably going to confuse the shit out of you guys. Okay. I'll pull it up. So I did the coordinates on basically taking the price of Bitcoin and cutting it in half because he says half a Bitcoin and then the half later. And it's basically $30,000, right? So like anyways, I put the coordinates.
Today is Friday.
Oh, shoot. I put the coordinates in and it takes you to like over near like Houston area. Isn't that crazy? And then somebody responded to me. Hold on. Somebody responded to me and said that, hold on, where is it at? I have to find it. Nogales, Arizona is located approximately 31. This is the coordinates right here. Do you see that? I don't know if it's anything. Maybe it's just stupid. I was like, he wanted half Bitcoin, you know what I mean, up front, and then half later after giving, you know what I mean, after giving the stuff to them. And the email guy. So I was like, I wonder if there's something to that. So I basically split the price of Bitcoin in half.
Yeah.
And put it in the coordinates, and that's into like a location. And that's what it gave me. I don't know. I thought it was weird.
That is a coincidence. That is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very weird. And then someone had messaged me and they said Nogales, Arizona is located approximately at here, which is very close to a half a Bitcoin.
Yep.
Depending on which day, which is very weird to me. So half a Bitcoin.
because Nogales has been coming up a lot. If you remember, that's where Brian Entin went when he did his Nogales trip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like right now, if you just go to Google and type in Nogales webcam, we can watch a 24-hour stream of every car that goes into Mexico.
What? That's awesome.
So right now, I don't know if there's any way for them to go back or if they erase it. We have everybody who went to Mexico February 1st of a camera. I'm not kidding. We have it. Not us, but they have it on. It's a 24. You should pull it up just for fun.
Yeah,
It's
what is it
cool.
called?
Just type in like Nogales, Arizona webcam. And it should be like the first
Okay.
like listing. Yeah, it's like this first one that says webcam.
Oh yeah. So yeah, they probably didn't go there, you guys. Like they would be on so many cameras. Here, let's see. I found it. Hold on. It's got like 4 different webcams.
No, it's got tons of them.
Yeah.
If you keep scrolling down, I mean, yeah, just you can keep it up.
Holy
It's almost entertaining to watch, right?
So this is going into Mexico right here. Look at this.
It's going in and going out, I believe.
There's people just sitting right here. Hold on.
Well, they're the ones that sell the they come clean your windows and they got the chicle and the
What?
Yeah, they're like so basically to be in Mexico you have to like to be a street vendor you got to pay like a fee and then they like allow you to go walk in the cars like this.
What?
Yeah, it's like an actual industry.
That's crazy.
But
a few years ago, you could see her trash can outside. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cat. The issue with that is for some reason, like just in front of Nancy's house is November 2025. And you could see a strange car down the road, like just parked on the side of the street for, I don't know why. Okay. Because all the neighbors have long driveways. But if you move any closer, like literally in front of the gym show house, the dates change. Like it's no longer 2025 anymore. Sucks. I
looks
don't
like
know.
it's frozen on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's frozen. Am I frozen? Hold on. Well, here, we'll try. Hold on. Oh, this one looks boring though. Yeah, it's running a lot of here. Let me do this. Let me just refresh it. Maybe it'll work. I had a bunch of tabs open. Here, I'm gonna close that.
So somebody sent me this. I'm gonna actually
I'm gonna share it.
Well,
yeah, I don't think I don't know. Too much risk. Yeah, too many freaking cameras there. Who the hell would get there? There's a lot of cameras, right? Does it capture tag numbers? Well, I'm sure they can zoom in and get, for some reason, their website doesn't want to, or maybe my internet's being.
Yeah, I might want to clean your windows and then try again because it's probably because there's so many videos on there.
That's what it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Clean my windows. There we go. Wow. Well, no. It's probably because I'm streaming and trying to play it.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Here. I'll just watch that. Just leave it like that because I don't want to. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a lot of videos. That's how they catch fugitives across the border. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. Too much risk crossing the border, you guys. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thought there was something else that I wanted to show you guys. There was something else. Oh, somebody sent me old newspaper clippings from back in 1982 talking about nanos.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Let me pull them up and then
I've seen a couple of them, so I wonder if they're new or if they're old.
No, they were sent to me.
No, I know, but somebody else sent me some like nanos back when he worked there. He showed us a photo and an article. So I'm wondering if it's a new one or.
Let me show you. Let's just get rid of this, but this is interesting. I'll have to look at this later. Okay, let me pull up my email and then I gotta go close my chickens up because it's, holy crap, it's almost dark here. It's 9 o'clock already. Oh my God. I freaking talk a lot. Okay. Let me show you this. So, yeah, let me know. This is actually from the newspaper clippings. Okay. Have you seen these?
I don't think so. No, I can't read it, but so you're gonna have to read it.
I can email here. You want me to just forward them to you? It just basically says arresting officers suspended. Police officials today suspended an officer from duty. And mind you, this is El Paso, Texas, Monday, March 22nd, 1982. Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, so suspended an officer from duty after a robbery suspect was hospitalized with a head injury suffered when he allegedly resisted arrest. The suspect, Carlos Castillo, I have no idea how to spell it or say his last name, 34 of Cantillo, was described in serious but not critical condition by Mason General Hospital. Anyways, Deputy Police Chief Al Castro said Officer Chris Nanos was relieved from duty without pay for an indefinite period pending results of a criminal investigation. Yeah. So it talks, there's 4 of these. So it just goes on through here. I can definitely email these to you, like forward them over. So
yeah, please.
that, yeah. Let's see.
I mean, some of this is not that it's old news, but it's like, I posted up his record, and this is kind of just the articles to represent that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should keep this in your folder for when you talk to an attorney and show him all this proof. This guy. So yeah, this one says police officer Nanos has received a 15-day suspension from duty for allegedly clubbing a prisoner. So that was with the prisoner. Okay. This was April 8th, 1982. Robbery suspect files assault charge. So this was obviously the guy. March 24th, 1982. Gosh. I don't even remember 1982. I think it was more. Okay. Yeah, same thing. Officer suspended. So same thing. 6 year. So he was a patrolman. Chris Nanos, 26. He was 26 in 1982, you guys. Can you believe he's been in police force for that long and still doesn't know what the hell he's doing?
Well, because and that's what I was saying is there's like before the internet and after the internet. Before, like in the 80s, policing was way different, right? Now with the internet, he's still back in like 1985 mentality. You know what I mean? That's just
Yeah, he's back in somewhere, I'll tell you. Oh, thank you, Nice Marie. Thank you. You guys rock. Yeah, I'm going to forward these over to you. Hold on one second. But yeah, that's basically what it is. Someone has sent me that a while back. Well, not a while back. I guess a few weeks. I don't know. My storage has been so full on my phone and it's not working like it should. All right, hold on. Let me send that to you. I'll just reply back to the other email. Where are you at? Okay, hold on. Well, I'm probably going to get off here because the chickens have to be put on.
Yep. That's awesome.
Eat them.
How many chickens do you have?
Just 3 now.
What happened to the other?
Like old age, and then I think a eagle or a hawk or something got one not too long ago. Like I literally just let them out, and then I walk out, and one's dead with like a broken neck, and I'm like, oh Jesus. So, and then the other one a fox got, and then just issues, just certain issues, Sucks.
Yeah. So do you get more, or do you just call it good after? I mean, I know they're a lot of work, obviously.
Yeah, they're a lot of work, and if and you have to buy 6 here. So if you go just like, to the farm store, they make you buy 6 fowl. Like, you know what I mean? Like you have to buy either 6 ducks or 6 chickens, yada, yada, yada. But anyways, I did have 12. So I had the older ones and then I bought 6 new ones like, 4 years ago. And it's so hard to separate them. And you have to separate them or the adult ones they're freaking mean. Robin knows my chickens are mean. Chickens are just mean, okay?
Yeah.
And yeah, so I want ducks and a cow.
What do you
Good night,
mind? Well, you
Robin.
don't have to tell me, but what state do you live in? What?
New York.
New York. Like, oh, nice. Because I've been to upstate New York one time.
Yeah, that's where I
Beautiful. It was a place called New Berlin.
Where is that to me? I've heard of it, but
if I could move back there and like just have like a little like
cabin.
Well, the people, it was like they owned 300 acres.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they had their own. They had 2 lakes on their property that they owned. These lakes.
You can get a lot of land. Oh, that's not far from me. Yeah.
The amount of snow that you guys get, though, wow.
Yep. Snow is horrible. It is really bad because you got the Great Lakes and they blow in a bunch of freaking snow. It's crazy. Good night, Robin. Thank you. Yeah, and we had like 5 foot of snow like 3 years ago, and I was like, what the freaking heck, man? I hate it.
Someone said they have 7 roosters. Would that be a lot of work for 7 roosters? Because they're saying,
I don't deal with roosters because they're mean.
Oh man, we could have a whole we should do a stream because I'm like interested to learn about like farming life. But just to hear about people and their animals and like
yeah,
it's interesting.
It's fun. I mean, I only have chickens now, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Hey, Jules. Good to see you. Yeah, my rooster. I had a rooster, but I thought it was a hen, and this was like 3 or 4 years ago when I got my second batch, and I kept hearing this like and I'm like, why am I hearing a rooster trying to like make that noise, right? And I'm like, what the freaking heck? Why do I keep hearing it? And ended up one of the chicks ended up being a rooster, and I'm like, And I was like, okay, well, I'll try it. I'll see if they'll, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, that thing got huge and it attacked my other chickens. And I'm like, he's gone. He's gone. They're mean, though. They are really mean. If you want something to watch your yard, you get a freaking rooster. A rooster and a goose, nobody will be robbing your house. Yeah.
Why? They'll just chase them down? Because I've never been around like a rooster.
Mean. Yeah, they are mean. They'll chase you, and even a turkey. Turkeys are mean. I've seen turkeys chase people. Like it's actually kind of quite funny, but yeah. Birds are mean, I'm telling you. Tactical attack goose. Yeah, that's they are mean. You could feed a freaking goose and it'll turn around and bite your ass. They're mean. They're mean as hell. We had chickens when my brother was 5 years old. Dad and mom wanted to get rid of them. And try to butcher the chickens. Oh my God. Yeah, I couldn't do that, but the chickens listen too. They listen better than my dog. I'm not kidding.
Oh, really? Because
yeah,
they just see you and then they're automatically thinking you're giving them the good stuff, right?
You go make a noise like you got food and they come running. They're crazy. I feel bad for Crystal. I'm sorry, Crystal.
Yeah, well, it'll get worked out. I don't know what's going on, but she might need to get a new computer. She might need to update her computer.
Yeah, computer is everything. And I told her, I was trying to tell her if she keeps her camera off, it doesn't it doesn't work as hard for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why,
Well,
but it does. Daff, have you heard from? Oh yeah, I'm gonna email you, Jen. I don't know if I wrote that, but
so I just posted last night. I guess there was a report 22 minutes away from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. There was a report of 4 ski mask people robbing vehicles at gunpoint.
wow.
I mean, it's it's good to be aware of, like, there are these groups going around.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them escalate, right? Like they might start out just stealing cars. Well, now they're going to do a house invasion, right? So
Was
that's
this
what I'm
last
trying.
night?
Yeah,
And how many was it?
it says 4. I put the address and everything. I put it on my X if you want to pull it up
Okay.
or look at it. All right. Well,
I'm looking at it right. Yeah, I'm gonna go look at it. Yeah, that because I remember but a lot. Okay, so last night, 22 minutes away, and is it in that same area? No, it's past. It's well, kind of. It's not too far, but
no, but this is what they would do. They would come from this kind of area, and then if they're doing this, they would drive to the foothills, right?
yeah.
So that's a typical ride for one of these groups. If
Mm-hmm.
they're robbing they most likely live in the area. They're not far, it's not.
Yeah.
So 22 minutes seems like, anyway, it's just, I think it helps to be aware that now that Chris McDonough came into Tucson and he's like, look, look here, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
Now look, yeah, everybody's got eyes on him. Well, and that's the thing too. Like I was saying before, like I listen to a lot of dispatch. I mean, yes, you do hear people that wear like masks, and stuff like that. But usually, like when you see them on the ring camera, they just have like a hood over. I mean, they're not too covered up. A lot of them have backpacks though. A lot of them have backpacks, which I've
yeah,
noticed a
yes.
lot. And but not too many masks. And when I hear like ski mask on, like it rings bells because like especially the night that she was taken, like you
Yeah,
have 3 of them. I don't wish they would go and I wish Nanos would go and talk to that woman, the mom, and just talk to the kid and see, hey, do you remember exactly? Did you see them trying to put a woman in a car or change cars? What kind of car was it? Do you know what direction they went? Did they go in
right.
separate cars? Like, I don't understand. Why are you not asking these questions? Because it could relate. It is around that same time.
That's what's so confusing is there's no information that's coming out. So I think, but with this pressure, I think they're feeling extra pressure with Chris McDonough coming out
Mm-hmm.
and that a lot of the people that they watch our channel, not mine. But actually Brian Entin, he said he watches my channel. Probably not for 4 hours straight, but
Yeah.
he did say, and so they get, because I notice that they have to, because they don't want to spend all day talking about it. So they I
Mm-hmm.
do it too. I'll watch other people's. So the main thing is if we stop, then what's going to happen is the whole community is going to be let down,
Mm-hmm.
because even though it's Savannah and Annie missing their mom, it's
Mm-hmm.
also, this is like an attack on our community, kind of like, I mean, to me, it's like a terrorist operation that happened to us. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's terrorizing people. I mean, maybe not the neighbors in Nancy's, but I know I bought more cameras, and other people, I'm sure, have bought a camera, or
I just don't understand why hasn't there been more done in the freaking neighborhood? Like they could have done something at the end of 2024 when there was a bunch of break-ins with the fake Amazon people, but they decided not to. They should have done like I mean, I know they kind of have a neighborhood watch, but not, you know what I mean? They could have done a lot more. And I know people, they say they're going to do something. They just go on their day, you get busy and you forget. And then something actually happens. And I mean,
well,
I think you said that there's a bunch of cameras and stuff there now, which is good. But
yeah.
still, like, did he have some kind of device that blocked the feed? I don't know.
Well, what you're also seeing is the personality of Tucson. Everybody's very, especially up in the elite area. They're very wealthy people, but they're not Hollywood wealthy, right?
Yeah.
They're very like independent, like keep to themselves, wealthy. They don't. So like them not organizing better doesn't shock me coming from just it's that culture up there.
Well, now they better,
Yeah,
because that
you
guy's
would
still
think.
on the run. But I
You
think
would think.
everybody knows he targeted her. He was paid to target her.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for doing an awesome show. I just put the link. Hopefully,
Oh yeah.
and I know Crystal, she's
Thank you.
trying to get to
I feel
let's
bad
see
for
where she's
Crystal.
at. Well, no, she's gotten already 100 subscribers just bouncing in and out today.
Oh, good for her. Yeah, I know I feel bad because, I feel like we didn't get really to do art because of her computer. So we'll have to do it again. But yeah, this was good. I doubt those bones will lead to anything with Nancy, but I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Might
Well,
be wrong. Thank you for I know
thank
you're probably
you.
ready to get off 6 hours or 7 hours on sitting down. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I get up every once in a while.
Yeah, your legs will be stuck. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
With
no,
me.
thank you for putting this together. It's
Yeah.
good to have a team of people, doing this and keeping next time if I know people want to come on sometimes because they want to hear from you, they want to hear, talk, maybe they have a question
Yeah.
for you, or so we can do that next time.
Well, I was thinking we could do like calls or just have people come up, but I think we should keep it down to just like 4 people max on the 3 or 4, because I think when there's too many, it's like, holy crap, like over talks. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Like
totally.
everybody can have a turn, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So,
All right, well, have a good night,
you
and
too.
we'll do it again soon. All righty, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, we are live. Welcome in. We have a couple more things to go over. Just trying to get organized. So the way that we do that is she runs the panel, and then I run the so she's basically I kind of call into her show. And so now we're completely on my show. We're going to take panel members. We got some a new Nanos interview that we're going to review. So that's I never got a chance to listen to that Nanos interview. So there's the link if you want to come on the panel tonight. There it is. But welcome in. Anybody can leave. You don't have to stay. I mean, we got plenty of mods. Obviously, I can see the chat. So if you gotta go, you gotta go. But I have this video ready to go here from Nanos, his recent interview. I thought someone sent it to me, but I gotta find it. Let me find it real quick. All right, we're gonna listen to this. Get this ready to play right away. Shout out to Bill Buckmaster. He's got the best name in radio. Bill Buckmaster. There he is, guys. Bill, everybody give a shout out. He's voted Tucson's best radio talk show host. There he is. So we're going to listen to this live. Or not live. This was recorded on Friday with Sheriff Nanos. Let's see who we got. Thank you guys for coming in. This is brand new breaking news as far as Friday. I just heard of this. You never heard of him, and he's Tucson's best. Well, let's see who's in the chat. Thank you, Sadie, Tina, Christina, Desiree, Kathleen. Thank you guys all coming in. This is from Friday, Debbie. This is from Friday. All right, everybody, let's see how this can work. I think we'll just press play. I'm gonna also just go grab a couple chips. Oh yeah, Daphne is awesome. Here's her link to her page. That's the link if someone wants to come chat. But here's the link to Daphne's page. But welcome in. We're going to keep the show rolling just because I didn't get a chance to review this earlier when me and JLR were supposed to, and we got so busy that we didn't. So we're just going to review it now. So here is Daphne's page. And then one more time, I know Crystal, she really wants to get to her 1,000. And she's at 766 right now. So here's her page. Check the comments, and then we're gonna press play. I'm gonna grab a bag of chips and have a couple chips while we watch this. No, we're not blocking anyone. No one's getting blocked. No one's getting blocked. No one's getting blocked. See a sunflower. Bananos' voice is annoying. All right. Welcome in Caleb Gaines, Lori Davis, Donna. Hello. Janet. Been here. Yeah. It's been a long day. Lots of stuff's going on. I was thinking let's see who this Crystal, hello. Bill Buckmaster, so I'm going to press play. Whoops.
Hello, everybody. Bill Buckmaster with you on this Friday, June 26th. Brendan Kraft, our fine young engineer producing the show on the other side of the glass. Brendan, how was your week? I'm sure you're glad it's Friday.
Oh, I very much so. Very much glad. Had a good time this week, though.
Welcome to the Buckmaster Show, broadcasting from Central Tucson in the Green Things Zocalo Village studio, part of the Bustos Media Broadcast Center, the radio station's 1030 KVOI, Tucson's trusted voice for live news and talk. This is our weekly edition of the program. We began 15 and a half years ago with the radio program, then started as a daily program. We transitioned to Friday only, and that started at the beginning of the year, but we continue on with me on the air. We have our worldwide live listening podcast of the show. Our newly redesigned website is buckmastershow.com. We have our telephone interviews, the live line presented by our friends at Rincon Ventures Real Estate and Property Management. A couple of quick shout outs. TucsonSentinel.com, one of our media partners. They have supported us since day one, 15 and a half years ago. And I credit that to the co-founder and publisher and editor, Chief Bottle Washer, Dylan Smith, the guy that still takes out the garbage.
Absolutely.
And walks the dogs and all that stuff. Dylan, how
Welcome
are you?
in, everybody.
Although I got to say, It
Welcome in.
a little warm out there.
We're going to listen to this Sheriff Nanos interview.
What we're talking about
like
here?
that. Dylan's the past chair of Lion Publishers. Lion is the acronym for Local Independent.
So basically, he's just doing the introduction. I'll try to talk while this is getting, so we'll get right to it. But this is Bill Buckmaster. Now, was on the radio, so we don't actually get to see anything. But let's see if we're there. If he's brings them right on, I'm going to find out.
And Saharita's son, big supporters of ours. Dan Shear, who is, I think is he still the editor?
What the heck?
Those two papers, or I know he's the editor of the Nogales International.
He's all that and more. He's also the editorial director for the entire WIC newspaper chain. So he's a honcho in addition to editing words every day.
All right.
Busy guy still.
We have lots to cover with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano. Sheriff, how are you?
I'm good.
Let's go.
Well, it's been 5 months. It will be 5 months on July 1st. Since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the foothills against her will. The Guthrie family continues to offer the $1 million for information leading to her recovery. There were a couple of developments today pertaining to the two ransom notes that the FBI deems credible. The second note indicated that Nancy had died. What can you tell us at this point?
Well,
what? Other than this is an ongoing investigation. I know we know that, but
I could refer you to the FBI. All kidding aside, the FBI is partners with us in this investigation, and there are parts of this investigation that our team looks at and handles. Maybe the DNA. There's parts that the FBI is dealing with. One of those is all the ransom notes. And we speak of two that were most recent.
Those are the
until
ones
this morning, those two were that someone believes may or may not have some legitimacy to them. And the FBI is working that. I can't tell you much more on that because it would be inappropriate. It is ongoing. And I think the FBI has done a number of arrests for false or fake ransom notes. It's a shame that happens, but I think we're looking at another one of those today with what's been reported, but we'll let the FBI do their work.
And Dylan, fill us in on what is going on today.
There's a report from TMZ about a more recent note, which I think you just referred to, that may or may not be credible. Someone claims that they have the two supposed perpetrators of this crime on video, and that they weren't the person who had sent in a tip about what ended up being a wild goose chase, a search down in Nogales, Mexico.
Okay,
it's you probably don't want to comment specifically too much about that, but it's safe to say there's a whole lot of nonsense floating around about this entire situation. A lot of people looking for attention, even if they're not actually trying to exploit it for money. They're trying to get something out of it, right?
You know, it is a shame that these type of events occur. People have great interest, and that's good because it helps us. But then it really gets abused, and people who call in fake ransom notes, people who claim for the sake of media and the family, they get out and disturb, in this case, an entire neighborhood. And, I know that there's got to be some balance there particularly when it comes to the media, because the media helps us. They do every day in terms of, hey, something, please let us.
Did you hear what he just said? We're gonna listen to this again. I mean, this is so he's literally going to war after his DA didn't even back him up. He just called out. We're gonna listen to this again after this one.
Yeah, we'll get the word out.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get people who claim to be media. I'll let you guys decide that. Maybe they're not a member of your Lion team. I don't know. But, we have to be fair to everybody.
We're talking about these so-called content creators, YouTubers.
correct.
3 of them were arrested on misdemeanor charges.
One was given a misdemeanor citation, and 2 were physically booked.
And the reason they were arrested, there was direct contact from the neighborhood saying, we need your help.
You know, Bill, absolutely. This has been going on. We went from, I don't know what you have here locally, maybe a dozen media outlets to in overnight 406 were here. And I have to balance their need to be able to report a very significant event. But even if it's not significant, they have that right. But we also have to balance that right with the rights of others. And once your right, whatever that right is, oversteps the bounds of somebody else and their rights to exist,
try to turn this up a little,
or live peacefully, then we have to take some action. And in this case, we tried to be very reasonable. We first put up deputies parked at this house to keep people away. Then it went to,
wait, what?
Okay, too many cars are parked here, and the neighbors couldn't.
He parked deputies to, and did he say to keep people away? So he's basically just admitted that he's literally trying to intimidate by parking his deputies out in a public road where we're allowed to be. Nanos, you are literally, this is crazy.
Get by, so we put up no parking signs, temporary signs. And then it got to a point where, okay, this really isn't generating much use for media. And 90%, if not more, of the real media, I say real media, the national, local media outlets, that they were very respectful, not just to our department, but to the neighborhood, the community. They left. They still report. You still see it. TMZ reports today. Others report, and that's fine. But we had 2 or 3 that, for whatever reason, thought that they should remain, and it got to be a nuisance to the community, that neighborhood.
Who said
so
that?
Much so that we're getting reports every day.
God.
If not, we went from
I can't
a
stand
neighborhood
listening to
that
this guy.
averaged 50 reports in a 6-month time to over 180, almost 200 in that same 6.
This guy, you are gonna, dude.
So we have to kind of balance that, and we thought we'd take an approach of, hey, let's go and warn these people. You guys really should do this somewhere else. What you're reporting really isn't anything new or earth-shattering. If there's something new or earth-shattering, if we have something tomorrow, not just them, the entire media outlets will know about it.
I want to hear what Dylan
But they
thinks.
need to move
Dylan,
on.
what do you think
Well,
about
I'll take issue with your
Here's
word
the
reporting
link.
there.
Send
They're
this
not
to Chris
reporting
McDonough.
anything.
I gotta
But
pause.
what
this.
about this
I would
First
be-
Amendment?
All right, guys. This so far is, I cannot believe what I'm listening to. This is literally Nanos telling exactly how he violated our rights, how he basically targeted 3 YouTubers. He even mentioned it. He's not talking about anything else. This was a targeted operation, and he's going on basis of facts that he doesn't even know. Let's see who we got in the chat. Thank you, anybody helping out with the super chats. It looks like Kathleen. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you. PI, thank you, everybody. Joining a couple members. Sleepy for 4 months. A new member, Lammy. Sleepy again. Thank you, Kathleen, again. Everyone who helps out the streams, appreciate it. But yeah, I'm hoping I did hear something about Alex's charges. We're waiting to see if they show up, if they drop. Let's hope they're dropping them. But this is, I send this to Chris. Here's the link to this show. Let me just get the link, because Chris needs to listen to this, and then he's probably gonna make an X post about this if he listens to this. But this is it's pretty ridiculous, especially the first 10 minutes. So here's the link to the show. Yeah, I will. I'll send it to him as well. I'll post it up. I was just about to post it to X. So here we go.
Amendment thing.
Well,
First Amendment rights.
Everybody has a First Amendment right. There's nothing that makes Bill, you or me special because we are journalists. The First Amendment, the right to report, the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, absolutely applies to everybody in the same way. There are certainly ethical considerations involved, and a lot of the folks who are standing somewhere all day long, live streaming all day, inventing bizarre, delusional, conspiracist fantasies, and
Who is this
blaming
guy?
people who are completely not connected at all, and saying they did it, inventing things about the family, claiming
Flip
they
this.
are directly involved and responsible. That's just nuts. That's definitely not being any form of journalist. But nonetheless, they have the right to do it. They also, should not be standing in someone's private property in their front yard to do it.
Let's
They
pull
should
up
not
this guy's
be,
articles.
doing their business in public because they are so dedicated to live streaming and trying to earn money off of this, which is what they're doing. They're exploiting the situation.
Dude,
which
this
is,
guy, I know who
in my
this
personal
is.
opinion,
Hey,
shameful. That's not being a journalist.
This guy right here. Everybody, you need to send this to Alex too. This guy right here is the same guy who actually got my account. If it's the same guy, if his name's Dylan, I think. Yep, Dylan Smith. He's the same guy. He got me kicked off of Facebook, suspended, because I posted up, I shared one of his articles. This is the same guy now. You know why? Because he is jealous because nobody knows Dylan Smith. Dylan Smith is a has-been. And now he goes on his little radio station that nobody even watches. Nobody even knew this even happened. And he gets on and he thinks he knows because he's on a radio station that he's top dog. Well, you're just another corporate employee, buddy. Dylan Smith, dude, shame on you.
That's being an exploitative, abusive weirdo.
And
shame on you,
as
Dylan.
much as I agree with Dylan, I
go to Google right now and type in Dylan Smith and go read the articles that he writes. I dare you guys, go look up Dylan Smith and then look at his articles and then tell him, ask yourself, does he have room to attack us? Go, you can see his articles for yourself. The guy is.
I have to take a different stance, and that is, look, we got to balance this. Try to approach it with some sense of reasonableness. Ask them to, hey, you guys could do this somewhere else in the privacy of your own home, for that matter. You could come to my station. I've told they were parked out there for quite. Park it. We'll get you water. We'll take care of you. But have some respect for the neighborhood, and those people too have their rights. And so we asked them to leave. And like I say, 95% of them did. These last stragglers continue to come back.
Yeah,
So we
you can't arrest somebody for being a bizarre conspiracist weirdo, no matter what you think of them. That's not your.
You see what
function.
he's
They have a
saying?
right to do that.
Right. So, but the reason
Go ask Dylan Smith to back up his comments. Ask him if he'll come on 857 Tucson. I challenge you, Dylan Smith. Hey, weirdo, Dylan Smith, conspiracy weirdo. Why don't you come on the show? Tag Dylan Smith. Dylan Smith, come on the show, buddy. You want to come on your radio station that gets 3 people and with the sheriff? Obviously, you're friends with the sheriff because you're attacking the YouTubers while the sheriff is right there. Well, he's literally violated our First Amendment rights. I seen what you're about, Dylan. Shame on you, Dylan Smith.
the approach here was ask them to leave. A warning, if you will.
Right.
The next time is
We're gonna listen to this again in a little bit because I mean I'm pausing it. the next time we're not going to pause it, and then you guys can clip the heck out of it. And Dylan Smith, man, you better talk this week. Quit hiding behind your microphone. Get on the channel. Build a YouTube. Do you know how to build a YouTube, Dylan?
A ticket.
Sure.
The third time, and I really strayed on this. I didn't want to have to book anybody. But it got to a point where, you cannot urinate, defecate in front of my neighborhood, your neighborhood. Dylan, you just can't do that. And I had enough. And I said, that's it. They're going to go to jail.
Okay, moving on back to the investigation. It is the joint investigation of Pima County and the FBI. Can you tell us, Sheriff, how many resources, department resources, are you guys devoting still full time to this case?
Well, we have there is a task force, and they meet daily at the FBI building here in Tucson. I won't speak to FBI numbers because they vary day in and day out, but I'm guessing they're pretty equal to ours. And ours is about a team of anywhere from 10 to 20, depending on what it is they're trying to accomplish.
There's a whole lot more going on about your department than this one specific case.
That'd be a good point here for me to take before we pick up on that in the second segment. Right now, Sheriff, it's time to talk about my favorite Mexican restaurant. You've indicated before on the show that you like very much El Cisne.
Very much so.
El Cisne, a northeast corner of Swan and Sunrise. Dylan, have you been up there?
I have not.
Multicultural, fine dining of many regions of Mexico. Mexican heritage at the heart and soul of El Cisne restaurant. They are located, again, the northeast corner of Swan and Sunrise. Pickup or delivery. If you want some catering done, they'd be glad to do that as well. Open for lunch and dinner. I'm very partial to the chicken enchiladas with the green sauce. You get a wonderful meal up there. Check it out. El Cisne, northeast corner of Swan and Sunrise. Let's take a break right here. Segment 2 will be coming up with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos and Dylan Smith from TucsonSentinel.com.
All right, everybody, you see the banner on there. We're going to listen to this again for people that just got here. But hopefully you guys understand what this guy's doing. He's literally, I call this polishing a turd. You got Dylan Smith in there. Literally, he's supposed to be a reporter. He's supposed to be a journalist. And he's literally siding with the government over people that are practicing their First Amendment rights, calling us conspiracy theorists. Dylan, you are a joke. Dude, I can't believe this guy. And he's the same guy. He tried to go after me before. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break. We got someone in the queue. We got Shockbridge. Welcome in, Shockbridge. Oops.
Shockbridge, Damien.
Oh, sorry, it didn't come in. Hello.
Hi. So those people, so I'm from Tucson. Spent, from infancy. I live in Phoenix now. I moved when I was to Phoenix was in my 30s. And now I live in Phoenix. All my friends and family are there. It's home. I've never heard of these two people in my life. I've never even heard their names.
Well, they're the inside fixers. These are the inside fixers. And they're there. They've been there.
They're just more of, to me, it's just people doing Nanos' bidding.
Yep.
Right? They're going to talk about the topics and spin the topics the way he wants to. I mean, I don't think there's anything more to that. That's all they are. That's what that's what KVOA is. They're going to do and say what he tells them.
Well, no, they're basically arms of the political party of the ruling class here. They all basically, and I'm not being political, but they all voted for Biden. Okay, every single one of those, including Nanos. Not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing, but they have they have their mind is they don't want them to be taken over here in Tucson. They want the Democrat. It's 70-30 Democrats here, so they don't want to lose that. So that's all it comes down to. Bill Buckmaster is like basically like the spokesman for the Democrat Party, even though there's nothing that technically says that. But he comes on, he brings in people to, basically I call it polishing a turd.
Yeah.
Polish
And
a
then,
turd.
and then you said it. I mean, Nano's just talking out of his butt more and more about putting the sheriff there to keep people out. At no time did any police officer come up to either the three of you or any of the others and tell you not to be there, that you can't be there.
Yeah.
They've never said that. Even when Juice, the first one where he got his citation, that was officer, I think it was Aragon. After he gave him a citation, he said, it's only because like your little feet were on the street. You're fine to be here as long as you stay on the easement. And then they arrested him, like, what was it, like a week later, 2 weeks later?
Yeah.
They have never said that. So everything, I mean, Nanos just has liabilities. I'm still trying to figure out like what he's trying to hide and cover up because this whole thing, nothing makes sense. But I mean, it's ridiculous. He's ridiculous.
Well, here's what else is ridiculous. It's not what Nanos is doing. It's what all these other politicians are not speaking up. Do you hear one politician saying anything?
Nobody's speaking up except the streamers. Or I hate the word YouTubers because I feel like they're trying to make that term to be so negative. But you guys, the streamers, and us, the supporters, we're the only ones talking about this.
Yeah.
And then I think it's insanely weird that Chris McDonough did that first stream when he went down there and kind of made the connection to the weird stuff at Annie's shop. And the next day and every day since, all of a sudden, everyone's talking about it, right? Everyone's talking. Mainstream media is talking again. Yanis is doing interviews. There's no coincidence in this Hot Mess Express case. Like, I'm still really trying to figure out what's going on, but
well,
like,
it's starting to come out. People are starting to figure it out. So when you say that, you're actually probably further along than you were, a little bit ago. So I want to finish this interview, and then did you have? I mean, you can come back later, but did you want to hang out? Did you want to? Did you have any final?
I can come back later. That was just all I wanted to say.
Yeah, come back, because yeah, we're just kind of having open, chat. But yeah, this is we're gonna listen to this again from the beginning because that I didn't want to stop it and go back, so we're just gonna go. So come back later if you have anything more to add.
Okay, will do. Talk to you soon.
Hey, thanks for coming in. Bye-bye. All right, we're going to finish. Yes, I did get the report about the remains found. So this is part 2 of the Nanos interview. We haven't heard this. I haven't heard this yet. We're hearing this for the first time. We're going to listen to this, and then I'm going to replay it with no interruptions after that.
The Regional Transportation Authority's new voter-approved $2.67 billion
will be coming up with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos and Dylan Smith from TucsonSentinel.com.
The Regional will continue.
Home to horses.
Visiting Fly Tucson
experience. The road ahead.
That's
yeah, they're pretty cool.
All right, it is.
Embarking on a group adventure
or simply
dreaming of far-off destinations.
Part 2.
We can help create your custom experience. The road ahead is filled with endless
Bill
possibilities.
Buckmaster
Visit
Show.
bbtravel.com
Shout out Bill
to find your
Buckmaster.
specialized Bon Voyage travel advisor today.
That's a new one for me. Me more cowboy than you, Brendan. Where did you find that one?
I just kind of found these guys the other day, the Broody Brothers. They're Seattle-based folk band.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
All right, it is Buckmaster on a Friday. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos with us in studio, and my media co-host today, Dylan Smith from TucsonSentinel.com. The mascot at the Sentinel is now called what?
Scoop.
Boo.
Yeah. It's he has a full government name as well. It's Eduardo Arburo is that's his government name, but we call him Scoop. We had a contest.
I know, and I entered it, and I was one that I'm sure there were others, pretty obvious. Digger.
That was in there. We got hundreds actually of suggestions, and we narrowed them down by kind of popularity, and threw in a few curveballs.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of,
wow, they're really doing some important journalistic work, right?
kind of struck us as interesting, and then we let people vote on it, and the top two choices were Scoop and Eduardo Arburo. So we just
wow, they're really doing some heavy hitting articles over there at Centennial.
Figure, we'll just combine these. Why
Maybe
not?
Scoop needs a puppy.
Sheriff Nanos is with us. Sheriff, what's the latest on the dust up? The several supervisors wanted you out of the picture. They wanted you to resign. They wanted to throw you off, give you 24 hours to go clean your desk, and don't let the door hit you on the way.
Our board of
yes,
supervisors?
your board of
No,
supervisors.
come on, Bill.
So is this? Are you going now to retain your job?
I'm still here, Bill. The people who it has always been my belief, the people who voted me in will also have the option to vote me out. They've always had that option.
Did you make a decision now on your future? Are you going to run again?
Oh, come on. It's like I run every day. The election was what, 24? It's not even 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
We're 2 years away.
Okay.
I have a job in front of me. It's a big job.
Yeah.
We'll do
I
it.
learn every day, and we keep working. And we'll just let the work dictate what the community wants.
But about your employment record, all that's in the past right now. Is
It
that
was in the
correct?
past 50 years ago, but some people think it's important, and that's okay.
Here's Dylan Smith.
There was a nascent recall effort against you filed for, and that looks like that's going to fall far short. The deadline to get those petitions in a week, I guess, and they maybe collected about 10% of the signatures that they would need.
Again, that's up to the voters. Everybody has a right to do a recall. It's part of government. So, okay. I can't worry about all the naysayers.
Yeah.
I get a lot of people who contact me and are upset about this, that, or the other. But I also get a lot of probably 2 to 1, if not 5 to 1, people who come up to me and say, hey, Sheriff, one of your deputies did this. I met somebody over here, they did that. You got a great team. You're doing a good job. I have to kind of really let that soak in. The fact that I have a good team, people who do good work every day. They're going to make mistakes. We all do. But those are, like I say, those are mistakes of the head, never of the heart.
I'm just curious, Dylan, before you jump in here, I'm just curious whether or not you think that your handling of the Guthrie case spurred a lot of this, let's get rid of the sheriff.
No, I think.
Do you think that might have been a factor?
No, I don't think that's a factor at all.
Okay.
I think the factor is you have one party, one person.
That's funny that he's using odds, like gambling odds, 2 to 1, 5 to 1. This guy, I can't believe he's going on and not just eating some crow and just having a little bit of, pride to say, you know what? I maybe have pushed this a little too far. I've screwed up. But here we go. More of Nanos's ego on full display, and Buckmaster is there to polish it for him. It's a shame.
Who would that be?
But we're exposing it.
Dr. Hines? Or?
No, he joined in with this other party. But you have one group of people who were very consistent during the first run with for sheriff in 2016, who were consistent in 2020, who were consistent in 20. It's the same people. And it is that small group that, for whatever reason, they get on social media and they make a lot of noise, kind of like your content creators.
Whoa, so now he's calling me out directly. We make a lot of noise because we're speaking the truth and they're not used to it. Oh, I can't wait to listen to this. We're going to listen to this without me blabbing and stopping it. And you guys can clip the crap out of it and post it up But Nanos literally is on his soapbox right now saying everything he's doing is right. It's everybody else's fault because we're calling out the truth. So we're going to listen to this with me blabbing in between, and then we're going to listen to it one more time. I'm not going to talk, except I'll stop it occasionally to say hello.
They have a following and they just make all this noise.
All right, here's Dylan.
That's their right.
Speak. Yeah, it's a little something going around with a tickle in the throat, isn't it? Me too. One of the kind of recent points at which you were at loggerheads with not just the board of supervisors, but also Pima College. It was continuing to have the adult education, the GED classes in the Pima County Jail.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to pay for it. It was something like a little bit under $200,000 a year, $170,000, $180,000 a year to cover that. You didn't want that coming out of your budget. This week, the Board of Supervisors said they got together and said, "We'll pay for this out of our office budgets. We'll cover this." Are you going to? It's still up to you to sign the agreement with Pima College to continue to do it. Are you going to take them up on that?
So let me start first of all, because I've heard this 100 times. The sheriff canceled the contract. One, I didn't cancel the contract. The contract is expiring this July 1.
Yeah.
Pima College came to us, which is their right, back in May, I believe it's May, and said, Sheriff, we'd like to, the contract expires July, we'd like to add whatever it was. I think it went from 160 to 177,000. Remember, this is right in the middle of our budget time. I'm going, okay, how do I justify going up from 160 to 177? So I asked Pima College, my team asked, I said, just tell them, give me some justification for this, that, our program does this, and we've done this. And then I can go to the board and say, we're going to raise this rate. Cause I just can't give money away.
Mm-hmm.
They came back and said, well, we don't keep any data. Well, wait a minute. No, you're a GED program, right? And adult train. Yeah. Just give me like how many GEDs? I'm thinking maybe they gave 40 or 50 or something. No, we don't keep that data. Okay. So I turned to my team. Now you're a vendor, you're offering something and we're giving you money for that. You should be keeping track of that. If my department, we have 4 or 5 grants. When I tell whoever the grant body is, maybe it's the state or the federal government, we're going to use this money for this. They come in every year and say, Sheriff, you said you're going to use this money for this. Show us you did, right? It just makes common sense. I'm asking Pima College, and they are, first of all, it is a good program. I've never said anything bad. I met with the chancellor, or vice chancellor, I'm sorry, and I talked to him. But the issue was, look, you're raising this from 160 to 170 and you have no data. Can you at least share with me, do you do data at DOC? Yeah, we do this at DOC. Well, that's where this really belongs in my opinion.
Department of Corrections.
Yes,
you
Department
believe
of
it
Corrections.
belongs
Well,
in
because-
this prison system.
Because
not
I have an average stay of 20.7 days.
Yeah.
7 days, the first 7 days you're in detox. You can't go anywhere. We got to.
So how are you going to get a
that.
GED?
In 13 days. So I thought that their program might be a better fit over at DOC. Oh, we're there, Sheriff. Okay, good. So what's your rate of success there? Do you have something I could go to the? We don't keep that data. It's like the vice chancellor, I think, was pretty surprised to hear that. I'll be honest with you, but we had a chance to speak, and it was because, and I think it's because they just don't know. They took a path when they said when the sheriff says, I can't sign $170,000 contract with you, and you can't show me its success, and you've been here 30 years. So we looked at it, went back, okay, maybe we'll find 10 or 11. We went back 5 years. The average is, well, not the average, the number in 5 years is 4, less than 1 a year. Last year, 1. This year, 0. How do I justify? You two are journalists. Would you not ask anyone that signed $177,000 of taxpayers' money to just go out and said, yeah, we don't know what they do. I love the people at Pima College. My staff says they do a great job. They offer their services, the program that we have, adult learning, GED, the tests they charge for. If you go online, it's like $200 for 4 or 5 tests. But you have to have those 4 or 5 tests to be able to get it. And you're not going to get that in 2 weeks. When we looked at that, I said, you do this online for free to the community. But one person, and this is from them, I think it's Kirsten Randall said it, when they leave the jail, if you've taken 2 tests, say, and you're going to go into the community, I'm going to take my 3rd test. No, you can't do that. That's a different program.
Oh,
so they have, and I thought, man, that just doesn't make sense. And I think the vice chancellor agreed with me. He says, no, we got to look into that. That shouldn't be happening. So I gave him some points. I said, if I were in your shoes, I would, first of all, DOC is a good place for this program. It is a good program. It has value, but you need to track that. You can't expect my team to do that. It's not fair for them. But more importantly, look at what Judicial Services for the county does with the transition center. They have a great success rate.
How do you like that transition
it's
center?
very good. It keeps people out of our jail. It keeps them monitored. You have judges who sit there. You have pretrial services, and they have a court. What a great way for a
Let's
court.
see the
who's gonna say,
stats.
"Yeah, you know, we don't release you."
He wants to talk about the stats. Remember, he just said, oh, I want to see the stats. I want to see the stats of the GED program. Hey, Nanos, let's see the stats of the transition program. I know it's not bad. I'll tell you that, but it's not like you can just depend on that transition center. There is lots of failures in between people getting released from jail and getting to that transition center. And then once they leave that transition center, they're pretty much left in the dark unless they follow exactly what they need to do. Now, a lot of these people don't have the ability at that moment because either they're going through withdrawals, this kind of thing, that the transition center is only one piece to the step. And so they need to give us the stats on the transition center. How well is it doing? The stats are there.
Well, we expect you to go to AA meetings, NA meetings, get your GED. That's where this program needs. But on top of all of that, I told them I'd start there. And you might start with the Board of Supervisors because they're going to have to fund this. They do not. That's the other misconception. The board does not fund this program at the jail. They haven't for 32 years.
Okay.
That is funded from special revenues that I am responsible for, overseeing and making sure that it applies and is equal to take care of every inmate. It's inmate welfare. The inmates pay for phone calls. They pay for text messages. They pay for tablets.
So right now, you don't know if you're going to sign. You don't know.
Just like
you don't know if
money.
you're going to sign it at this point.
It's not going to come to me for signature.
Okay.
They could continue at the jail, but
Well,
I'm
you
talking
have to let them continue with that, right? I mean, I can't walk into the jail and just start having a class.
No.
You guys have to let them in.
Well, we would, but I don't.
If
but I
the
don't
soups
need a
are paying
contract.
for it and Pima's going to do it, are you going to let it continue?
Well, absolutely.
Okay.
But
that was the essence of my question.
Okay.
Yeah, but the issue is really simply this. The Board of Supervisors, I think Mr. Christie was all over about, the sheriff is this, that, and it's a line item, it's a small number. First of all, Mr. Christie, you ought to know your budget. You're the longest supervisor there.
Whoa.
The sheriff doesn't have $350 million budget. And if you think we do, man, I'd have a jail bill by now. That's like almost 100. He's doubled my budget. I wish I had that.
All right.
So
He just called out Steve Christie. Wow.
really had some concerns there.
Crazy.
While we're talking about the jail, and we are up against a break.
Okay.
There were 2 deaths reported at the jail.
They're medical deaths. Medical examiners look at them. I think one is
How
like
many have
60
there been this
some.
year? Do you know how many there have been?
I think that's it. We've had those 2. Yeah, I don't know.
And there were quite a few other
I get
years,
concerned-
right,
Yeah.
Dylan, where there were some
Yeah.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, and we got our staffing levels to 100%, and they went down from 10 to 0.
Wow.
First time ever in the history that they had no deaths. That
And you're
year.
saying the
Yeah, I
staffing
think they're
level is
trickling.
now at 100%?
It's probably 90 some
Yeah.
percent
Wow.
for the jail,
Mm.
not for the streets or the deputies. No.
Okay, we'll talk about the street and the deputies when we take after our break. We're going to do 3 segments today with the sheriff. Lots to.
Wow, 3 segments. So we're gonna fast forward here.
Electronically, Moe's Gallery and Fine Framing, Fort Lowell and Dodge.
This is
and
Bill
now doing
Buckmaster.
e-commerce at
Shout out to Bill
moesgallery.com.
Buckmaster.
Businesses are hungry in Southern Arizona,
but they also were. But
with crime in the county, Community Food Bank of hungry in Southern Arizona. Hungry music for our program.
All right, here we go.
This is my media co-host today, Dylan, the editor, co-founder, co-publisher of the very popular and growing online news service, TucsonSentinel.com. Sheriff Chris Nanos is our Friday Focus interview. So much attention, Sheriff, seems to be the city of Tucson and crime rates in the city. Let's talk about what's the situation with crime in the county. Being a county resident, I'm especially concerned about it. How are we doing?
You know, I wish we had zero crime. You know, that's put me out of business. The reality is, I think we're
Put 'em
holding
out of
our
business, he
own in terms of
says.
just look at national averages for agencies our side, for a community our size, those kinds of things. But I always have the same concerns as the other chiefs in the valley, and there's really 2 big issues: our violent crime with juveniles, where we have youth involved, and we see that continue to climb, and we can throw that blame everywhere. I personally look at parenting first. We've lost some of our parental skills somewhere, but gun violence with the youth, all of those issues. But right now, and it's been that way probably every year since I've been in office. The number one complaint I get in my office.
What is it?
It's about rapes or robberies or murders, traffic. It still is. In fact, as of just a few weeks ago, we have now installed our second special enforcement team, another team of 7, 8 deputies and a supervisor. So you got now 15 people out there.
Any motor
doing
units?
Nothing, and motor units and traffic and all of the. So remember, my traffic division consisted of 4 motor cops. That's now gone up to about 8. But they also were responsible for major accidents, DUIs, all those investigations. And we wanted them out there enforcing traffic, which is tough to do with 8 people. We've tripled that now, probably. Well, you got at least 15, 16, and we had 8. Yeah, about 24 people doing enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And we continue to grow that. But that's really, for me, because I've got no additional staffing, I got no additional funding. It is robbing Peter to pay Paul.
I mean, do you hear this word salad? Everything is just, it's everyone else's fault. I got to rob Peter to pay Paul and blah, blah. Everything is everybody else's fault. And the worst thing is traffic. I mean, give me a break. This is Bill Buckmaster with the owner of Centennial.com, Dylan Smith, who's calling YouTubers conspiracy theorists. We're going to replay that at the beginning. We're going to see if Dylan Smith tries to do any more digs at his fellow journalists. We're just like him. He's not any special. We actually get more viewers than Dylan Smith. And Dylan Smith might be a little jealous because Dylan Smith has a personality like a rock.
It's making decisions that says, do I really need this program? But when the community is screaming about this, I mean, fatalities in the county, the city's like almost double where they were, and we're probably close to that. I mean, so we work with transportation, the county transportation department. We work with our traffic team. Right now, because of our PIMA regional efforts with TPD, DPS, Oro Valley, all of us, they now pick out, and this really the credit goes to TPD. Their team said, hey, can we kind of line up everybody on Valencia Road from the casino all the way to Houghton and just knock people down if they're speeding or what. Absolutely. And it was such a success, and every agency was involved. That was so successful. They said, how about can we do that on
River
Oracle? And they went all the way from the city downtown all the way to the county line. And we thought that this is, it's not always about writing tickets. It is being seen and visible. And so I think we have now said to the city and others, boy, this is such a great program. We need to step it up and just do it weekly. I think they were doing it like every 6 weeks. Well, they're doing this now weekly. And so I hope it has an impact. The numbers are tremendous in terms of violations they're finding and seeing, but it's really about, for me, having a presence out there to get people to come on, use your head.
Traffic-wise, PCSD's directly responsible, the primary responsibility for traffic enforcement in a whole lot of built-up areas. There's not another police department in the foothills. That's you.
Exactly.
Way down on the southwest side, which you just mentioned, all over the place, areas that are suburban, if not exactly urban, but tons of traffic, very busy roads, and your deputies are the ones who have to do that there, right?
Yeah, and the growth is incredible. Look at Rock and K. There's several thousand homes out there, Valencia and Star Valley.
Yeah,
thousands going up. You just fly over this area, and there is thousands of homes being built. With those homes come what? 1 or 2 cars. You're increasing our traffic demands, and I get it. You drive here, I drive. We see some knuckleheads behavior out there that just, it's one thing running the red lights, and I think Phoenix is looking at bringing back red light cameras. I'm not sure that's the answer.
Tucson's looking at the city of Tucson.
Now, here's the thing, is that we actually have video of Nanos driving like a complete idiot on the road. Right up here. Someone posted it, right? It was like right after Nancy went missing. They posted it up. If someone can find that video and post that video with what he just said, we have these knuckleheads driving on the road, and then show Nanos. He literally goes on a double yellow line and he passes someone. If anyone can find that video, I think it was like the end of February or March, and somebody recorded Nanos, and Nanos passed him on the wrong side of the yellow lines, going about 80, 90 miles an hour, and clip it with that part. That would be genius. But Nanos, I can't wait for you to have to answer for this.
Tucson's looking at red light camera.
Maybe it is the answer. I don't know. I just know that last time you had, it was a pretty big vote. It was like 2-1, 3-1 saying we don't want them. That's kind of hard to overcome unless you have a different strategy to deploy.
Can you use radar guns in the county?
Oh, we do.
You
definitely
do. Yeah. Hey, a quick question from a listener. What about the Pima County jail? There was talk of replacing it, repairing it, doing something with it. Is that on the table still? Or
I spend millions every year, just to maintain it.
On gambling,
falling apart.
It needs replacement. And I know the county's worked with a couple of companies out of the Phoenix area, and they've come up with designs. I think this maybe we'll hear something more from the county administrator and the board in, I'm hoping, August, September timeframe, to get with this company on their recommendations and see, look, it's not going to be cheap, but it's not been cheap to maintain. And eventually we are literally putting lipstick on a pig. It needs to be replaced. And it is a big cost.
Okay, there's another clip. You guys need to put Nanos. You just put lipstick on a pig, and then put a picture of Nanos. He's literally saying what he's doing at his department. It's really like putting lipstick on a pig, and then he's literally giving us so much material. Thank you, Bill Buckmaster.
I don't get paid.
Shout out to Bill Buckmaster. Here's the link. Give him his flowers, even though I really don't watch his show. I never have. But he's very accomplished for his people. He's an insider. He's the guy that polishes the turd for the local politicians. So here's the link to his show. And the guy that is on his show is kind of like, he's always just riding on the coattails of Bill Buckmaster, Dylan Smith, the guy we're going to hear in a minute. And in a minute, we're going to replay this from the beginning when Dylan Smith and Nanos take the big digs at the YouTubers. So stay tuned. If you're just getting here, we're going to replay it. Just the beginning part, I think, because some of this stuff, I can't listen to this twice. So we're going to listen to that beginning part. If there's any more digs, we're going to do it so people can clip it and call out these people. This guy, Dylan Smith, is supposed to be a journalist. He's never tried to get a hold of me, but he's out there hanging out with Nanos.
To come up with the ideas how to fund it. I get paid to say what our needs are. The board says this is what we can afford.
This new budget, does it have any money for your deputies?
It does.
We're going to just listen to the first 10 minutes, not the whole thing again. Trust me, not the whole thing. Because after we do that, we're going to go right over to the interview room. Somebody sent that, Ahmad. Thank you, Tina, for sending that. We're going to watch it right from the part where he talks about the YouTubers. I think he mentions me, Nanos. So hang tight. Saturday night discussion here. And here we go.
So they the county gave a countywide 3%. Then they did a benchmark study. When we started CBIZ, a program many years ago to look at, we need to be competitive with our competition and hiring in our neighbors. And so that started annual reviews. You have to do that. You have to stay up with the Joneses, right? If you're going to retain and hire. They've done a pretty good job, but in their last study, last July, they found that deputies were out of the range, as were their sergeants and detectives. So they've bumped them up. They're at, they'll get, everybody across the board gets 3%. I believe deputies will get another 5.8%, and sergeants will get a 10.1%. It will keep us competitive in those areas. But there are also other areas that came out below market. And that's really a challenge because you only have so much money in that bucket. And so the hope is that, again, this July, we'll look at it again every year, and maybe we'll be able to get a few more in line and a few more in line. But it is a constant battle that needs annual attention, if not more attention. And it is, at some point in time, you've got to say, and this is where I tell people, the board has a tough job too, because it's not just the sheriff's department. There are 7,000 employees there. Some, my custodians or my cooks at the jail, they're in a hard way. They could use some help.
How is the food there at the jail?
Yeah, it's not fine dining,
but they do get three. They get 3 meals a day there,
and they're hot meals. They do a good job there. I have a very conscientious kitchen staff. I know that other jails were serving green bologna type. The food has to meet certain standards by the state, nutritional standards, and the staff watches
certain amount of calories.
But they also know that you can't just give sandwiches all the time. We do need to try to spice it up, if you will, for them and give them decent food.
Dylan, we haven't talked about immigration with the sheriff today.
True. To circle back for just a minute, I've got a couple of questions about the recent jail deaths. And one, the most recent one, the man who died, I'm sorry, I can't remember his full name, but he was only in jail for less than a day, a few hours really, and was found apparently while he was having a medical emergency, or found unresponsive, basically. How are people being assessed when they show up? If you go watch the video of this man's initial appearance in court, he was in bad shape, very bad. Very non-responsive, kind of, almost nodding out, putting his head down on the table. When people show up there, who checks them out, and to what extent?
So you have a medical team that is handled through the health department. We don't have anything to do with them, but they are medical professionals. It's not NAVCare, maybe it is, or Centurion or whatever, but that whole thing is through the health department. They provide us a doctor and a nurse. I think it's an RN that when you first booked in, before you get in, you are examined by that medical staff. If that medical staff, if you recall, we got into quite a bit of battle with others when we were rejecting people because they had fentanyl. But that wasn't our team saying, oh, he's got to go, get him out of here. That was medical team's evaluation saying, no, this person cannot be here because we don't have the capabilities of taking care of this kind of patient. A broken bone, we're not orthopedics, whatever it might be. So yes, there's a process where before you're booked in, you are seen by medical personnel. They make an assessment, and whatever they say, trust me, my COs, they're very talented in skills, but clearly they're not going to overrule a medical professional's opinion.
Because you deal with a lot of people who are in rough shape.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Most of the time when you're going to jail, you're there because you've made some poor choices, correct?
Yeah.
And amongst those, you have a lot of people who have serious drug problems, and thus the long-term and of course very short-term severe medical issues that come with that.
Yeah, no doubt. And these deaths, we're speaking of most recent. I can't get into too much because of HIPAA, but if you looked at the medical examiner's reports, you would see that these people had some long-term illness issues going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a shame.
The previous one, which was about a week before that, we didn't get any kind of public, there was no press release, no news release about this person dying until a day after we started asking questions, which was a week later when we heard about it. And why didn't you guys, generally you make an announcement, you just,
we try to
send out a release, hey, someone died in the jail.
Yeah, we want to be as transparent as possible. There could be I can look at it and find out for you, but typically what happens is the jail does it. They call our criminal investigation team to come in and say, yeah, it looks medical. It could be something that is nothing more than we don't know, so we have to wait to hear from medical examiner's office or the hospital, or if he's, I'm not sure which one we're talking about here. One of them was bailed out, so now we can't speak of it because he's under hospital care, and
this is somebody who died at the jail about 2 weeks ago.
I'd have to look at it, and also there's been a lot going on with our media release team, our public information officers team, and they could have been just busy. I don't know. I hope that when you called, they didn't just say, yeah, we'll get you. I hope they said, no problem, we'll look into it and give you what you need.
About a day after we started asking questions, hey, what's up here?
Okay.
A media release was sent out, but it just struck me as a little bit unusual.
And like I say, it could have been a day or two later. They know that, hey, these are sensitive issues for us and the community, so let's get those media releases out. But the PIO.
All right, everybody. So we are just going to almost done with this interview, and then we're going to just watch the beginning 10 minutes because I'm going to stay silent. We can clip it up. But this Dylan Smith, who's talking right now with Nanos, he literally attacks YouTubers. He attacks people like JLR, like me, like Ted, like Alex, like DeJuice, and no one's even heard of Dylan Smith. So we're going to do a deep dive into Dylan Smith because he wants to be critical of us. So I hope you guys are looking into Dylan Smith. He's supposedly the editor of TucsonCentennial.com. And let's see, did he write any stories about the good things we're doing, or is he just coming in and jumping on Sheriff Nanos's lap? It looks like he went in here and now he's on Nanos's lap.
can only move as fast as a car in front of them. In that case, criminal investigations team would probably have to draw up the media release, give it to them, and then they go through that process to get it approved through.
All right, Sheriff, we're going to have to let you go.
Oh my God.
So your Corvette is waiting for you
Oh, my
outside. You're
Oh, nice. He got the dig in. Thank you so much. Holy moly, Dom. Dom C, thank you so much. Let me know. Give Dom C a big thank you if you got a membership. Another Corvette. Give Nanos a polished turd. Yeah. Actually, I have one in here. I'll bring it out. Just kidding. No, it's actually one of those squeezy stress balls. And it looks like a turd. I'll have to show you guys. I'm gonna bring that for sure. Lots of great comments, everybody. Lots of they can't believe what's coming out of this guy's mouth, but the more and more they're understanding who he is. And thank you again, Dom C. Let's see who got gifts. Did you get a gift? Did you get a gift? We might have to do Fat Redial. Thank you. Send in the flow state gem. We're going to do a t-shirt contest too right now. We're going to do a t-shirt contest. So we're going to do a t-shirt contest. Let me get this set up. Thank you, Dom C. Just remember 3XL and 4XL are on back order. They're on back order. So yeah, we're going to do a t-shirt contest. All the t-shirts are ready. They're going out Monday. If you're waiting for one, they're going out Monday. It's been a busy week. It's been a really busy week. Okay, so we're going to do the contest now. In honor of America's 250, the word is going to be hashtag USA. So I'm going to start it right now. All right, hashtag USA. So we are starting our free t-shirt. You don't need to do anything to enter but put hashtag USA and put a number, any number you want between 1 and 10,000. Hashtag USA, just like everyone's putting it. I'll show you how I don't know if the caps are represented, but and put a number just so I can go back. You might want to put a space between USA and the number. Now the number is just for me to go and verify, so I don't have anybody. So we are getting that t-shirt contest in honor of America, greatest country in the world, freedom. And number one, and coming up, we got our 250th birthday. So I'm gonna I think this interview's done. So let's see.
Chariot is waiting for you. All right, Sheriff. Thanks for coming by. We'll catch up with you down the road here.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks
Glad
very
to be
much.
here.
Thanks.
All right, Dylan, thank you for coming in.
Absolutely.
You going to stick around for Weekend Watch?
You know, I don't have any weekend plans yet, so I
Okay.
should. I got to know what's going on around this town.
Thank you. Be right back.
All right, so what I'm gonna do, if the mods can let them know about the t-shirt contest, I'm gonna let this play from the beginning. Now, just for like the first 10 minutes, and if anyone can clip that and listen to this Dylan Smith talk crap about YouTubers. He talks crap about the YouTube community. What's Dylan Smith's opinion on Nancy Guthrie? Did you hear anything about Dylan Smith? Is he wrote one article where he cares about what happened? in his community to Nancy. So we're going to listen to this. Shame on Dylan Smith. He thinks he wants to be a fair reporter, and he's literally getting on Nanos's lap. So let's go. We're going to watch it. Listen to one more time. I got to fill up my drink. So I'm just going to let this play through the first episode. Now, this is Bill Buckmaster. I guess he's an award-winning journalist. Here's his link to his page, to this interview, his page, Buckmaster, Bill Buckmaster. Yes, I see the hashtags coming in. We already got 180 people that have entered. So we will be doing that free t-shirt contest. So get ready, Adrian, if you want to clip any of this. And then let's look into Dylan Smith. Who is Dylan Smith? Why does he have so much against his fellow journalists? Why does Dylan Smith seem to want to put himself on a pedestal above his fellow journalists and treat us like we're lower than him? Has anyone seen Dylan Smith one article on Nancy Guthrie other than him coming on this outdated show that nobody even listens to? Well, let's hear it from Dylan Smith himself and the great Bill Buckmaster. I love saying his name. Bill Buckmaster. Here we go.
Producing the show on the other side of the glass. Brendan, how was your week? I'm sure you're glad it's Friday.
Oh, I very much so. Very much glad. Had a good time this week, though.
Welcome to the Buckmaster Show, broadcasting from Central Tucson in the Green Thing Zocalo Village studio, part of the Bustos Media Broadcast Center, the radio station's 1030 KVOI, Tucson's trusted voice for live news and talk. This is our weekly edition of the program. We began 15 and a half years ago with the radio program, then started as a daily program. We transitioned to Friday only, and that started at the beginning of the year. But we continue on with me on the air. We have our worldwide live listening podcast of the show. Our newly redesigned website is buckmastershow.com. And we have our telephone interviews, the live line presented by our friends at Rincon Ventures Real Estate and Property Management. A couple of quick shout outs. TucsonSentinel.com, one of our media partners. They have supported us since day one, 15 and a half years ago. And I credit that to the co-founder and publisher and editor, Chief Bottle Washer, Dylan Smith, the guy that still takes out the garbage.
Absolutely.
And walks the dogs and all that stuff. Dylan, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Although I got to say, it is a little warm out there.
Yeah, but
what's going on?
Is
it summer?
Yeah,
what we're talking about
like
here.
That. Dylan's the past chair of Lion Publishers. Lion is the acronym for Local Independent Online News Publishers. Dylan was certainly ahead of his time with this online news services, which pretty much every community, it seems like, major community in the country has one, right?
Well, it now seems to be the wave of the present instead of the wave of the future. Yeah.
Also, a shout out to the Green Valley News and Soharita Sun, big supporters of ours. Dan Shear, who is, I think is he still the editor of those two papers? Or I know he's the editor of the Nogales International.
He's all that and more. He's also the editorial director for the entire WIC newspaper chain. So he's a honcho in addition to editing words every day.
All right.
Busy guy still.
We have lots to cover with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano. Sheriff, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Well, it's been 5 months. It will be 5 months on July 1st. Since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the foothills against her will. The Guthrie family continues to offer the $1 million for information leading to her recovery. There were a couple of developments today pertaining to the two ransom notes that the FBI deems credible. The second note indicated that Nancy had died. Do you what can you tell us at this point?
Well,
what other than this is an ongoing investigation. I know we know that, but
I could refer you to the FBI. All kidding aside, the FBI is partners with us in this investigation, and there are parts of this investigation that our team looks at and handles. Maybe the DNA. There's parts that the FBI is dealing with. One of those is all the ransom notes, and we speak of two that were most recent.
Well, those are the
until
ones
this
that,
morning. Those two were that someone believes may or may not have some legitimacy to them, and the FBI is working that. I can't tell you much more on that because it would be inappropriate. It is ongoing, and I think the FBI has done a number of arrests for false or fake ransom notes. It's a shame that that happens, but I think we're looking at another one of those today with what's been reported, but we'll let the FBI do their work.
And Dylan, fill us in on what is going on today.
There's a report from TMZ about a more recent note, which I think you just referred to, that may or may not be credible. Someone claims that they have the two supposed perpetrators of this crime on video, and that they weren't the person who had sent in a tip about the what ended up being a wild goose chase, a search down in Nogales, Mexico.
Okay.
It's you probably don't want to comment specifically too much about that, but it's safe to say there's a whole lot of nonsense floating around about this entire situation. A lot of people looking for attention, even if they're not actually trying to exploit it for money. They're trying to get something out of it, right?
You know, it is a shame that these type of events occur. People have great interest, and that's good because it helps us. But then it really gets abused. And people who call in fake ransom notes, people who claim for the sake of media and the family, they get out and disturb, in this case, an entire neighborhood. And, you know, I know that there's got to be some balance there particularly when it comes to the media, because the media helps us. They do every day in terms of, hey, you know something, please let us know, and we'll get the word out.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get people who claim to be media. I'll let you guys decide that. Maybe they're not a member of your Lion team. I don't know. But, you know, we have to be fair to everybody.
We're talking about these so-called content creators, YouTubers.
Correct.
3 of them were arrested on misdemeanor charges.
One was given a misdemeanor citation, and 2 were physically booked.
And the reason they were arrested, there was direct contact from the neighborhood saying, we need your help.
You know, Bill, absolutely. This has been going on. We went from, I don't know what you have here locally, maybe a dozen media outlets to overnight, 406 were here. And I have to balance their need to be able to report a very significant event. But even if it's not significant, they have that right. But we also have to balance that right with the rights of others. And once your right, whatever that right is, oversteps the bounds of somebody else and their rights to exist or live peacefully, then we have to take some action. In this case, we tried to be very reasonable. We first put up deputies parked at this house to keep people away. Then it went to, okay, too many cars are parked here and the neighbors couldn't get by, so we put up no parking signs, temporary signs. And then it got to a point where, okay, this really isn't generating much use for media. And 90%, if not more, of the real media, I say real media, the national, local media outlets, that they were very respectful, not just to our department, but to the neighborhood, the community. They left. They still report. You still see it. TMZ reports today. Others report, and that's fine. But we had 2 or 3 that, for whatever reason, thought that they should remain. And it got to be a nuisance to the community, that neighborhood, so much so that we're getting reports every day. If not, we went from a neighborhood that averaged 50 reports in a 6-month time to over 180, almost 200. in that same six. So we have to kind of balance that. And we thought we'd take an approach of, hey, let's go and warn these people. You guys really should do this somewhere else. What you're reporting really isn't anything new or earth shattering. If there's something new or earth shattering, if we have something tomorrow, not just them, the entire media outlets will know about it.
I want to hear what Dylan
But they
thinks.
need to move
Dylan,
on.
what do you think
Well,
about
I'll take issue with your word reporting there. They're not reporting anything.
Okay.
But
You know,
what about this
I would
First
be-
Amendment thing?
Well,
First
you know,
Amendment rights.
Everybody has a First Amendment right. There's nothing that makes Bill, you or me special because we are journalists. The First Amendment, the right to report, the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, absolutely applies to everybody in the same way. There are certainly ethical considerations involved, and a lot of the folks who are standing somewhere all day long, live streaming all day, inventing bizarre, delusional, conspiracist fantasies and blaming people who are completely not connected at all and saying they did it, inventing things about the family, claiming they are directly involved and responsible. That's just nuts. That's definitely not being any form of journalist. Nonetheless, they have the right to do it. They also, should not be standing in someone's private property in their front yard to do it. They should not be doing their business in public because they are so dedicated to live streaming and trying to earn money off of this, which is what they're doing. They're exploiting the situation, which is, in my personal opinion, shameful. That's not being a journalist. That's being an exploitative, abusive weirdo.
And as much as I agree with Dylan, I have to take a different stance, and that is, look, we got to balance this, try to approach it with some sense of reasonableness, ask them to, hey, you guys could do this somewhere else in the privacy of your own home for that matter. You could come to my station. I've told they were parked out there for park it, we'll get you water, we'll take care of you. But have some respect for the neighborhood, and those people too have their rights. And so we asked them to leave. And like I say, 95% of them did. These last stragglers continue to come back.
Yeah,
So we
you can't arrest somebody for being a bizarre conspiracist weirdo, no matter what you think of them. That's not your function. They have a right to do that.
Right. So, but the reasonable approach here was ask them to leave, a warning, if you will.
Right.
The next time is a ticket.
Sure.
The third time, and I really strayed on this. I didn't want to have to book anybody. But it got to a point where, you cannot urinate, defecate in front of my neighborhood, your neighborhood. Dylan, you just can't do that. And I had enough. And I said, that's it. They're going to go to jail. if they
Okay,
show up here.
moving on back to the investigation. It is the joint investigation of Pima County and the FBI. Can you tell us, Sheriff, how many resources, department resources, are you guys devoting still full time to this case?
Well, we have there is a task force, and they meet daily at the FBI building here in Tucson. I won't speak to FBI numbers because they vary day in and day out, but I'm guessing they're pretty equal to ours. And ours is about a team of anywhere from 10 to 20, depending on what it is they're trying to accomplish.
There's a whole lot more going on about your department than this one specific
Would
case.
that be a good point here for me to take before we pick up on that in the second segment? Right now, Sheriff, it's time to talk about my favorite.
I can take myself off mute. I didn't want to talk over that because I want you guys to clip that with Dylan Smith and all that crap. All that crap he's talking. You guys saw him talking. Boop, 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 boop. So I hope you guys, I don't know anything about Dylan Smith other than the one thing he did is he got me taken off of Facebook because I shared one of his articles. He wrote an article. I don't even remember what it was. And he reported me that I copyrighted his work. No, I just shared your article. Actually, I was trying to help you. And then he went and got I have it all documented. I have emails from the guy. I actually approached him and I at a protest because he's one of these guys that supports all the protests, the ICE protests, and he's at all the protests. I went up right to him. I said, "Well, dude, why did you report my?" And he was like, "Blah, blah, blah, blah." Dylan, we're gonna do a deep dive into Dylan Smith. Let's see if he's covering Nanos. Obviously, he probably doesn't like Nanos either. I have a feeling he probably doesn't like Nanos either. That's why he's doing this interview. So we have that in common, Dylan. We both don't like Nanos, probably, is what I'm guessing. But then why do you attack us? Okay, if you don't like Nanos and I don't like, we're on the same team, and then you decide to go after us and the YouTube community. Shame on you. You're supposed to be a biased reporter.
Mexican restaurant.
All right. So let's go. I'm going to put the link in if anyone wants to come vent. I know Dom C was like, she was yelling. She said, I'm yelling at my screen. You know, I'm trying to take a deep breath. That's hard to listen to. But I hope I might have to, some of the things that Nano said, just think how long that interview is. There's so many things that he just said that we kind of just, it went one ear and out the other. But if you guys want the link to go listen to that again, and then clip it up into small little clips of Nanos, because it's so much that Nanos exposes himself in this interview. So anyone that wants to take the time, there's the link. Clip it up into like little statements that he makes. So people, because that's how people consume information this day and age. They, little bits. So it's hard when you send someone this full interview. They don't want to listen to 30 minutes of Nanos talking. But if you guys could, there's a couple people, just clip it up into like smaller clips. Thank you, Dom C. Yes. Yes, she gave out those 20 gifted. And Cheryl says, disturbing to hear someone report on streamers that obviously never watched anything they stream. That's the biggest problem I see. Now here, yeah, thank you. And that's the thing. These people, they want to judge, but they never walked a day in my shoes. Have you ever seen me go after Dylan Smith? Have you guys even known about Dylan Smith until today? Nope. Because I let them do their thing. But if you're gonna go after me, I will defend my brand and my page and my people and my community. But you notice I don't go after all these people unless they decide to come after me. We've never heard of Dylan Smith. I could have been like, why isn't Dylan Smith covering the Nancy Guthrie case? And wrote a big article. And I could have been on a big old tirade about it. Yeah, so Fat Redial, thank you. He just sent me that Dylan Smith is on X all day posting about anything. He's only made 2 posts about Nancy Guthrie. I bet he lives right by Nancy Guthrie's area, like within probably 5 or 10 miles. But he won't do any posts about her. He won't do any stories because Dylan Smith, he's pretty much a nobody in the journalist field. I confronted him. Oh, sorry. I didn't. Dude, why didn't you just email me? Why do you have to just report my page? Because I'm trying to help you get more readership because he maybe wrote one good article. So I'm like, hey, finally he wrote one good article. I'm going to share it. And then he goes on national radio station and trashes not only YouTubers, but the YouTube community. He's calling the YouTube community because we're speculating on what happened, because we are curious on why this seems like a cover-up, why that we're conspiracy theorists, because I can't wait to clip that up and We're going to pull up his name too real quick. Dylan Smith at the Tucson Centennial. Much respect. I guess he owns it too. Let's see how many Nancy Guthrie. Well, he's got an X too. Let's see how many Nancy Guthrie articles they have. This is the big local independent newspaper here in Tucson, right? Let's see how many Nancy. I've never been to their website except for maybe an article here and there. And we'll check real quick out the giveaway t-shirt, hashtag USA to enter for a free t-shirt. We're at 226 entries right now. So I think you get only one entry, but if you just got here, we'll be doing that. Yeah, we're gonna somebody sent me that video. Mine as well. It's Saturday night. Mine as well. So let me try to find this Dylan Smith, who calls us conspiracy theories because we're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case and because we want to, do reports in front of the House maybe 3 or 4 times a week. It wasn't every day. We weren't there all day. If I remember right, Alex used to go there in the evening for like 3 hours. Juice, maybe he'd be out there for 2-3 hours. You're telling me these people are wicked. Something's going on, But here is Dylan Smith. Look at this awesome website. It was built. It looks like it literally was built in 1995. Look at this website. This is the guy that wants to go on. I mean, my daughter could make a better website than this. Are you serious? This is an actual website, and this isn't the Wayback Machine, guys. This is actually the homepage of the dude's website, and he's on a national radio with the award-winning Bill Buckmaster, and they're giving him the stage. Why? Can you tell me why? This is him. This is the guy who just went on there and bashed YouTubers because he's the best. Look, he's got an ad up here from 1999. Ooh, look, he's got this scrolling thing. Maybe they built that, and that's like a 2000. I've been building websites for a long time. This is about the worst website in America right now. And this is supposed to be a news. You're supposed to come here and get your news from this site. And then he's going to go on a national radio station and bash YouTubers. This is ridiculous. If you guys want the link just to go, you can go poke around so you don't have to wait for me. But look at this. There it is. The public site. Anyone can read this. I'm not sharing anything that isn't for the public view, just like his X account. Let's see what a conspiracy theorist just go look at his website. Maybe. So I'm going to poke around here. I just need to get this banner down. Dylan Smith, co-owner. He's the co-owner, they said on the radio station. So let's see if there's anything about Nancy Guthrie on his website. What month are we in? Okay, so he's written since Nancy went missing. He's written one. No, this isn't even him. Blake wrote this one. Joe wrote this one. Kim wrote this one. Jim wrote this one. Blake. Paul wrote this one. Blake wrote this one. Paul. He has not even written one article about Nancy Guthrie, and he's going to go on a radio station. He hasn't even reported one damn thing. There's not even that many articles. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 articles they've written. Not even in since Nancy went missing. That's how much they care about Nanos. I mean, about Nancy. But you can tell me and Dylan have something in common here, and not probably all of you. So I'm going to give Dylan the flowers, the respect that what he's doing. It doesn't look like he likes Nanos either, or his website. So why do you, if we don't like Nanos, why are you attacking us? We're the reporters just like you. Why are you attacking your fellow reporters, Dylan Smith, your fellow journalists? And you don't even have a block to stand here, buddy. You haven't written one article or done one anything about finding Nancy Guthrie. This is they've only written 11 articles since Nancy went missing in 5 months. And most of them were done at the beginning. Look, all these were done at the beginning. So there's like, they wrote 1, 2, 3, 4 right the first couple months. The last article they wrote has been over a month. They stopped covering Nancy Guthrie too. Look at this. His newspaper is not even covering Nancy. Now here, you know, this is their website. Like how, I mean, this website is older than dirt. This thing was made, was like one of the first websites you could ever make. Oh my gosh. What's on their front page today? Oh, you got to become a member. So we got ocean water, environmental story, something about Roe v. Wade, Bolton. There's nothing about Nancy. But look, they got an ad up here for the local Democrat politician. So you can see that this website is very biased. They are in bed with the local politicians. Guess who this is? This is the same woman, Alma Hernandez. If you remember the woman that went on this is where you're going to connect the dots. This is going to be crazy. I don't even know how many people are watching. I can't see the chat. I'm like, wow. Alma Hernandez is the same woman that went on YouTube and bashed us. If you guys just type in Alma Hernandez and like YouTubers, you'll also, let me just pull that up since we're on this. Now you guys are going to see some more connections within the other parts. Like I saying, everything's connected. This Dylan Smith is a mouthpiece for the locals here. Now he doesn't like Nanos because there's a Democrat infight between Democrats here. They want Nanos out. But look at this. Alma Hernandez. Let's see, YouTubers. Somebody sent it to me somewhere. I might have to. I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it. Unless someone knows where it's at, they can email it. Let me know you emailed it. But Alma Hernandez is the one who went on YouTube or on her Instagram, and it was this big long thing, and I have it somewhere. It's gonna bug me now. I need to find it. And look, she's advertising on Dylan Smith. Now, Dylan Smith owns this website, from what his friend Bill Buckmaster said. And how ironic is the other person that's talking about how much YouTubers, she doesn't like YouTubers. That's her opinion. But she's going to go in as an elected official. Well, we can talk back to our elected officials as well. And Alma Hernandez, I'll tell you what, I don't think you're going to get elected again. The only reason Alma Hernandez is in her position is because her brother, Daniel Hernandez, unfortunately, he was the one that was also wounded at the Gabby Giffords incident that happened here in Tucson back in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. So here you go. You have Dylan Smith going on live TV or radio talking about YouTube community are conspiracy theorists because we talk about speculation, because the sheriff that me and him don't both like are not giving us answers. They're not even doing press conferences, Dylan. Why aren't you holding the sheriff accountable? What's your opinion, Dylan, on the Nancy Guthrie case? This is your city too. But you want to get on some radio station and think that you own a radio station, you're so badass, or you can go on your newspaper. You're not even covering Nancy Guthrie. Let's look at his last article. Let's go look at Dylan Smith's last article. Let's see what Dylan Smith is working on. Oh, he's talking about the people dying in jail. Well, he talked about that in his article. Let's see another Dylan Smith. The last article look at this. He hasn't even written any articles. He stopped writing. The last article he wrote was on 6/18, and before that, he's got no articles. So he's a lazy journalist too, it seems like, in my opinion. But you notice that he's all in it for the other anti-YouTuber, Alma Hernandez. He'll take her money to put on his website. This is crazy. Alma Hernandez and Dylan Smith. Oh, how cute. Let's go to his X account. This should be fun. Let's see what conspiracies Dylan Smith has. All right, here we go, Dylan Smith. So he's This is Dylan Smith. He's the editor and co-publisher. This is all public information. Oh, he's an enemy of the people, he says. He's an enemy of the people. That's a good thing to be, buddy. Wow. That's a great first impression. Wow. So let's see what conspiracy theories that Dylan Smith likes to follow. He's a founding chair of the Lion Pubs, local independent online news. So this is what he's supposed to be independent news? Sitting on Nanos's lap? You seem like you really care about the Nancy Guthrie case. SPJ, Society of Professional Journalists. So that's what professional journalists do. They go on radio stations and they trash other journalists. Is that right, Dylan? Dylan Smith, he's got 40,000 posts on X. And he's calling me a conspiracy theorist? Oh, give me a fucking break. Sorry, my language. This guy, I mean, sorry, I just realized I slipped. I know you guys, maybe I'll see if I can get this bigger, but go to Dylan Smith. Let me see if I can get this bigger. Yeah, that's better. Put mine down here. So now that's better. That's a lot better. So let me shrink it even a little bit. All right. So the last thing he posted was an NPR article about ICE. And he reposted a guy that said, I can't even read this. Fun fact, this is an effing lie. Miss Gonya looked through her social media, and so did NPR. There's no address posted at all. In fact, DHS has provided no evidence to back up their claim. You're all effing lie and administration, TDS. So it looks like the first thing we see is Dylan Smith. He might be suffering from TDS. I think Dylan Smith has TDS. Now let's keep going. Oh, another ICE one. ICE is set to have 20,000 or more employees and a budget of over 20 billion, which is quite the step up for Mr. Stroyer. This is Dylan Smith, guys. Meet Dylan Smith. The TDS seems like he's got TDS. Oh, looks like we got more. Something about Trump. Look. Oh, look, it's more TDS. Oh, look, more TDS from 8 hours ago. It's all day. This guy is he's angry at his president. So he's going to go on and basically attack, it seems like, our president, which, hey, you have every right to. But it's pretty, it's just pathetic where you're going to go on to national radio station and bash us, but you're sitting here acting like a conspiracy theorist too, it looks like. Oh, look. It looks like Dylan Smith has TDS. Oh, he is a loose cannon. No, he totally is 231, in my opinion. The dude, he thinks he's like Nanos. He's like a Nanos journalist. So would you say that, I mean, maybe you could say, some people would say a narcissist. That's who this guy is. He's like a leader of the far left radicals, in my opinion. This is the guy we might have to listen to his comment again, because I know people are just getting here. They haven't heard his statements about, you know, the YouTubers, JLR, me, Alex. He basically just and the YouTube community. That's who you guys should be thinking when we listen to it one more time. Because I mean, this is something needs to be spotlighted. This guy, he goes around thinking he can go around doing this, and no one's gonna hold him accountable, just like Nanos. Dylan Smith is the sheriff Nanos of the journalists here in Tucson. He thinks nobody's gonna touch him. Nobody's gonna, because he owns this Centennial newspaper. Guaranteed no one's even heard of it. So let's see what else Dylan Smith posted today. Oh, look, he's talking about more Trump derangement syndrome. More. Now look. Look at that. More really nasty comments he's reposting from people. Nothing that he actually wrote himself. It's just repost. Feed his alleged cult members more garbage because he knows that he's losing. Oh, look, more reposts. This dude doesn't have anything to say for himself except, you know, go after people that are beating him in his own industry that he's been doing for 15, 20 years. I just started this 3 years ago, and you're attacking me? Dylan Smith. He's the Mr. Reposter. Look at how many. This is only since yesterday. Everything is Trump derangement syndrome. Everything. And he's on national radio, guys, bashing the YouTube community. I hope he's getting tagged right now on X on some of these comments he made so he can respond. I want a response from this guy. And if he can come on here and give me a valid response. Here's the link, Dylan. Come on, buddy. Come on, you're Mr. Professional. You know, come on. Here's the link, Dylan. There it is. This is for Dylan. Dylan Smith, if you're in there, come on, dude. You want to get on to national radio? Come on here to 857 and let's talk. Yeah, it's like you know, Andrew Jefferson or Thomas Jefferson, you know, let's go. He's so smart. Come on, buddy. Yeah, it's still FM radio. Sorry, buddy. Gigi, I meant FM radio. FM radio. Well, let's put the interview back on. We'll give him some time. We'll give him a little bit of time. I don't want to pressure him. He might need to get off the couch, right? He's probably over there, you know, 5 gummies deep. And you know, he needs to get off the couch. Come on, Dylan. I know it's Saturday night. Where's Dylan? We haven't done the t-shirt thing yet, but we will shortly. We're going to listen to this one more time. I know it's hard, but I want you guys to hear Dylan one more time. No, it's not. This isn't fame. I want people to go follow his page. Go follow his page. Go watch what these people are writing. They don't have any critics. So you guys, if you like what he writes, then say I like it. If you don't, then, don't follow him if you don't like him. But he's putting this stuff out, and we didn't mind no business to him, right? But now we're going to listen to him go after all the YouTube community, essentially. And here you go. I'm not doing this to rub this in the face. I'm doing it to prove a point that this guy can go on national radio station and disrespect the YouTube community because he might be not doing that well. So if this helps him save his radio station or his newspaper and gets him some more people looking at his stuff, let's go. Let's help him out too. I'm not here to get enemies. I'm here to build bridges and understand, like, dude, why are you going to go on national and attack me and my fellow YouTube community? And then you can have a discussion. We might eventually get along, right? I don't want to be enemies. I'm just trying to prove a point the way at what these people are doing. They go on, they talk about nothing they don't know anything about, and then they get called out, and we're going to give him time to come in. Maybe he'll come in, maybe he won't. My guess is Dylan will chicken out, but not maybe he's busy. So I'm going to let this play so you guys can hear, because we just did a little deep dive into Dylan Smith from Tucson Centennial. He's the owner. He loves his website just like me. Probably loves his job just like me. I've never attacked Dylan Smith. But guess what? Dylan Smith, he threw out the sword. He's going after us. So we deserve, as independent reporters, journalists, YouTubers, to respond to Dylan Smith. So here we go. One more time. I got to get a drink. My voice. Dylan Smith with Bill Buckmaster. If you guys can clip this and ask Dylan Smith if he has any comment. Maybe he doesn't want to come on, but we'd like him to make a comment about what he said, what you're going to hear right now. So here we go, everybody. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Hope you're having a good night. Chilling back in that comfy spot. Catch you in a little bit.
Producing the show on the other side of the glass. Brendan, how was your week? I'm sure you're glad it's Friday.
Oh, I'm very much so. Very much glad. Had a good time this week, though.
Welcome to the Buckmaster Show, broadcasting from Central Tucson in the Green Thing Zocalo Village studio, part of the Bustos Media Broadcast Center, the radio station's 1030 KVOI, Tucson's trusted voice for live news and talk. This is our weekly edition of the program. We began 15 and a half years ago with the radio program, then started as a daily program. We transitioned to Friday only, and that started at the beginning of the year. But we continue on with me on the air. We have our worldwide live listening podcast of the show. Our newly redesigned website is buckmastershow.com. And we have our telephone interviews, the live line presented by our friends at Rincon Ventures Real Estate and Property Management. A couple of quick shout outs. TucsonSentinel.com, one of our media partners. They have supported us since day one, 15 and a half years ago. And I credit that to the co-founder and publisher and editor, Chief Bottle Washer, Dylan Smith, the guy that still takes out the garbage.
Absolutely.
And walks the dogs and all that stuff. Dylan, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Although I got to say, it is a little warm out there.
Yeah, but
what's going on?
We've had
Is it summer?
Yeah,
is that what we're talking about
like
here?
That. Dylan's the past chair of Lion Publishers. Lion is the acronym for Local Independent Online News Publishers. Dylan was certainly ahead of his time with this online news services, which pretty much every community, it seems like, major community in the country has one, right?
Well, it now seems to be the wave of the present instead of the wave of the future. Yeah.
Also, a shout out to the Green Valley News and Saharita Sun, big supporters of ours. Dan Shear, who is, I think is he still the editor of those two papers? Or I know he's the editor of the Nogales International.
He's all that and more. He's also the editorial director for the entire WIC newspaper chain. So he's a honcho in addition to, like, editing words every day.
All right.
Busy guy still.
We have lots to cover with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano. Sheriff, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Well, it's been 5 months. It will be 5 months on July 1st since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the foothills against her will. The Guthrie family continues to offer the $1 million for information leading to her recovery. There were a couple of developments today pertaining to the two ransom notes that the FBI deems credible. The second note indicated that Nancy had died. What can you tell us at this point?
Well,
what other than this is an ongoing investigation. I know we know that, but
I could refer you to the FBI. All kidding aside, the FBI.
All right, I want to pause it right there. If you realize when he listened to that, if you guys want to rewind and listen to when Bill Buckmaster asks him that question, and then count how many seconds he sits there with nothing to say. He literally just went blank. So rewind it if you want. I'm not going to do it for everyone, but just rewind that part when Bill Buckmaster, the great Bill Buckmaster, asks Danos where they are at with the Nancy Guthrie. It's hilarious. I mean, it must be at least 6 to 8 seconds. He just sits there like,
is partners with us in this investigation. And there are parts of this investigation that our team looks at and handles, maybe the DNA. There's parts that the FBI is dealing with. One of those is all the ransom notes. And we speak of two that were most recent.
Those are the
until
ones
this
that,
morning, those two were that someone believes may or may not have some legitimacy to them.
In just a minute, we're going to have the Dylan Smith. We did a deep dive into anyone just getting here. He's about to make some really, disrespectful comments to the YouTubers, independent media, which he is. He even says it on his website. We're independent media. That's what we are. And he's attacking fellow YouTubers, independent media, citizen reporters.
And the FBI is working that. I can't tell you much more on that because it would be inappropriate. It is ongoing. And I think the FBI has done a number of arrests for false or fake ransom notes. It's a shame that happens. But I think we're looking at another one of those today with what's been reported. But we'll let the FBI do their work.
And Dylan, fill us in on what is going on today.
There's a report from TMZ about a more recent note, which I think you just referred to, that may or may not be credible. Someone claims that they have the two supposed perpetrators of this crime on video, and that they weren't the person who had sent in a tip about the what ended up being a wild goose chase, a search down in Nogales, Mexico.
Okay,
it's you probably don't want to comment specifically too much about that, but it's safe to say there's a whole lot of nonsense floating around about this entire situation. A lot of people looking for attention, even if they're not actually trying to exploit it for money. They're trying to get something out of it, right?
You know, it is a shame that these type of events occur. People have great interest, and that's good because it helps us. But then it really gets abused. And people who call in fake ransom notes, people who claim for the sake of media and the family, they get out and disturb, in this case, an entire
We're
neighborhood.
disturbing.
I know that there's got to be some balance there particularly when it comes to the media, because the media helps us. They do every day in terms of, hey, something, please let us know, and we'll get the word out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, we're helping Nanos a lot with the information more than the other media. We are keeping this story alive. If it wasn't for the YouTube community, the drive-by media, they already left. And then guess what? Let's arrest some, right? That's where we're at now.
But sometimes you get people who claim to be media. I'll let you guys decide that. Maybe you're not a member.
Who gets to decide? I'll let you guys, so they get to decide who media is. I didn't know Dylan Smith was the decider of media. I'll let you guys decide that. No, the U.S. Constitution decides that. Nanos. Dylan Smith doesn't get to decide who are real reporters and who are not. We're going to keep doing a deep dive into Dylan Smith after you guys hear what he's about to say. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is what I want you guys to hear.
Or if you're a Lion team, I don't know. But, we have to be fair to everybody.
We're talking about the so-called content creators, YouTubers.
Correct.
3 of them were arrested on misdemeanor charges.
One was given a misdemeanor citation, and 2 were physically booked.
And the reason they were arrested, there was direct contact from the neighborhood saying, we need your help.
Bill, absolutely. This has been going on. We went from, I don't know what you have here locally, maybe a dozen media outlets, to in overnight, 406 were here. And I have to balance their need to be able to report a very significant event. But even if it's not significant, they have that right. But we also have to balance that right with the rights of others. And once your right, whatever that right is, oversteps the bounds of somebody else and their rights to exist or live peacefully, then we have to take some action. In this case, we tried to be very reasonable. We first put up deputies parked at this house to keep people away. Then it went to, okay, too many cars are parked here and the neighbors couldn't get by, so we put up no parking signs, temporary signs. And then it got to a point where, okay, this really isn't generating much use for media. And 90%, if not more, of the real media, I say real media, the national, local
real
media. Outlets, that they were.
So he doesn't think we're real. That's the problem here. He doesn't think we're real. He's admitting everything on this video. He doesn't think we're real. He doesn't think our constitutional rights are real.
We're very respectful, not just to our department, but to the neighborhood, the community. They left. They still report. You still see it. TMZ reports today. Others report, and that's fine. But we had 2 or 3 that.
2 or 3. So you targeted 2 or 3 people.
For whatever reason, thought that they should remain. And
we have a right to remain. Let's pull up the Pima County, Nancy Guthrie, Pima County, Nancy Guthrie parking. Let's just pull it up real quick, Nanos, because I want you to see this, buddy. Let's pull it up just so you can see it. We'll get right back to you, Bill Buckmaster. But here we go. Here's the Catalina Foothills, Pima County. Now look what this says right here, Nanos. Dozens of media and streamers, this was a long time ago, were camped out. We weren't camped out. We went there every day. We went home at night. That's not camped out. We worked there because an 84-year-old woman was kidnapped and still remains unknown. And there's a whole community that is wondering what's going on. I have a lot of compassion for the Guthrie family. I also care about the community that's wondering what's going on. But here, back to what Nano said. Look at this, what this says. Media will still be able to, Nanos. Media, okay? But then he even goes further. But media and streamers will have to access the neighborhood from a legal parking zone outside the zone, get dropped off, or use ride sharing or services. So right there on Nanos' own website, he says it's okay to go into Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. It's okay, everybody. So go ahead and report. That's how I went in that Monday. It's okay. But now let's go back to what he said.
And that's fine. But we had 2 or 3 that, for whatever reason, thought that they should remain. And it got to be a nuisance.
So we had 2 or 3 that thought they should remain. We had permission, Nanos. Why wouldn't we remain? It says right here, but the media and streamers will have access. Nothing's changed. So you entrapped us essentially as well, violated our constitutional rights, and now have strung our name through the mud. And Dylan Smith is over here sitting on Nanos's lap, pretty much. So let's get back to it. Here we go. He's talking about 3 people who are allowed to be there. We decided that our feelings are hurt and we don't want them there anymore, even though they're breaking no rules, no laws.
To the community, that neighborhood, so much so that we're getting reports every day. If not, we went from a neighborhood that averaged 50 reports in a 6-month time to over 180, almost 200 in that same 6. So we have to kind of balance that, and we thought we'd take an approach of, hey, let's go and warn these people.
Alex did not look like that was a warning.
You guys really should do this somewhere else. What you're reporting really isn't anything new or earth.
Who gets to decide if it's new or earth-shattering? I mean, this is what it likes to live in Russia, I could imagine. Nanos. This is exactly what it is. We're just doing what Americans do. And now we got Nanos acting like Vladimir Putin.
Shattering. If there's something new earth shattering, if we have something tomorrow, not just them, the entire media outlets will know about it.
I want to hear what Dylan.
No shit, Sherlock.
They need to move.
Dylan,
on.
what do you think about?
I'll take issue with your word reporting there. They're not reporting anything.
Frustrating.
But what about this First Amendment thing?
Well,
First Amendment rights.
Everybody has a First Amendment right. There's nothing that makes Bill, you or me special because we are journalists. The First Amendment, the right to report, the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, absolutely applies to everybody in the same way. There are certainly ethical considerations involved.
Oh, so you're the ethical police now, huh, buddy? Oh, okay. Okay, so you're basically, the someone said the hall monitor, huh? So you get to tell us, but I can't find any articles that you're writing. When was the last time you wrote one article in the last 6 months that I can see on your website? You're taking money from politicians. You're taking money from politicians, Dylan. You're a biased reporter, Dylan, in my opinion.
And a lot of the folks who are standing somewhere all day long, live streaming all day.
Do you care? Is that bothering you, Dylan? Is us reporting on the biggest true crime, the biggest crime case in America in I don't know when? Is that bothering you so much, Dylan? If you need a new website builder too, by the way, you might want to update your website. The thing is just, I mean, it's old, it's outdated, and it sounds like your reporting is outdated too. You might want to upgrade, buddy. No offense. If you need help, I will help you. I have no problem helping you as long as you're not attacking me. Maybe we can make amends one day and I can help you. I don't mind helping you. Shame on, I hope Bill Buckmaster, he's supposedly award-winning broadcaster. I hope he never has Dylan back again. To disrespect journalists, Bill, have a guest on your show to disrespect your fellow journalists. I have more followers than Dylan, I'll tell you that. Hey, Bill, have you ever had me on your show? I wonder why. Why won't you have me on your show, Bill?
Inventing bizarre, delusional, conspiracist fantasies and blaming people who are completely not connected at all and saying they did it, inventing things about the family, claiming they are directly involved and responsible. That's just nuts.
That's your guy, Dylan. That's what he just said about the YouTube community because we are speculating on the silence. This is Dylan Smith, guys. We're going to listen to that one more time because this is exactly what I want you guys to see. It went by fast. And I really want you guys to see this guy who thinks he's Mr. Badass here in Tucson with his newspaper that's obviously taking money from politicians for one party. But here you go. Here's the Dylan Smith. He supposedly owns the Centennial.com, Tucson Centennial. They're supposed to be an independent reporting source.
More of the real media, I say real media, the national, local media outlets that they were very respectful, not just to our department, but to the neighborhood, the community. They left. Mm-hmm. They still report. You still see it. TMZ reports today. Mm-hmm. Others report, and that's fine. But we had 2 or 3 that, for whatever reason, thought that they should remain. And it got to be a nuisance to the community, that neighborhood, so much so that we're getting reports every day. If not, we went from a neighborhood that averaged 50 reports in a 6-month time to over 180, almost 200 in that same 6. So we have to kind of balance that. And we thought we'd take an approach of, hey, let's go and warn these people. You guys really should do this somewhere else. What you're reporting really isn't anything new or earth-shattering. If there's something new, earth-shattering, if we have something tomorrow, not just them, the entire media outlets will know about it.
I want to hear what Dylan
But they
thinks.
need to move
Dylan,
on.
what do you think about it?
All right, here we go. He wants to hear what Dylan thinks. So this is what you can do. You can clip this next part. Clip this because this is when Dylan Smith from the Tucson Centennial decides to go after the YouTube community, the viewers. Listen, because we have lots of people with different theories, different, ideas, and we allow that here. This is not Russia. This is America. We have freedom of speech. As long as you're not, cussing somebody out, if you can have a respectful conversation, people have different views. and they have the reasons for those views. But Dylan, he thinks we're conspiracy. He goes so much further that he calls us nuts. This is Dylan Smith. So get your clippers ready. Clip this up. Tag Dylan and ask him, what's going on, Dylan? Can you respond? We need a response. Dylan, you went on national radio. This is all public stuff you're saying up. So publicly, we want to hear either an apology, a retraction, or explain. Because we're all sitting here wondering what's up. We're waiting for your explanation. Get your clippers ready. Here we go.
I'll take issue with your word reporting there. They're not reporting anything.
Okay. But what about this First Amendment thing?
Well,
First Amendment rights.
Everybody has a First Amendment right. There's nothing that makes Bill, you or me special because we are journalists. The First Amendment, the right to report, the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, absolutely applies to everybody in the same way. There are certainly ethical considerations involved, and a lot of the folks who are standing somewhere all day long, live streaming all day, inventing bizarre, delusional, conspiracist fantasies and blaming people who are completely not connected at all and saying they did it, inventing things about the family, claiming they are directly involved and responsible. That's just nuts. That's definitely not being any form of journalist. Nonetheless, they have the right to do it. They also, should not be standing in someone's private property in their front yard to do it. They should not be doing their business in public because they are so dedicated to live streaming and trying to earn money off of this, which is what they're doing. They're exploiting the situation, which is, in my personal opinion, shameful. That's not being a journalist. That's being an exploitative, abusive weirdo.
And as much as I agree with Dylan,
so Nanos agrees with him. As much as I agree with him, Nanos says. I hope Dylan Smith has to respond to this, because dude, this is a low blow, man. You don't know me. You couldn't even walk a day in my shoes, Dylan. Go back to your Birkenstocks and your patchouli. But dude, don't be coming and disrespecting my community. Nobody even knows who you are. The only reason they're going to know who you are is because you're talking about us. And I really hope that a lot of the people get an answer from you, because this is not cool. I probably got triple the amount of viewers here in 3 years than you have in 15. And you're going to say that we're bad? We're here building a community of positive people. What do you have?
I have to take a different stance, and that is, look, we got to balance this, try to approach it with some sense of reasonableness. Ask them to, hey, you guys could do this somewhere else in the privacy of your own home, for that matter. You could come to my station. I've told they were parked out there for park it. We'll get you water. We'll take care of you. But have some respect for the neighborhood, and those people too have their rights. And so we ask them to leave. And like I say, 95% of them did. These last stragglers continue to come back.
Yeah,
so
you can't arrest somebody for being a bizarre conspiracist weirdo, no matter what you think of them. That's not your function. They have a right to do that.
Right. So, but the reasonable approach here was ask them to leave, a warning, if you will. Right. The next time is a ticket.
Sure.
The third time, and I really strayed on this. I didn't want to have to book anybody. But it got to a point where, you cannot urinate, defecate in front of my neighborhood, your neighborhood. Dylan, you just can't do that. And I had enough. And I said, that's it. They're going to go to jail. if they
Okay,
show up here.
moving on back to the investigation. It is the joint investigation of Pima County and the FBI. Can you tell us, Sheriff, how many resources, department resources, are you guys devoting still full time to this case?
Well, we have there is a task force, and they meet daily at the FBI building here in Tucson. I won't speak to FBI numbers because they vary day in and day out, but I'm guessing they're pretty equal to ours. And ours is about a team of anywhere from 10 to 20, depending on what it is they're trying to accomplish.
There's a whole lot more going on about your department than this one specific.
All right, so we're gonna go right into the deep dive of Dylan Smith now, because what did he say? All these little digs and so we're gonna go right and look into Dylan TDS Smith. Dylan, Mr. TDS Smith. So let's just do this. We're just going to go to Google because, you know, he's such a nice guy, right? He's talking about YouTubers. We're going to go and talk about Dylan Smith a little bit and get a deep dive into Dylan Smith's career. All right, stories by Dylan Smith. So he's written about 2 men dying in Pima County Jail. Okay, well, good job. And then he talked about dogs. And then he talked about Happy When It Rains, a monsoon playlist. This is what this guy's worried about. He's worried about his monsoon playlist. I mean, give me a break. You literally going to write an article about your monsoon playlist and call yourself a journalist? We're over here pounding the pavement. How many hours? I mean, I've been on this for how long? Talking to people, hearing people, listening to my community, and you're over here making monsoon playlists with your Birkenstocks. Oh, now you're talking about school boards. Oh, what's this? Don't touch the clock. You're talking about daylight. That's the oldest debate in the book. You literally have nothing to talk about but daylight savings time back in March. This is Dylan Smith, everybody. Let's go to his LinkedIn. So he calls himself a reporter. I'm an editor. I'm a publisher, a code monkey, a desert rat, a drummer, and an enemy of the people. He's got some Doc Martens. I'm almost done with Dylan, guys. Sorry. This just, once I saw his name pop up again, I'm like, why is this guy like, what are he? Well, I've never done anything to this guy. And he's literally, he got me taken off of Facebook for months for posting an article that I was trying to help him share. Even said his name in it. So this is his ex. Look at what he just posted. Look at this is what he just reposted. This is how bad he literally reposted somebody that said, imagine how dope the America 250th would be if Kamala had won. Massive concerts, foreign dignitaries, millions of visitors to Washington, D.C., a year-long celebration culminating in a huge party on the 4th. Instead, we get Meth Head, Kid Rock, a Gatorade colored reflecting. This is who he reposted. So this is who is going on and trying to start crap with the YouTube community. A full TDSer. I mean, this guy might even be like a committee member of like Tucson TDS. I could see that. More ICE agent stuff. Oh, he actually made his own post. He actually wrote something his own. Look at this. He wrote something of his own. Using GPS is lame. Go find shit. Develop your sense of direction. Don't outsource your abilities to the Borg. And we used to say to toddlers, use your words. AI is a crutch. Don't willingly disable yourself. That was written from Dylan Smith. He actually wrote something of his own thing on his X. Everything he has is reposted bullshit. This is the biggest TDSer in Tucson. I'm going to call it right now. He's up there with David Fitzpatrick or Fitzsimmons. Look at this guy. I mean, full TDS. Wow. Full TDS. Leave Kid Rock. Yeah, exactly. You mess with Kid Rock now, everyone's gonna get upset. I'm leaving. I'm putting. My mom always said when somebody does you wrong, she did like put a picture of him. Just put a picture of him in the freezer. So what I'm gonna do. No offense to Dylan Smith as a person or who he is, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a picture. I'm gonna draw a picture of him, and I'm gonna even give him a smiley face and and I'm gonna put this picture in the freezer. And I'm gonna just that's it. That's all I'm gonna say to Dylan. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna hit the next room and I'll be right back. But hey, Dylan, you're going in the freezer, man. Don't mess with the YouTube community. Be right back. Guthrie case.
Like an old dump too.
Yeah, you hear the glass.
Yeah.
You hear the glass. It is about to get Yeah, just put it up. I'm doing a good trip this one.
righty, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see who we have in the chat. We're switching gears here a little bit to put things in perspective, as AJ says right there, justice for Nancy. And Dylan Smith doesn't understand the passion, at least me personally, have for being a journalist, for having my page, for reporting what I do. So to me, what he said is one of the most disrespectful things that has been said by any of these. It's almost worse than KVOA. Because I have never attacked Dylan Smith, or I have never went to his articles about how biased he is or what he. I let him do what he does. Dylan Smith obviously doesn't know me. He just is maybe following the crowd, because, you know, the main point that we have been doing is when I woke up on February 1st and I heard about Nancy Guthrie, I was just normal day for me. I reported the news here in Tucson, you know, like, oh, wow, this is Nancy Guthrie. Wow. Oh, my gosh. Dylan, I didn't plan for the biggest case in the United States to happen in Tucson. I just reported on the crime. If you followed my page, but what this is about right now is, for me personally, I had an experience here in Tucson, Dylan, when I was a child, where a neighbor of mine, their daughter was kidnapped. So Dylan, you can go ahead and say, you know what, these people are reporting, but there's people that actually stick up for the families. Remember the family? The community that's wondering what happened? So what ended up happening, Dylan, is me and another kid found the kidnapped little 3-year-old girl. We were out and we found her. But guess who they didn't find, Dylan? The suspect. We're YouTubers are just like you. We're independent reporters. We're reporting on a major crime incident that happened basically in our community. And for you to attack us for bringing awareness to this case, shame on you. And so my personal reason is I advocate for victims. I am standing out there for the Guthrie family. So Dylan, the link is still up there, buddy. If you want to come in, come on in. But here, we're not going to stop bringing awareness for Nancy, for Holly Dasso. Have you ever written an article or done anything for Holly Dasso? Dylan, do you even know who Holly Dasso's name is? So you're going to go on a national radio station and then bash people that are actually helping keep these stories out there. You're burying the stories and we're keeping them alive. So I like that. Dylan, break me off a case of that kid. And that's where it's at, is we have brought so much as far as, you know, the community, but also there's lots of ideas that these investigators, they listen to. They listen to the YouTubers. Trust me, they get the messages. So we will pull up Dylan Smith. People are saying, who's Dylan Smith? He's the owner. This is his ex It's all just reposts of TDS. He has major TDS. Nothing about unity. Because people don't understand, no matter what president we have now, we're all going to have a new president one day, and it might be one that you love or you don't like. But you still got to respect the office no matter who's in president. No, that's just my opinion. Doesn't matter who it is. But this guy is one of those people that disrespects the office. Now, I can see people don't have, I mean, you don't have to love everything about the guy. I get it. And I'm not getting political, but this is all this guy is posting. And he wants unity. And he's going to go and attack us. And this is Bill Buckmaster. He's a Hall of Fame broadcaster, and he's having Dylan Smith on his show. Now, may help that make sense. You think they're friends, or you think, you know, Bill Buckmaster has never asked me to come on his show, and I got way more followers than Dylan, I bet. Not on X, because I just started on X. He's got 40,000 posts, Dylan Smith. So he's very vocal about something, but it's just a bunch of reposts. Repost, repost, repost. Ah, repost. I can't think. Repost. Nothing, you know. All right, I'm going to put the link. Let me see if anyone wants to come in and talk. Do you guys want to come in and talk? And thank you, Richard Ramirez. He sent a gift, Clutch. Genuine Heidi, thank you. And Jen, thank you guys if you're able to support the stream. We hit the goal. Thank you. We're doing a party stream as far as how long we've been online, being a Saturday night. I got the extra sleep in last night, took a break from live streaming, and thank you, 231. We got John, Rising Sun. But yeah, I mean, we're not here to like divide. We got to bring people together, everybody. And even if you don't like them, it's all good. Oh, t-shirt time. Bruce, you nailed it. T-shirt time. That's a good call. Hashtag USA. So yeah, I totally get people not liking our president or our last president. It's all good. But we don't have to hate each other and then, you know, like it's getting old. It's getting old. That's why the true crime community, we focus on bringing, you know, people together in times of, with this, it's a missing 84-year-old. The, you know, other stories might be I've covered are, you know, families that have gone through where their child was unfortunately killed in a, you know, tragic shooting. But anyway, USA 24, looks like you got your vote in. Good job. So we're going to do that t-shirt drawing. T-shirt drawing. And I'm going to put the link in. If anyone wants to come in and chat. It's been a busy stream. Busy. Lots of stuff happened. Lots of good discussions. I feel like I almost feel like the public is starting to, we're almost close to figuring this out, I think. There you go. Thank you, Tina. And all the amazing mods. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, I know. I wish everybody could win. I think in the future, if I keep growing, you know, one night I'll be able to give a whole bunch away, and we'll just plan to like do like, because it sucks with just not, you know, not being able to give away more. but everything's an experiment that we can expand on. So maybe in the future we can, just plan on doing more shirts. But right now it's just going to be one because we are getting kind of low stock. But I do have another design next. So I'm going to have both designs next time. One new design and the old design. Yeah, so you can buy them by now we only have like the blue and the gray right now, so depending on what sizes we have left, you'll either get blue or gray. And those will go out Monday. And there are people waiting, but just this week with all the court stuff, so yeah, they're all going out Monday. Everyone, thank you for your patience. Kind of a 1 and 2 person team here with the help of my mod, who's been great helping me. But this week after Tuesday, it'll be nice and calm. So there is the link if you want to buy. This is for USA shipping. The shipping is included, and the 3XL and the 4XL are on back order. All right, let's get this going. Let's see if I can bring in someone to help me do the drawing. We need someone in here to help do the drawing. Wow. Welcome in, John. Jeez, we got a real crime reporter here. Wow, John, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. What do you think about how Nanos is treating the reporters in this case, John? Let me know. That's great. We got a real crime reporter from San Diego in the chat, everybody. John, thanks for joining. Oh, look at that. I knew Bruce would come in and help. Very helpful guy. We're doing the t-shirts.
Yeah.
Hey, are you in your convertible?
I'm in my convertible.
Wow, I didn't know you had one.
No. I wish I had the Nanos one, but I can't get one of those.
What is that?
It's just a chair.
It looked like a convertible.
Just a gaming chair, man.
You had me fooled. I thought you were out. Oh, he just disappeared. Now Bruce he calls in from the Philippines. He lives in the Philippines. I thought he was in a convertible, and he's literally in his and he's just in his chair. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Caroline. All right. So what time is it there?
12:10 in the afternoon, lunchtime.
Wow. All right, so you want to do the countdown? Well, let me give everybody one more chance. If you want to enter, do hashtag USA, and then after you win, you got to text me 857live@gmail.com, and then email me your size and your address and your number. If you put a number, put USA and a number. We'll give everybody a minute. Are you in a hurry?
I'm not in a hurry. I'm not doing nothing.
So it's Sunday there, right?
Yeah, Sunday. Yep. Sunday, 12/11.
Wow, so you guys are way ahead of us.
Yeah, what is it? I think it's like, is it I think it's 13 hours from the East Coast.
Wow.
Hey, but I'll tell you this: for 90 pesos, and $1.47, I got 9 packs of Oreos.
Wait, say that again.
So this cost me these 9 packs of Oreos I just got a little bit ago. It was 90 pesos, which is $1.47 in American money in America. So, which we know we can't get a full pack like that
And
right
they're
now
not
in the US.
and they're the real Oreos. Are you sure they're the real ones though?
Yep, they're the real Oreos, original.
Huh.
9 times back. So you get 9 things of Oreos.
All right, looks like everybody's entered in there. We're gonna do this drawing, so I'm gonna just have you count it down from like 10.
All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Let's go. No whammies, no whammies. Sweet Bree. Sweet Bree, are you here? Sweet Bree. You just won. Sweet Bree. If you won, email me 857live@gmail. Sweet Bree. Let me know if you're here. It's a little late. Sweet Bree. Okay, email me. She's here. Awesome. Email me your size, your address, and I see you're here, so I don't need to confirm it. But if you want, just put your number. If you put a number, that'll help. All right. Well, that was awesome. It was rigged, FinFan says. No, you got to write your email to StreamYard. This is done by StreamYard. So anybody that has StreamYard, you can do your own contest.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll win on yours. Oh, nice. 231's wearing her t-shirt that she bought. If you want to buy one, yeah, you can just, I want to try to get rid of this batch, and then the next batch I'm going to know what to order, like how many. Because I think I misordered the amounts on this one. And all right, there's the link.
It's my fault. That's right. It's my fault because cheese and wine and suitcase did win.
Yep.
That's all right.
So I'm waiting for Sweet Bree. Email me, and then I'll just send that over to my my great mod who's been helping me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Go ahead, Bree. Tell me what's your thoughts on the show tonight? Everything you heard. Just I gotta go ahead.
So it what, it really breaks my heart because see, you guys, at one time I used to be just a piece of garbage. I would really tear into people, and I lost a lot of friends, in 2024, and I feel like they passed away because of my attitude, how I was angry. But when I got to know my wife, and I did, like tonight, I just wanted to tear into Dylan, but it's not going to do me any good. I think it's messed up what he said. I don't understand why people, if they got problems with people, like I get it, it's on radio, it's a show. He's got his opinion to say stuff, just like 857 or any of you guys. But I just don't think it's appropriate. You're gonna sit here and call people conspiracy creeps and weirdos and all this stuff. Like they shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be doing that. Well, I think maybe Dylan should take a look at himself instead of trashing other people. My grandparents, my grandmother before she died said, try your best not to judge people and try to be kind and trying to be a good man to people. And that's what I did. I changed my life. And I would love to tear into Dylan, but I'm not gonna give him any time.
Well,
What he did.
There's a difference. Here's the
know?
deal. There's a difference between like I mean I don't know. He's probably a nice guy, right? This is a professional like debate that you can be constructive and not be mean, right? He was he was calling all this stuff about journalists. The words that he's using, real journalists do not use those words. Weirdos and what else did he say? Nuts. Dude, that's not that's disrespectful. That to me, he crossed the line. I would never normally act like that unless somebody cleared that. So I mean, but he kind of deserves it in my opinion because he literally crossed the line. Not that we're attacking him as a person. His journalistic report on that thing on radio on national radio to me was disrespectful. And so we deserve to react, right? And I'm not saying anything negative about him personally.
You have a right. Look, you have a right to look. I'm right with you. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
I'm not here to say that you're wrong, but he deserves. Look, if you're gonna trash 857 and the rest of the people or us that are in, look. You're gonna trash me because I do things here in the Philippines. I show like where the boats are at that we take. I show the water. I show the sea. I show food. Like things like that. I show my family. Are you gonna say that I'm some weirdo too because I do that? Look, I have got what anybody else has: a phone, and we can get a channel. I can do the same thing that Damien does, that any of the guys do, and just like any of you people can do. You all do it. And I'm sure a lot of you use cameras now because especially after what happened. And you should always have a phone with the camera just in case just for it to be recorded.
Yep.
But no, you're right. You have the right when he sat here and literally said something. I mean, on radio to everybody that's listening in Arizona, it's no different than what the news did, except the news, they weren't the only thing that, the news was putting your name out there and saying that you did this stuff, and then somebody cut and made like Alex like he was pissing, and we all heard him. He had his mic on him. They all have freaking mics, man. Right? I mean, it's what it is. And we would all heard him go to the bathroom if that was true. But you have a right to be upset about this because you cover, and I'll say this again, and I've said this for years. If you don't know me or you don't know Damien or anybody, like, how about you just get to know the person? You don't know what he's done or what. Is it bad because he was one of the first ones out there? I don't know who the first one out there. I guess it's 857. I don't know who was, but my guess is it was him. Does that make it bad because 857 is out there reporting? This is what this guy does. This is his job, just like what your job is. It's not. You shouldn't be throwing blows and punches like that. Like that's not what journalists do. And if you think attacking him or anybody, any of us, is gonna do you any good, it's not, man. I'm just not gonna waste my time with you. You're literally a piece of shit.
No, I mean, just his reporting. Say his reporting, because like I said, I don't want to personally, but because I don't know, but you know what? I'm wondering, could he be friends with Annie and Tommaso? Not that he's connected, but I honestly think the way he came at us, he has to have some sort of why. What does he have to gain to go after us?
It was bad reporting. I'll put it that way. I apologize. It's bad reporting. You know
No, I
what?
just don't want to. I mean, because like I said, it's like talking about maybe your like favorite basketball player, like he sucks, but he might be a nice person, but you just think he sucks in basketball, right? There's a difference. I'm not saying anything yet. So but yeah, that's kind of where I was shocked because I would thought this was supposed to be about Nanos. This was a Nanos interview, and now we become a hit piece on a Nanos interview. Does that make sense? Like, it's titled Nanos interview, not let's trash, independent media, because he's independent media. On his website, it says that, and so are we. So, like, I'm shocked that he did that.
Here's what bothers me is
real quick. Is that a
go ahead.
porcelain doll behind you? Is that antique?
Yep, antique. It's Mary, I believe. It's Jesus, and yeah, it's a porcelain doll.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, we do have. Yeah. What's up?
Look, I've never been there, but I never seen anybody on stream go on anybody's property, and this is what like the media did. Look, they cut out things and put in stuff like to make somebody like they went to the like Alex went to the bathroom and just like he was throwing stuff and garbage and it's like I think Alex said that he uses that chip container for his flashlight. So, but anyways, we would all hear if you went to the bathroom. But no, it just bothers me that they said that you guys were doing that stuff. I never saw you once do that. I never saw, like, I don't know what the point is to like trash you guys, put you on the news, and then cut it. I mean, and cut stuff and put stuff in, and then they say that you literally were going on people's properties. Okay, if somebody was going on somebody's property, how about there's some proof or something? Like, where's the videos at? I know everybody's got.
No, there was one time when Righteous Monkey accidentally stepped on that and it was almost like, I mean, come on, people. I mean, but hey, he was like, yep, I mean, he didn't know it was private because it was in it was in an area that you wouldn't even think it was private property. But
and he apologized too. He apologized, and he even said,
yeah,
he even said that he would never do that again.
No, but there wasn't. He doesn't even deserve to be, put in that position to have to they hunted him down. It's like, come on, they obviously knew his page. They could have figured it out and just been like, I mean, but here we are. Hopefully, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alley Cat, for the charges being dropped. But everybody says I still have to go on Tuesday just to get like that final. Here's the paper. You're out. You know what I mean? I'm done. So welcome in, Tina.
Hi, how are you, Tucson? Hi,
Good.
Bruce. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing, Tina?
I'm good, thank you. 857, I'm not going to say congratulations to you till Tuesday. So we'll party on Tuesday. But to Mr. Little Dylan guy out there, before I even got in your chat, I sent him an email. And then I got in your chat and saw everything when you replayed it. And somebody said it was the third time being played today, but that was the first time I actually caught it. I just heard he was saying things. So I got in there and emailed him because what a disgrace. of a human being. I don't care if he's a journalist or if he is the president of the United States. He is a nasty human being, period. And Nano, that was all a little setup interview. And Nanos knew it was going in to bash you guys. Did you hear how he laughed?
Oh, I know the guy. He tried. He, like I said, he got me. Like, I posted it. Like, I like to share people out. You know, like Bruce has a page. Hey, Bruce, go to Bruce's page every month. So I shared one of his articles out, and next thing you know, I'm like, and I was new to Facebook, like my page. I got a copyright strike, and then even suspended off of Facebook. I couldn't post, and so he's already, for whatever reason, has had it out against me. And then now, you know, you go to his website or his page, and it's all just real radical political stuff. There's no unity. It's all like, I don't know why he would have so much against us on this Nancy Guthrie case either, because he's not even writing about it. Like,
and he isn't relevant. And people like him, people like the trolls in our chat, I find it hard to believe that our chats are actually complaining and bitching about donations that they gave. I'm pretty sure those are trolls. People like Dylan, people like the trolls, they are so full of hate that when they see unity, and my God, if they haven't seen it in the last several weeks with all of us, it is eating them up inside. So they're going to try to divide us and try to cause arguments. And it's just not going to work. I said it a couple weeks ago on JLR show. Nano's first mistake was he underestimated the power of unity within our community. And the others are catching on to that, and it's making them angry.
Well, you don't have to say why. If people choose, like myself, all right, if I choose to donate, that's my choice. It's my money. If I want to give all my money to 857, I'm going to give them all my money because I choose to give it to them. We shouldn't have to sit here and explain. Tina doesn't have to explain nothing, and no does anybody else.
Yeah.
If they want to give their hard-earned money, that is their choice as men and women. That is not anybody else's, problem. I get it. There's people out there. I hear somebody, Alex, you're going to pay the 40 grand back. Like, what kind of stupid shit is that?
I know. Agreed 100%. So I just wanted to call them out and let them know that we see it. We see you're uneducated and just unbelievable human beings to even do that. These guys have enough on their plate without worrying about if it's their chat or if it's their trolls that are saying things like that. I find it extremely, very, very low class. If you didn't want to donate, don't donate. But don't come back in here bitching about you want your money back. If that's
those are trolls. No, trolls are trolls. I mean, trust me, there's nothing that people, there's a whole bunch of them. They're going around, and anybody who donated, they're not stupid. Like, I've donated to places, and it's like, you're doing it. And here's the deal. Anyone wants to say anything, whatever money's not spent that goes to a lawyer, right? I mean, I looked up how much a civil rights lawyer is, and it's not cheap.
No, I would think they're very expensive.
The biggest thing is with America's history, right? We've had the civil rights, the women's rights, even back to the suffrage. Women's got voting, and so this. I mean, not that we're at that level. I'm just saying, but these kinds of things in American history can bring change, and bringing this hopefully would be an association. So I'm telling anybody who wants to be, a part of it, then we'll have, a place where people can go and they can get, education essentially.
Absolutely.
But so something good is going to come out of this no matter what. And then, with the new way that people are communicating, if we did an event like the Crime Con, a lot of people know each other, right? And you get so this is a way where people, you want to have friends, you want to meet new people. This will be a good chance for people to just meet like-minded people with no political you know, competition. It's just people that want to get together and obviously everybody can learn about their own channels, you know. So it's something that whatever isn't spent is going to go towards that. But right now I'm just waiting to get through Tuesday. And thank you. I got one person in the queue as well. It looks Ghost Pikachu is going to come on. Do you want to stay on for a minute?
Sure, I'll stay on with you.
Okay. All
Thank you.
right. Hey, welcome in. Can you hear me?
Hey. Hey,
Hey, buddy. How you been?
good. I like your strategy. Yeah, it's working.
What do you mean? What do you mean strategy?
What I mean is how you put everything out in the open for defense. Your defense, because the prosecution, they're definitely watching.
I don't think that. I mean, hopefully they have something better to do than watch me.
No,
I
I
mean, the
think this is
prosecution.
how they're.
But
I think this is how they're
I'm
trying to
just
put
kidding.
their case together.
Thank
And
you.
I think they realized that we don't have a case. But I think what they're gonna do is, I think they're gonna lead an example. Try to.
Well, that's what a lot of people saying, but I'm also they're getting a lot of pressure back. They're getting
Yeah.
a lot of pressure back from all different directions. I know that for a fact. I've seen people saying that they're writing the county attorney. But so what's going to happen is what we're hoping is that they'll just drop the charges with Alex and so that's why people are looking like every hour to see if it updates or so hopefully everybody gets dropped and we can just
I'm just wondering if Juice is gonna get dropped, or does he have to go, or he'll have to go to court and battle it out. Because I think it would be foolish for the prosecution side to go through with it, because there's really nothing on him.
exactly.
I mean, the reason why I think the prosecution will continue with Alex is because they're gonna say he resisted arrest.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he did. Chris McDonough doesn't think he did either.
No, I
So
don't think
even
he did
though
either.
so that's what the thing is I mean if you look at the quote that on X that Chris McDonough said, they basically I don't want to go into his case, but just go read. There's actually there's case law that basically says that we were basically entrapment, which is like the worst thing that police never want to do. Like that's the worst, almost besides doing something even worse, entrapment to me is pretty bad. And so that's what Chris McDonough said. He said it looks like entrapment.
And entrapment is illegal.
Excuse me.
Illegal.
Got the hiccups. I got the hiccup. Yeah.
It's terrible. Hi, Pikachu.
Hi.
So Pikachu, any thoughts about the Nancy Guthrie case? As far as are you been following it for a while? And
Oh, yeah, I follow it so much, and I constantly go back to things, and there's so much I have to go back to figure it out. But because there's so much to it, it's just nothing ever been. I've never seen anything like this before.
well, what are your final thoughts on? We got a whole bunch of people in the chat, and everybody's kind of been watching the show, and the TMZ ransom notes. Give me like one final thought that everybody can kind of like. Maybe you'll help them like with what you're thinking's going on in this case.
Well, I'm thinking. I'm going back to their childhood about this game that they played. I'm wondering if it was a part of the ending of the game, that gone wrong.
Oh wow.
And when it went wrong is she passed away in the house because of a spook, like because her heart issues. And from the house to the where the easement is, from what I
Right.
understand, there was something going on in the easement.
Uh-huh.
I think she was still alive on the easement, but that's where she passed. And I think I don't know. I something about this game. It's just constantly coming back to me.
That's an
Well,
interesting point, Pikachu.
yeah. No, it's interesting. I
And
mean, so
I don't feel, and I don't think it was. I don't feel like it was intentional. I think it was a part of a story. I
Hmm.
mean, and the whole family's in shock.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know if any law enforcement was involved, but I don't think they meant any harm either. And I think the reason, I mean, I just it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, come back in a week. How about you do the come back in a week and let me know because I want to find out maybe something's changed. But that's an interesting theory. But come back in 1 week or shorter. Doesn't have to be a week. Maybe in a day or two. Just if something changed, come back. Let me know what if anything's changed. But are you in the chat? Are you coming to the chat and chatting it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for coming on.
It was
And
good to meet you, Pikachu.
Nice to
yep.
meet you.
Yeah, I'll see you next time, buddy.
I'll be around.
All righty. Take care.
Hey,
All right.
857. I
Yeah.
had a question that I really did want to ask you. I know that a lady said that there were bones found in someone's backyard today, which I get, but what is there any way to pull up Annie and Tom and Tommaso's old address and see how far it is away from where supposedly those bones were found today? And the reason I'm
Well,
asking is because of those 911, or not the 911, but the dispatch phone calls that night when
yeah.
they said they saw masked men at A&T's old property, and it's on a dispatch call that evening at like 3:15 in the morning. I was just curious how far away this place is today from their old house.
I mean, just to give you like my just basically what I know, it's like it's probably like 30 minutes.
From you?
No, from where
From
you're
their old
dispatched.
house. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. If you would have told me 5, I would have probably fell out of my chair. So
No, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The thing I mean, like, I don't know. A lot of people live in small towns, right?
yeah,
And so there's not a lot of stuff that happens, so to speak, right? There's not a lot of homicides. But in big cities, this stuff is so normal. Bodies found, this happened. I mean, it's a daily thing. Like, so when I'm not jumping in every time to think like, oh, there's a body in the backyard found, that it's automatically Nancy is because it's most likely not going to be. And I hate to be like the Debbie Downer, but
no, I totally understand.
I like to deal with just like
Well,
more
and then that brings
focused.
me back too to like I don't understand why Nanos had such an issue with either EquiSearch or the Cajun Navy coming out. Even if we don't find Nancy's body, perhaps we'll find some of these others that are also missing in your area. Like, what harm would it have done?
Well, the only harm that it does is a lot of so if they have the professional searchers out here, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, if they showed up and started searching, okay, there what would Nanos do? What do you think he would do? Because DGL, he's been out searching.
Right.
AJWU, he's been out searching. Whoever wants to go out searching no one's been stopped. So to me, I'm gonna call BS a little bit on the Cajun Navy in the sense
Okay.
that they don't need permission.
Okay.
They can come out here just like you and me and go, as long as they're following the rules, right?
Right.
But to me, the Cajun Navy is a nonprofit. They make money off of. Now, I'm not saying they don't do good, but I say Cajun Navy, if you really want to search, get your butts out here. You know the maps, you know where you can search and where you can't, and start searching and just say, you know what, Nanos, you're not gonna stop us. And
Right.
what are they gonna do? Arrest Cajun Navy? Well, that's a story in itself.
Right. You're
So
right.
the Cajun Navy, I'm not putting a lot of weight into it, but it's the other thing is I think they're each calling each other's bluff. And honestly, even if the Cajun Navy did came out, they would be up in a uphill battle because, well, number one, it's hot now. Number two, it's so spread out. There's so many. It's 9,000 square miles is the county. So where do you even start searching?
Right.
So that's kind of where I'm at. But I say Cajun Navy come out, and I guarantee you, Nanos is not going to stop you.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that because I was thinking personally of just sending EquiSearch and Cajun Navy an email myself and asking them to come out. Maybe if they were a little bit afraid to step on toes prior, I get it. But seeing the corruption and things that are going on in here now, perhaps they'll just come without worrying about if Nanos likes it or not.
I mean, the thing that I would hate, here's what as much as I think on paper it looks good if they did come out, but if there's not like a certain area to search for, it might be a little bit of a waste of a time, right? And there might be someone else that really needs help that doesn't get it. That's like a missing, person that might still be, see what I'm saying?
I do. I
So
absolutely do.
that's why, like, if they did, I would be happy. If they didn't, I would understand too, because it's a huge job. I mean, we're talking thousands of square miles. I mean, you saw some of the video of it out here, and it's
Yeah.
not pretty if you're looking for someone that could be buried in some random spot.
Which probably is why they want to work with the sheriff so that he can tell them where he would want them to be at. But okay, well, I was just curious about that. I
it's
just
a
wish
great
we could
point.
do something. Yeah.
It's a great point.
All right. Well, I will let you off of here so the next caller can come in.
Yeah. If
But
anyone wants to come in,
I appreciate you taking my call.
yeah, come back. You
I
came
will.
in here the other day, right?
I did. I
Okay.
did. Yep.
Awesome.
All right. I
All
will
right.
talk to you Tuesday, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll definitely. I'll definitely update. Hopefully, with good news.
Yeah, we'll be waiting on it.
Yep. Everybody's saying great caller, great caller.
Aw, thanks, guys. All right. Have a good night,
Good
857.
night.
I
Good
appreciate
night.
everything you do.
Thank you. Have
Bye.
a good night.
Bye.
Good night. All right, Amy. Thank you so much. EquiSearch was told no by Nanos. Dave from EquiSearch was on duty, Ron, a couple days ago and told the story. Yeah. And that's kind of where I was just saying is it would be hard for any search group to come out if they didn't have like a certain area. So I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted on search groups. I think they should come out if they feel the need, but number one, they got to have the money to afford all the what are they going to search? I mean, where do they start? I mean, I don't know. So I could see both ways. If they come, great. If they don't, I can understand because it's so expensive for them to come out. You know, it probably costs them, you know, $5,000 a day just to run their crew. You know, hotels, the gas to get here, the gas to search, and then they got to make sure everybody stays safe. I mean, it's a big ordeal. This is not like someone ran off in the desert and they think that someone's in a certain area, like a 5 mile area. This is 9,000 square miles. They don't need permission to come out here. That's what I don't understand. Like, Nanos doesn't own Pima County. They can come out here and search, just like maybe it might be different a little than what they're used to, but come on out. Let Cajun Navy come on out and search. I mean, I don't know they can come out and search just like DGL. They don't need permission to come out and search certain areas. I mean, certain areas they won't be able to search, right? Yeah, they don't want to overstep. Maybe, I don't know. But there's no rule that they're going to get thrown in. I mean, if you're telling me that they come out here and now they're in jail because they're searching for Nancy Guthrie, oh, they got to get permission and approval. So they need that permission, official permission. So that's the reason why they're not going to get official from Nanos. I get that now. They in their organization, they need to have, okay. Because I was saying, I mean, just come on out and start searching. I mean, what are they? You're in trouble. You're trying to help. Stop. Stop. No more helping. Arrest these people. They're helping. They're helping create awareness and find Nancy. Arrest them at once. But that does make city, liability. I mean, they are nonprofit. They're essentially a corporation. They got insurance, I'm sure. So crazy, but you know, maybe there's another search team that can just come out. I don't know. There's a link if anyone wants to come in. Fat redial. Can't they just get permission anywhere outside the sheriff's jurisdiction? Yeah, I think what it is they have to get permission from the authorities so they can make it like official on their end somehow. You know, if they're like, I don't know, approval for legal reasons. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I only heard about it when the guy showed up. It's kind of, he was doing interviews. He had a big old beard. They flew him out here. I think he was driving he rented a Mercedes. And but I've heard they've done good things, but there's different Cajun navies, so I don't know. Come out and search. We'll go out to El Charro after. El Charro, the best Mexican food in America. Hands down, best Mexican food. If you come out to Tucson, you got to hit El Charro, or what's the other one? The other one is where all the presidents go. Bill Clinton went there, Barack Obama. Somebody in the Tucson who's from Tucson will know. So we are getting, I don't know if everyone's tired. It looks like it's already after 1, but where's my West Coast people that want to come chat? I've been here a while, so I need someone to come share their opinion. There's the link. Who wants to come chat? No whammies. And again, shout out to Sweet Bree. I got your email, Sweet Bree. I got your email. Do. Oh, dang it. She didn't put a size, though. Sweet Bree. I'll just email you back. Yeah, it's nice. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you. Oh, welcome back, Sharon. Hope you had a good night. Yeah, we kind of we went over a lot of stuff. Including Dylan Smith. But I'm done with him. I'm done. I'm cutting all ties with Dylan Smith. I mean, I can't even think of one article I've ever read from him except the one that I shared because I was trying to help him. Because I'm like, this dude needs some help. I mean, nobody's watching it. Nobody's viewing his, so I tried to help him get some views for his article. Just doing getting some new windows up here, closing some old windows that I went through already. So just give me 1 minute. So what I think we're going to do is we are going to jump back into an old favorite, our old favorite we have. And I need a little bit of we're going to go back into the Brew Crew. We're going to go back because he just came out with one. And it's talking about the ransom note. It's talking about the ransom note. So I'm going to pull this up. Brew Crew, if everybody can give him a follow. Now, this is a guy, same kind of like Boomer. Now, what I would like to see would be cool is if we can get Boomer and Brew Crew. Could you imagine if Boomer and Brew Crew started a show like a weekly show together? That would break the internet. Could you imagine if Boomer and Brew Crew got a show together? Now, this is a really good one because he does talk about the ransom notes, and that's the big topic that's been going on. So I'm gonna let this play. I gotta fill up my drink, maybe grab a Snickers bar or something. I don't know. The Brew Crew And Boomer. That would be a good idea, Deb. That would be a great idea. That would be awesome. Brew Crew and Boomer. So here we go. This is titled Nancy Guthrie Case, The Real Target, The Disturbing Revelations in the Second Ransom Note. Excuse me. So give a follow to Brew Crew. If you don't follow this guy, get over there and sub up to Brew Crew, because he has been consistent, but he is also a retired law enforcement. So here we go. Brew Crew Beyond 50. Be right back. Take a listen.
One question that has been bothering me ever since this new information surfaced about the second ransom note. If Nancy Guthrie was the only target, why isn't she home? And I'm not talking about alive. I'm talking about why her remains have never been returned to her family. Because according to the ransom note, if it's true, it indicated that Nancy had died and was, quote, buried with nature. Now, think about what that means. If the person responsible believed that Nancy had already died, then why continue hiding where she was? If the objective had already been accomplished, why continue causing unimaginable pain to the people that she loved? That question may tell us more about the motive than anything else that we've learned so far. Now, when most people hear the words ransom note, they naturally assume one thing: money. $1.2 million that is still on the table today. The safe return of the victim, negotiation, and hope. But this second note changes that picture dramatically. If the wording truly stated that Nancy had already died and that she was buried with nature, then the entire purpose of the communication changes. At that point, there is no hostage. There is no negotiation. There's no exchange. The ransom demand becomes secondary now. Instead, the communication itself becomes part of the crime. And that's something that investigators pay very close attention to. Because criminals, they don't just communicate information. Sometimes they communicate motive. Sometimes they communicate emotion. And sometimes they communicate exactly who they were trying to hurt. This is where I think that we have to slow down. And, I know that some people may disagree, but hear me out. If Nancy herself was the only intended victim, a reasonable person might expect that eventually her location would be revealed. Maybe anonymously, maybe years later, maybe through a guilty conscience. But instead, whoever wrote that note allegedly told the family that she had died, yet gave them no meaningful way to bring her home. Now, think about what that does. Every birthday, every holiday, every Mother's Day, every Christmas, every family gathering, there's an empty chair. There's no place to visit. There's no gravesite. There's no opportunity for closure. That isn't just physical loss. It's emotional imprisonment. And that's why investigators often study not only what offenders do, but what they what they choose not to do. Now, I know that we've spent a lot of time.
This is Brew Crew Beyond 50. Give him a follow. I'll put the link. He's a great breaks down these so he's talking about the ransom note. Here we go.
Discussing those three words. And I also know that some people probably think we've already talked about this. But here's why I keep coming back to it, because, you know, every person looks at evidence from a different perspective. Sometimes one person may notice something that everyone else overlooked. Those three words don't simply paint a picture. They create a linguistic image. They tell us something about the person who chose those words. Not necessarily where Nancy is, but possibly how the offender thinks. Those words weren't required. The writer could have just simply said she's dead. Instead, they chose language that investigators can now analyze, language behavioral experts can study, language that may remind someone of someone that they know. I wouldn't be surprised that if investigators have already received tips from people saying, you know, that sounds exactly like something that this person would say. Because language can become a fingerprint, not a fingerprint that identifies someone by itself, but one that can support everything else that investigators are building. Now, I want to be very careful here, because this is not about accusing Nancy's family. No way, shape, or form. There is absolutely no evidence that suggests that they committed this crime. That's not what I'm saying. But investigators, they absolutely have to ask other questions. Who existed inside Nancy's closest orbit? Starting with family, and then friends, neighbors, business relationships, past acquaintances, people connected to Nancy. Who had a grievance? Who carried resentment? Who maybe felt that they were wronged? Who believed that they had a score to settle? Because sometimes a victim is chosen not because of who they are, but because of who they mean to someone else.
Man, this case is really turning some sideways. You know, people are starting to think maybe it's someone that indirectly knew versus somebody that is it somebody who indirectly knew Annie and Tommaso? I think that's what people are starting to circle around. Not that Annie and Tommaso had anything to do this, of course not, but somebody that was close to them to get back to them. What do you guys think? Could this be revenge? Somebody looking to get revenge on Annie and Tommaso in the most evil way? Or could this just be some random person that chose an elderly woman living alone?
We've seen this happen before. People become leverage. They become symbols. They become a way to inflict pain on another person. And I'm not saying that's what happened here. I'm saying that investigators have to consider every reasonable possibility when trying to understand motive, because motive often explains behavior, and behavior often leads investigators to offenders. The more that I think about this, the more that I believe that this case may be about far more than an abduction. Now, if the second note is accurate, then whoever was responsible didn't just take Nancy. They may have intentionally deprived her family of the liability to bring her home. If that's true, that isn't just simply murder. That becomes a crime designed to continue hurting people long after the act itself. And that's an entirely different psychological profile. Whether that motive was revenge, hatred, resentment, or something else entirely. Investigators, they have to answer that question, because once you understand why, you often get much closer to understanding who. As always, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you believe that the wording buried with nature points investigators toward a specific location? Or do you think it tells us more about the mindset of the person who wrote it? Let me know down in the comments below. I read far more of your comments than you probably realize. And many of the discussions that we have here, they end up becoming future videos. So let me hear from you. Now, before we head into another weekend, I want to leave you with one final thought. Weekends have become especially difficult for so many people following this case, because it's just another reminder that another week has passed without Nancy coming home. But don't mistake silence for inactivity. While we may not see what's happening behind the scenes, investigators, they continue analyzing DNA, digital evidence, forensic data, video, interviews, and now even the language contained within these ransom notes. Every new piece of information has the potential to change the direction of this investigation. And as we move into another weekend, I hope that each of us continue to do what we've done from the very beginning. Keep Nancy's name out there. Keep sharing her story. Keep looking. Keep thinking. Because sometimes it's one fresh perspective, one remembered conversation, or one overlooked detail that finally breaks a case wide open. And finally, to the person responsible, if you're watching, every day that passes may feel like another day that you've gotten away with it. But investigations like this, they don't stop simply because time passes. Evidence keeps getting re-examined. Technology keeps improving. DNA science keeps advancing, and digital evidence keeps revealing things that it couldn't reveal before. And one day, someone will remember something. Someone will say something. Or the evidence that you've already left behind will finally tell investigators exactly who you are.
That's what we're hoping, Brew Crew. Thank you. We're not going to stop advocating for victims. Obviously, we got all 50 states. Somebody might start a channel like our buddy Christian, fueled by Folgers and Jesus. And he started his channel over in Texas. Now, if something pops off in Texas, he's going to be there. And that's what Brew Crew, we're all in this together. So thank you, Brew Crew. Here's the link. Get to his channel. Sub up. But we do have breaking news with Bill Buckmaster. I guess somebody emailed him. And I'm going to pull up the email right now. Bill Buckmaster I might be on the Bill Buckmaster show, guys. He might have me on the show. Why not? Bill Buckmaster might have me on the show. Why is that not going down? Get that banner off. I'm going to pull up the email right now. So somebody emailed him and he said, "Hey, yo, butt Matt, what?" Oh, that's kind of not a good way to start it. But he was being funny, I guess. Why not get 857 Tucson on your show? Hey, Daniel, did you listen to the interview? I can't control what my co-host said on the show. I didn't say one negative thing about influencers. Yeah, no, I gave major props to Bill. If you guys I mean, yes, I did. Don't you think you should give me time to those dissed? Your guest did. I would consider it Daniel. So Bill Buckmaster, if this is real, is considering having me on his show. And I'm still giving the link for anyone that wants to come chat. We got PI 56 in the queue. And I got I'm gonna pull up this this Bill Buckmaster interview he did. Because I like Bill. I'm not dissing Bill. This guy's a Hall of Famer. So I'm not dissing Bill. Bill Buckmaster. Here we go. I'm gonna bring on PI 56. Welcome in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, sounds perfect.
Wonderful. How you doing tonight, Damien?
Oh, just kind of going with the flow. It was obviously it's almost 8 hours, so getting a little tired, but I'm still kicking.
Well, I've been listening to you as I've been doing some work in the background. Really good show for the last 2-3 hours. Was impressed. I'm not going to even talk about that POS that you were discussing because I think he's just, as that other caller stated, he's just an incredibly terrible human being as far as what he said in that interview with Sheriff Nanos. That just kind of blew me away. He's supposed to be a journalist and kind of disappointed. I have never heard of him before, but didn't particularly care for what I did hear. But I was going to mention to you, I pulled up 5 different areas, different counties, 2 of them that are in Arizona and 3 in California because I used to live there. And if somebody's missing a family member and there's been, a couple months have went by, the searches by the law enforcement's pretty much been over with, which in this particular case, it's done. I mean, they're not out searching really anymore about having other parties coming in to search.
Yeah.
And out of all 5 of the ones that I checked into, Pima County is the only one that has a completely different set of laws. And it just in a nutshell, what it says is the question is, do you need the sheriff's permission to do a search? And the direct answer is that it's yes, under Arizona law and explicit directives from Sheriff Chris Nanos. Any organized physical search or investigative effort related to the Guthrie case requires official coordination and approval and a permit.
Wow.
If you do not get these, there's 3 things. If you're denied a permit, which you know damn well he's going to do, you cannot come. He has the right under the magistrate code, and they give all these numbers, you can't. It even indicates 2 different groups, the one in Mexico that came out, those Madres Buscaderos.
Yeah.
And also the United Cajun Navy officially in writing have requested on 3 occasions by the United Cajun Navy, 5 times from the Madres Buscaderos, and he has declined them in writing. The neighborhood crackdown, Catalina Foothills can put in a request to the sheriff's department to not allow them to search on public land, not the private property, but public land in Catalina Foothills. So, and
they chased him out of town because
he doesn't want the search to happen. There's some, and you mentioned the thing with the family a minute ago. And when I was talking to JLR the other day, I told him, I said, I never from the beginning wanted to think it was family. I didn't go down that path. And
Yeah.
recently, I've started to change my opinion, and I haven't flip-flopped on this case very much at all. I've pretty much stuck with my original thoughts. I do not think it was anybody, like you said, in the immediate family. I don't think they did any harm to her.
No.
If by chance they did, I think they're scared. I think something might have happened accidentally. They didn't know how to react to it, possibly. But that's the only way I would even think of it being family. But,
Yeah.
Annie's involved in a large circle with her poetry groups and also with some of the other things she delves into. So
Well,
it
there's
could
a
be.
lot of bad people that live in Tucson. And I'm
Oh.
not being mean, but and I'm not saying bad in the sense of
No, I understand. I
there-
live in Arizona, but
yeah, you know.
I know what Tucson's like. But there's bad everywhere. But there's some real pockets in Tucson that are really bad. And and you live there, I'm sure you've seen it's really changed a lot in the last 5 to 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
It amazes me that you can have somebody laying on a street corner 2.5, 3 miles from Nancy's with a syringe in their arm. And they just
Yeah.
walk, urinating, defecating, and doing all of these things. And they'll just drive by them, walk right by them, step over them, and nothing happens. But yet,
Exactly.
God forbid, you're sitting in a vehicle off to the side of the road, minding your own business, just kind of watching the area. But yet you can get in trouble. Alex does his thing, juice. And they're on you guys like stink on you know what. And it's just, I don't see any of what they have done. It's not fair. But when you're dealing, and I hate to say this because I'm putting myself out there because I'm actually going to state, I do not believe that there is 1 ounce in Sheriff Nanos that is anything but corrupt. I just think the man is totally corrupt. And he has so much pull over Catalina Foothills, the people in that community, but there's got to be somebody, in my opinion, even over his head that controls him. But I guarantee you there's money involved.
Well, there's he's a piece to a larger puzzle. I don't know if you live in Tucson but
No,
obviously we have Mark Kelly who's thinking about running for president.
Oh God, I know.
Yeah, so
sorry.
but I don't want to get into politics, but yeah,
No,
he's
I don't
just
either.
a piece for a long time before Nanos took his position. There was Sheriff Dupnik, and he basically was the mentor for Nanos. Now, I don't know a lot about Dupnik. That was before my time, but in Tucson, it was like a good old boys network with Raul Grijalva and Dan Ekstrom, all these people that kind of ran the insiders. Now, you have the Hispanic population, and then you have the climate activists, I call them. And they've teamed up here in Tucson to, basically take over our country or our city. And the climate activists basically, like last year, we spent 160 million on climate activism in Tucson.
I heard you say that the other night, and I almost thought I heard you wrong.
Yeah. And so what happened now is this old school, they call it La Raza in the Hispanic population, where, back in the day, they kind of had like farmers' rights with Cesar Chavez, and they were really fighting. We all were for them too. We all wanted them to, but now, everybody just wants to have a normal American life. There's lots of opportunity, but the locals have taken over the political scene, and they own a lot of the offices. And I'm getting way too political, but Sheriff Nanos is just a piece to look the other way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to get into specifics, but it is, you can't look at this and not see that it is political, though. And I'm not trying to say on one side of the aisle or the other. It's just, it is a political mess that's going on with all of this.
Yep.
The one thing that's, and I understand why we need to talk about it, but I'm really mad because personally, I don't know about the TMZ things. I never have. TMZ to me is like the National Enquirer used to be. And I'm not sure if what's happening now is for ratings, if it's it's a bizarre thing to me. But my opinion is that this is all orchestrated. It's being, I mean, if they've known about all of this for so many months and the public hasn't, I don't know that I'm buying into any of it other than the fact that they just want to bring it back out into the limelight again. And you know as well as I do, they're making money hand over fist right now by reporting this. It's now on, it was on Fox. Yeah. It's on Fox. It's on CNN. It's on CBS, ABC, NBC. Everybody's covering Nancy Guthrie because of the letter and because of the supposed video on the phone of whoever took her. And I'm not buying it. I don't believe it. But what really bothers me is we are doing exactly what I wish we weren't doing. We're talking about it. We're putting more energy into it. And if it is not real, we're feeding more money into the pockets of TMZ. And I was kind of surprised because I didn't actually know they were owned by Fox. And when I found TMZ, they didn't used to be. They were bought, I think it was 3 years ago by Fox. And I was a little bit surprised. But it's
Makes
just
sense.
It does. Yeah, it does. But I'm just thinking, are they doing this for publicity? Because if they are, they're definitely getting it. And I don't know that I like the fact. I don't even want to report on them, to be honest with you. I haven't posted anything on my channel because I don't want to give them the publicity. I think it's really unfortunate that if it's true, that it couldn't have been told to us through law enforcement or through the Guthrie family, because I think it would have been more believable. And I think it's wrong, regardless of all this other stuff that's happening with the streamers. I think it's really wrong that a country, actually beyond our country, but just looking at the United States alone, there are so many people invested in Nancy Guthrie. They are people that, like you said, that truly care about her. You experienced tragedy when you were young in the situation that you had to witness with that little girl.
Yep.
I think you're aware of it, but I have a brother that was murdered in Venezuela.
Yeah, I remember.
And a cold case. And my sister was killed in Pennsylvania. She was murdered.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
My only two siblings I've had, both are cold cases. When you experience something like that, especially I was in my 20s, I don't ever want to see another cold case. It breaks my heart. And it's just to think that we've got a country that prays for Nancy. We've prayed for the family. Everybody's got good intentions with this. And to have a sheriff and to have, actually, I hate to say it, partially the Guthrie family not supporting people that care about their mother, that doesn't make any sense to me. I can't wrap my head around that. We're human beings. We have a heart. And, people are saying she's like people look at it and say, I don't know her, but I feel like I do know her. I love her like a grandmother. And she was a grandmother. She was somebody's mother. She was somebody's grandmother. She was somebody's friend. And she's gone. And now they've pulled and put so much crap into all of this that the focus for Nancy, it's drifting. It's going now into the politicians. It's going towards, the media, so many other areas. And I mentioned to JLR the other day, I said, I think we all need to pull back and almost sit down like the old-fashioned detectives, get out your drawing board and piece from day one. What do we know is fact?
We've done that. I've done that a couple times. Zoom out, and then start from the beginning. And that's where we're back. We've done that a couple times, and
we have to do it.
Yeah, we keep waiting for more clues, because here it's kind of like you have a puzzle, right? And we got all these pieces, except 2 of them or 3 of them are lost. Until we find those pieces, we are just going to be
going around in circles.
Yeah,
It is. It's. I feel like we're on the things that the hamsters are on all the time, just running in circles around and around, and then we get a little tiny nibble of something, and it's it's hard because you have to decipher what is real, what is fact, what could be fact, what's rumor, throw that out. Speculation, there's a lot of good in speculation. That's why we have our channels, so we can do what we're doing right now, discuss it, because one person may say one thing that makes a light bulb go on for somebody else to bring up a new concept of what may be, and then we investigate that. But I just, like I said, the focus, we need to get back to the focus of Nancy, and I can't wait till Tuesday. I am so excited that God willing, they're going to hold to what we're hearing and that your case will be dropped. But I still, it's sickening though to really think that this is what has happened to the fact of journalists and independent journalists. I don't know if you want to call it people, YouTube streamers, live streamers, whatever you want to call them. Anybody can report facts and news, and you guys never you didn't deviate. You didn't make up stories just to get kudos or to bump up your sites. You guys all reported what you saw. You talked to people that told you things they saw. You were real. Our live stream media is not real. They're not telling us the truth, but yet you're the ones being penalized. So I am so glad. And I think today when you were on JLR's, there was really a lot of people in the chat was going a mile a minute. So I don't think either one of you could catch anything that most people were saying. But what you guys are all doing is setting such an unbelievable, wonderful example for our younger generation that wants to do what you're doing. There was a young gentleman that called JLR today, and I think he was 19 years old, and he's in it. And I was amazed, and I thought, you know what? This young man is interested in this case, but yet it's not just that. It's opening young people's minds to things they didn't think of before. Our Constitution and our First Amendment rights. And you're opening the eyes of younger people that think, I might want to do what Damien does. I might want to be a JLR one day. But they're learning from you guys, and you're setting an example that you fight for your rights. You don't walk away. You hold, and you can do it with dignity and with respect. You don't have to be mean to people. You don't have to call out names. We're just asking for our rights, our God-given rights through our Constitution. And God bless all of you guys for doing this, because like I said, if I had young kids or grandkids, I'd be saying, these are the type of people you need to be watching and listening to. Go turn off the news in the living room. Come and listen to the real news. So I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And
that was very nice comment. Appreciate that. And the
and
thing is they're not used to having gatekeepers.
No.
The big media, they were the gatekeepers, and now that's all broken down, and it's the evolution of our society with the internet, and people are becoming smarter. The media was so dependent on the viewers being stupid, and now people are becoming smart.
People they're much more aware than they used to be, and the younger generation's way more aware than we were. I mean,
well, here I got to change, but look at this. So JLR, somebody just sent me this, posted this on February 15th. Now this is one day after we were at the SWAT raid, because that was on the 13th. So we are in the thick of it. We're waiting for this case to break open. We're like, 10, 12-hour days or longer. And here he posts this. I'm getting the sense that some of the local media and local politicians don't want outsiders here in Tucson covering Nancy Guthrie. This was
Wow.
this was the 15th of February. But guess who responded? Guess.
Oh no. You're
Dylan
kidding.
Smith.
Plot
Dylan
twist.
Smith, the
He'll
guy
be
who's supposed to be this respectable, this amazing person of a reporter
right.
who's
And I
going
can't
on.
believe what he wrote either. He'll pretend to be Nancy to sue. Jesus. Give me a break.
This is the professional journalist that just went and called us weirdos and nuts. And this is what he's posted.
Yeah. I saw his post and he's disgusting. That's all I can say. And I don't, like I said, that's the type of person I wouldn't want my grandchildren to be watching or listening to.
No.
No, not at all. But my main reason though for calling in, other than
Thank
just,
you.
it's always nice to talk to you, is I wanted
Yeah.
to let you know that the fact that it's interesting that, Arizona law has certain things as far as, looking for somebody in the organizations that can do it and how you have to go about it. But boy, Pima County has their own little set of rules. And Nanos is making darn sure that nobody can get in there to do any searches. I mean, it's written right there in black and white. So just wanted to kind of give you an update on that since that's something that you were talking about today.
And I see I'm on your page. You got almost 2,000 followers now.
Yep, it's moving up.
All
It's
right,
getting
here's
there.
your link.
It's
Go
getting
sub
there.
up to your channel. Yeah, come back anytime.
I appreciate it, Damien, and my prayers are with you, and I will be following. I always follow you, but I will really be keeping an eye on what happens Tuesday. I can't wait I don't drink, but I'm going to pop a cork on a 7-Up can or something.
Perfect. Hey, you really lifted my spirits tonight. So thank you for that. I mean, just those positivity, that's what people need. And that's
What I wanted
thank
to
you.
do, it is too late now because it's even 10:30 here, but what I would like to do is next time you do the t-shirt contest, I would like to buy a t-shirt and donate it so we can have another one to give away to somebody.
Okay.
So you've got my email. So just drop me a link or let me, if you're going to post it, I'll be following anyway. And when I know that you're going to do another t-shirt contest,
We'll do one tomorrow for sure. We'll do
Are
one
you?
tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so do I just go in then and just buy the t-shirt and or do I wait till we go live or how do you want to do that?
Tomorrow when we do it, I'll just post a link and then you just
Okay.
let me know and then I'll just tell
And I don't need you don't need to mention my channel or I just want to do it.
No, I like to do that though. It's always, and people want to follow new channels, that are talking about Nancy and other cases, and they're, they heard your story, so we're all, call following what's going on with your story.
Well, I hope when I get up the nerve in the next it's going to be a week to 2 weeks, but I am going to go live soon. And I hope that when I do, JLR gave me a commitment that he would hop on for at least a couple minutes. And I would love to have you join me when I do one of my lives.
Yeah, no, I would love to do that. Yeah.
I just can't figure out what the
topic.
topic is I want to cover because I'm covering not just, I'm really focused a lot on the Lynette Hooker case.
Oh yeah.
I've been following that from day one. And that one, and also the Lindsay Clancy case, but that's a tough one to discuss. When there's children involved, it's always really hard. And so I just haven't decided what I want to do yet. But I think just kind of opening and talking and doing a Q&A. Let people just ask questions and go from there.
Let's do it. Well, thanks for coming on and have a good night.
You
thank
too.
You again.
God bless you, Damien. Bye-bye.
God bless you. All right. So we got something to pull up and watch. Now, remember, we were just listening to Bill Buckmaster, right? Bill Buckmaster. Well, and I'm not saying anything about Buckmaster. He is a professional. He's good. He's got a voice for radio. And here we go. This is when he talked with NBC News and he called it a living nightmare. So here we go. Bill Buckmaster on NBC News.
Joined by Arizona and Nevada Hall of Fame broadcaster Bill Buckmaster, who's been reporting in Tucson for nearly 40 years, from the radio to television to public
40 years.
programming. He has long been considered the most trusted voice in Tucson. Bill, thank you so much for being with us tonight. It's such a privilege to get to speak with you, though I wish it could be under better circumstances. Let's start with sort of just kind of broadly. I mean, for people who don't know, Savannah has publicly spoken about the influence Tucson has had on her career. She was a reporter at our NBC affiliate KVOA TV from 1995 to 2000. Tell us about your relationship with her, the family, and her resilience throughout this horrific, unimaginable ordeal.
Thank you, Ellison. It's delightful to be with you tonight. And of course, it is a very difficult time in Tucson. It's been a living nightmare for this community for the past 3 weeks. We've all just been shocked to the core. Those of us who know Savannah and the family, as I do, it's been very, very difficult. I know some friends have had difficulty even sleeping. You mentioned Savannah. My goodness, I was with her for 4 years, fortunate enough to be with her before she went over to the NBC affiliate, KVOA, Channel 4. She was with me as I was anchoring the nightly PBS affiliate program here, and Savannah was part of our student crew. And I have to tell you, I didn't need to do much mentoring. She was wonderful. She learned quickly, and I had the privilege a couple of times of sharing the camera with her as we did membership pledge drives on the local PBS affiliate. And I can still remember, even though it's more than 35 years ago, going out on the mall at the University of Arizona and talking a little bit about fundamentals of field reporting, how you do a stand-up, basically. And she was a very fast learner. She was very special. She is very special. And we all want to see this come to a safe resolution with a happy ending. That's my prayers every night.
You mentioned that for Tucson, the city of Tucson, this has been a living nightmare. Tell us more about that. I mean, how have the last 20 days impacted the community at large?
Well, in 2011, the first week, second week actually, of 2011, we lived through a nightmare here with the assassination attempt of then Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. That was terrible. We had the world's, well, not necessarily the world, but certainly national attention on that story. We hoped we would never have to live through something like that again. And now this has so much international media, and people in this community have just been wonderful. The outreach here in the Catalina foothills, the community has come together.
The community has come together.
Folks putting yellow roses, wearing yellow bands, putting yellow ribbon around trees. We want Nancy home, and we want a successful resolution to this case. We're all on edge. We want it to be over and with a happy ending.
You know, Bill, there have been some questions about the Pima County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Nanos, and the way that they're handling this case. How do you think he is handling this case? And in your experience, is his department effective when it comes to working with other law enforcement agencies?
Ellison, this has become a political football here in town. I'm not privy to the inside the investigation. I've interviewed Sheriff Nanos over the years many times. I've always found him to be open and transparent. When I have talked with him, I know he's got a great team around him of Pima County Sheriff's detectives. They're very good at what they do. He has so many FBI agents working also. There are a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks out there, folks that say that he's done this wrong or he didn't do that right or didn't act quickly enough. Myself, Ellison, I am reserving judgment at this point on how Sheriff Nanos is doing.
Okay. There are, as you know, a lot of people following this case closely. And for the most part, people are wanting to help, right? They're wanting to see some sort of answers for Nancy and for the Guthrie family. But can you help us take a step back here? What is, in your view, the most important thing for people to remember here?
I think the most important thing to remember is this is a member of our community. We all feel very bad about what's happened, but let's let the authorities do what they do. Let them do the investigation. Perhaps hold off on the social media and making comments about, I think this happened, or I thought maybe this.
So Bill is telling us on whenever this was filmed, we'll find out the date. It seems like Bill doesn't like speculation. And it seems like him and Dylan might share similar beliefs just based on this last comment.
Should have been done. Let's hold off on that. Let's let the investigators do their thing. And we can all, quite honestly, what I'm doing, I'm praying every night that this has a successful resolution, Allison.
Amen.
Oh, Buckmaster, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time
you.
and insights.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch.
We are back. We are back. We are have a Discord. Yep. If anyone wants to come to our Discord, amazing mod Tina can share that. Yeah, he's a great talker. 5 months Wednesday. 5 months. Truth Warrior, welcome in. Sal's been on his channel. I've been seeing it. He's been going live daily. If anyone wants to come talk, here's the link. There's one more video that I need to get to before the end of the night. And it might be one of the best, but we've had some good ones. So we're just treating this like a weekend night, staying up a little later than normal. Tracy, I'm on a live stream. I can't stop my live stream and call you. I mean, can you email me what it's about? I apologize. I got the email. I see you want me to call you right now. Can you email me what it's about? I mean, or just email me what you want to tell me? No offense. It's hard to stop right here in the middle and make a call. Dead's missing wallet. Welcome in. I gotta find this video somebody sent me earlier about oh my gosh. Some people think. So there's a video from the interview room. That's what I'm trying to find from tonight. Tina Marie, do you know what time it was? Was it towards the end? I think you said 40 minutes or something. Ooh, wow. What is this? Laura Conover? They put a picture? Oh my gosh, they're going after Laura Conover tomorrow? Wow. I'm going to stay out of that one. Wow. The interview room is going full court press. This is crazy. They're doing a whole thing about Laura Conover. Look at this. What's going on tomorrow? The interview room. Laura Conover tomorrow. She's our county attorney. Interview room. Wow. They were going full court press on Pima County, and it's about the best thing that I've seen happen in a while. All right, so we're going to go to this, I think.
Yes. Talking about folks getting arrested.
All right, here we go. So this is from today. Someone told me to watch this, the end of the video. So we're just going to do a live reaction. If anyone wants to come chat, I'll put the link in. But we're going to let this play. So, yeah, somebody said this is great. The two brothers, but they do talk about YouTubers right here. Yes, it is going to be great, Carrie. So we're going to watch this. And then from what everybody said, this is like, I mean, Chrissy really stuck up for us. So this is awesome.
Clear enough about what I was talking about. Folks getting arrested out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house real fast. Look, when people break the law, they break the law. It's as simple as that. Again, my personality is like Switzerland. If you've paid your debt to society, then guess what? You've paid your debt to society. Time to move on. I can't tell you how many times I have been on the street and I have met, had conversations with, ex-felons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they call that common sense and they call it respect. I can't tell you how many times I have been in altercations where, let's say somebody is disrespecting me when I was on the street, and an ex-con or a convict would lean over and go, "Hey, stop it," to the other individual. So I'm the type of person that says, let's just try to do the right thing from not only a law enforcement perspective, but from an observation and treating people correctly. So, as you know, I put a little video out about when I saw what had happened to the streamers, and, people were arrested and et cetera. Okay. I'm not going to go into those details. They can talk for themselves, but I have nothing against those individuals. My personal opinion. I've met some of them. We're not all going to dinner and hanging out, but we have mutual respect for each other.
Amen.
What's wrong with that? Okay. Just like if I sat in the room with these two guys, you think I'm going to disrespect them? No. I want to hear their life story about how they got to a place, why they did what they did and do what they do. And it's the same place in these circumstances. But more importantly, I was so worried about what Nanos did and how he did it and how the rule of law applies to all citizens of this country. So
right.
The more I thought about this, I had an aha moment. And I know I'm going to pronounce this name wrong. So I'm going to look it up. And my sweetheart will come in and say, "Look, you pronounced it wrong." You're going to know who I'm going to talk about here for a minute. Okay. You know who the first streamer was in this country? This is my personal opinion. Zapruder. Guys, remember the Zapruder film during the assassination of John F. Kennedy?
Yep.
He was the guy on the knoll that took the video, Abraham Zapruder. He was the guy in Dallas on the knoll who took the film of President Kennedy being assassinated. I said to Karen, I said, you realize that guy was kind of like one of the very first streamers in citizen journalism in this country that the world, TV was just coming in 1963, and everybody was like, you know, holy crap, we've got video of President Kennedy being assassinated. Well, guess what? He wasn't with a mainstream media outlet. He was a citizen with a camera. And that citizen was a dressmaker at the time. That film, over time, was sold by Zapruder. First for, I think it was like $100,000. I mean, Karen, you can keep me honest in the chat here, hon. And then ultimately the National Archives got hold of it and gave him $19 million or $16 million for that film.
Wow.
All right. Well, guess what protected him? What protected him to do that and to sell that film and for it to end up in the National Archives was the First Amendment. So let's apply this principle to Nancy Guthrie's case. When you have ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox News, you just name them, all of the corporate conglomerates coming down and camping out on the front lawn, the street of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. And guess what? You have a new age of citizen journalists like Zapruder hanging out with their own cameras. Well, when the mainstream media packs up and goes away, does not change the First Amendment.
Exactly.
And so my defense of what was going on there is about the rule of law. It's about the rule of law. And how does this apply? Well, just because you pick up the phone and say,
yes,
hey, everybody is gone, i.e. the mainstream media, therefore we want everybody else gone, okay? Then that doesn't change the First Amendment. And what that did is put these officers in a very precarious circumstance, because you had an administration of a sheriff's department who decided they trump the First Amendment.
Right.
And they started giving orders for officer deputies to go down and start writing citations and making arrest. So let's apply this to Zapruder. What if they would have arrested him for taking video of John F. Kennedy? Do you think this country would have stood for it? No. And so on many occasions, the Supreme Court has weighed in and told law enforcement officers on numerous times. And here's a great book. It's called Criminal Law for Peace Officers. Now, this one's the California edition, but I'm sure they have one in Arizona. And it talks about laws of arrest. When you can walk up to somebody and talk to somebody, what is search and seizure? What is stop and frisk? Terry versus Ohio. When an officer can frisk, when they can't frisk. Graham versus Connor, which is a case law I'm going to go over here for everybody to understand very clearly. Very clearly.
This is awesome.
If you were in a public place and you are not breaking any laws, and just being there is not a nuisance, meaning you just can't use nuisance as a law. Every law enforcement officer should know this across the board. You just can't go up to somebody and say, hey, you're not doing anything wrong. And by the way, this is on video, and why I took the position and am taking this position today.
Thank you,
Again,
Chris.
You cannot walk up to a citizen of this country as a law enforcement officer and say, I know you're not doing anything wrong. However, I have orders, and then take somebody into custody and or write them tickets or whatever occurs. You can't do that. And there's case law for that. And one of those cases is a case called Graham versus Connor. It is a Supreme Court decision. It is a 1989 case. And let me read what that case says.
This is excellent.
The primary holding, and by the way, this was argued in 1988, and it was decided in May of 1989. And the question is, or the facts of this case is, a diabetic patient being able to experience an insulin reaction. So essentially, this guy was having an insulin reaction.
4 ones.
And the authorities stopped him and said, well, we think you're under the influence of something. Therefore, no matter what you say, you have to comply with everything we say. Okay. Well, it turned out that the Supreme Court said, well, wait a minute. You guys did not go far enough to make sure this guy wasn't telling the truth. And in this case, a police officer noticed the patient leaving the store soon thereafter, and he entered following. The officer eventually stopped the vehicle and ordered the patient out, i.e. the defendant, and a friend to wait while he investigated what was happening inside the store. Other police officers handcuffed this guy. And the officers were trying to tell him, no, he's having a medical condition. Okay. Well, the court said, hey, wait a minute. You guys went too far and you used excessive force against this guy. And essentially what ended up happening in this case is those officers were put into a compromising position without making sure he wasn't having a diabetic insulin reaction. So what the court basically said, you take it upon yourself, officer, to not cross the T's and dot the I's. Now that came after a case from what was called Elk versus the United States, which was a 1900 Supreme Court case that up until this time, that was kind of the rule of law. Okay. Now, here's the other side for citizens, all of us. Don't resist. If an officer doesn't know the law, then you're going to get it at the other end, but do not resist. However, the Supreme Court has also said that if it's an unreasonable lawful arrest and search and seizure, then you're in the right. And that's what Graham versus Connor is all about. So I am hoping that this district attorney, who, by the way, we're going to talk about tomorrow night.
Tomorrow.
Karen has been doing some amazing investigative journalism.
Karen is fired up. She is fired up. Hearts for Karen.
I saw journalism work on her, who was a former defense attorney. So there are things floating around right now on the internet, on Twitter specifically, that cases are being dropped. And if that's going to be the case, then she's doing her job. Because I said from the beginning of this thing, just because you don't like somebody or the way they look, as a law enforcement officer, that's not your job. Your job is to be fair, firm, impartial, and friendly. That's it. If somebody wants to be stupid, then you go play stupid games with them. Not a problem. But if somebody is standing there as a YouTuber and a streamer, and might I also remind the rest of the world, many networks are laying people off. Professional journalists. Guess what they are now? They're YouTubers. They as well have channels. So basically, that precedence has been set. Click. It just clicks together now. So when you see somebody you like out there who has a YouTube channel and you do nothing, versus somebody you don't like out there who has a YouTube channel and you take action, okay, then what you're doing is setting yourself up for civil liability. Because the courts are real clear now. Look at Nick Shirley, the kid who just broke up Minnesota.
Right.
Who's just testified in Congress about being a YouTuber. The world has changed. But what hasn't changed is the rule of law. The rule of law is clear. And when I heard that Nanos ordered these officers, young officers, by the way, young officers, to basically go set up these YouTubers, and then gave a heads up to KVOA, an NBC affiliate, that they were going to go start making arrests of YouTubers. I would submit to you, if every other mainstream media outlet had been there, none of that would have occurred. The sheriff would have got on the phone to the neighbors and said, hey, I'm sorry. They have a right to be there. It's the First Amendment. I can't help it. I can't change it. And that would have been the right thing to do. The freedom of the press trumps feelings. And if a citizen says, well, they're out here, wetting in my yard, they're doing this, they're doing that, and an officer didn't witness it, then it's hearsay. And when an officer gets there, you go up to the citizen and say, would you like to make a citizen's arrest? The officer can't just take comments out of the air about a citizen because, let's use a tent for an example that was left behind by the mainstream media and given to the YouTubers. Remember? They all packed up and left, and they left the tents for the YouTubers to use.
Yeah, I still have it.
My question to the district attorney right now,
Still have
and
it.
I hope you're listening.
And a wagon.
What changed?
I still have it.
What changed
I'm scared to use it.
because you guys all know if you don't do the right thing, there's some serious liability. And I'll leave that up to the lawyers. But that's my position. I take a position about the law, and I have no disrespect for anybody out there. They're working hard just like anybody else is. And they're looking for Nancy Guthrie. And we need to understand those principles.
He's fired
I just
up.
feel it's an important piece of Nancy Guthrie's story.
Yep, Mark has
And
one
tomorrow
too.
night, we're going to talk about the
Thank
DA's
you,
office,
Just.
who used to be, by the way, a defense attorney. So she should know these rules. And that's probably why they're leaning towards dismissing some of these cases, because they too are watching the body cameras, the footage. And as soon as your case is dismissed, you FOIA that body camera film and let the world see what you were up against. And then you go down and you file with Nanos. Find yourself somebody that can help you.
Thank you.
That's what I would do.
Thank you.
Because to be honest with you, tomorrow, that could have been me. And that's not right. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. So that said, let's continue to be Akamai, and let's continue to take care of each other. That's what it's about. So I hope that clarifies my position, but that's how I feel. And I think the law would back me up on that. That said, take care of each other. Aloha.
Shout out to the interview room. We're bringing to the stage Christian.
What's up, A57?
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. What did you think of that?
I didn't see the whole thing, but where I caught in at, man, that is powerful stuff. You know, I knew Chris Madonna backs all of us from the very beginning when he first was talking about that, you know, Nanos was in the wrong anyways for overstepping First Amendment rights. You know, so because like he said, what if that was him out there? Would have Nanos ordered for him to get arrested? What if Brian Entin was out there? Is Nanos going to order Brian Entin to get arrested? Because they're all independent YouTube journalists. They don't work for a major news corporation, you know. And even Brian Entin came through and said that he's even scared to go out there now because of what happened. You know, and it's crazy. But, you know, like I've been saying from the beginning when all this started, it's all going to get dropped. I mean, I was seeing some stuff today while I was at work, while I was briefly on my phone about, I guess, a couple of y'all guys or, you know, one or two or whatever, that there's, you know, charges getting dropped. I don't know how true that is. I know I've seen everybody like breaking news, you know, charges getting dropped, blah, 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 you know, and all that different kind of stuff, you know, and everything. I haven't really read into it or anything like that, but, you know, it's a good thing, you know, because in actuality, like he was saying towards the end, this has got to go to, you know, the district attorney's office. And then district attorney's office has got to look at like, hey, do we have a case here? And if they're watching the video and the body cam footage and everything, like he said, they're going to drop this stuff because they know y'all didn't do anything wrong. Just like Chris Madonna said, y'all didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
You know, who cares? Who cares who was making the complaints? Nano should have said, hey, they have every right to be out there. There's nothing we can do about it. And then, like he was talking about, if supposedly, somebody peeing on somebody's lawn, which didn't happen, then that, like that officer said, is I didn't witness it, so I don't have it. If you've seen it, then you need to do a citizen's arrest, and all that. But, we already know Sue Ellen ain't going to do no citizen's arrest, and everything else. So, all this is going to get dropped. It really is.
I hope.
And honestly, the resources that Nanos used to cite y'all and arrest Alex and arrest Juice was a waste of taxpayers' money. Taxpayers are having to pay for that. That's extra paperwork, extra manpower, when they could have been somewhere else doing something else. Taking care of crime somewhere else. Just like I read somewhere that I guess a few days ago, I want to say it was like they said in the Catalina foothills on Sunrise Drive that there was a fatal collision.
Yep.
Fatal car crash. That's the stuff that they need to worry about. They don't need to worry about us independent journalists, streamers standing in front of somebody's house, which we're not directly in front of the house, we're across the street, or y'all are across the street on a public right of way. Talk about the Nancy Guthrie case.
Yeah.
Keeping this case out there.
Yeah. It's silly that, there's, there's have you ever heard of a parallel universe?
Yes.
And so they, for them to really choose this route, they didn't have to choose this route. They could have literally just looked at the law and said, we don't have the authority to do this. And so I don't know what is making them do this other than where Nanos is just following the same, parallel thing of everything he's doing is ego, ego, ego. So,
And I agree with you with that. And I think too is because, how many calls were actually called in? Will we ever know how many actual 911 calls were actually called in to Pima County about, hey,
we'll know. We'll find out. Yeah, we'll definitely.
Yeah,
find
eventually. But I don't think it's as many as they say they were. And then Nano's sitting there talking, warning KVOA before y'all got arrested and got cited that, hey, we're fit to go out here. That's stupid and retarded. That you're warning these people. And then you turn around in an interview like 2 hours before Alex gets arrested or Juice gets arrested and Alex gets arrested at home, saying that even if our local media is caught out there, yes, we're going to cite them. So why didn't they give KVOA a heads up beforehand, but then turn around and tell KVOA on live TV that you'll even arrest your local media? But after everybody got arrested and cited, where was KVOA? Right there in the Catalina foothills, making a report. And so it's like, tell the truth somewhere, Nanos. Is there such thing in truth coming out of your mouth? Have you ever told the truth on anything? When was the last time you told the truth? When you were a child? Because everything you said coming out of your mouth is a lie. Just like, I don't know. I don't remember if it was you or somebody else was, showing his like little campaign ad when he was running for sheriff. He says, "Oh, I'm not a politician. I'm a police officer." That was a straight lie, So it's like, this man has never told the truth in his life. Because honestly, I'd hate to say it, the stuff that he's been saying about the Nancy Guthrie case since day one, I don't believe anything he said that comes out of his mouth. I really don't. I think, he's thinking that he's saying something right because, hey, I'm in power. I won by 400 some odd votes. What I say goes, and like Chris Madonna was saying, those deputies, yeah, they're doing their job, and like I was saying the other night, they have a family. They may be, I guess they're scared of Sheriff Nanos. They're afraid to get suspended or get fired or whatever. Okay, so what? There's other sheriff departments that you can go work at. There's Maricopa County. There's surrounding counties. Go work over there where you're close to home. Stand up to your sheriff. Stand up to your boss. Tell them, no, we're not going to do this. That's what they should do. Because if the whole deputy department would turn on Nanos, what is he going to do?
Wait, say that again.
I said, if the whole Pima County Sheriff's Department, all the deputies that are active right now, decided to turn on Nanos and say, look, we're all turning in our badges. We're not going to do this no more until, you change your ways and all this stuff, or until you resign. What is he going to do? There's going to be chaos in Pima County. And he's going to have to go to all the calls himself. You really think he's going to do that? No, he's not.
No, I mean, that's the thing is these people, they take an oath to office when you're an officer. So they don't, their oath is to, their not oath is to Nano. So they can't really strike. Like the bus drivers here in Tucson, they just authorized to strike because
but that, I think, who was it? It was a former Pima County Sheriff Deputy, Sergeant Cross.
I can't hear you. You muted yourself or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I think he was a former Pima County deputy, Sergeant Cross. He's been on a few people's live streams, and all that. He worked under Nanos and all that. But he was even saying that they have a union on the inside.
Yeah, there's 2 unions.
He said that there's 2 unions, and all that. So it's not that you're really working for Nanos. You're working for this union.
No, the union you just join. You just pay your union fees out of your check, like $1 a check or $2 a check, and then you're a part of the union. But yeah, no, you're working for, when you sign up to be an officer, you're like, your loyalty is to the badge, the state constitution, whatever, these kinds of things. It's not to Nanos. But in Tucson, everybody, there's not a lot of good jobs. And so these people, they get kind of stuck because they can't, if they lose their job at the Pima County Sheriff, they will not find one equal pay. That there's just not a lot of jobs. So these people kind of suck it up and they do whatever they can just to keep their job essentially. But a lot of them, the morale in that department, from what I heard, is really low. And everybody's kind of just, and Nanos even knows that, but he doesn't care, because
he wants it to be low.
Yeah.
He wants it to be low because it feeds his ego, because it makes him feel even more powerful. Like he's a king over a country, that's what he wants, and I understand, that there's not many jobs there in Tucson or in Pima County or even Arizona. And I understand that these officers, swear to an oath to the state of Arizona to be, to be, sheriff's deputies, highway patrol, police officers, whatever department you're working in. But you can resign. You can turn your badge in. You can resign. It's just like quitting any job. It doesn't matter. You can quit, move out of state, go to another state, to a bigger city, and probably make twice as much as what you're making there. Honestly. I mean, I honestly think that you can. You know, whether you have an oath or not. Because I mean, I've met police officers here locally that they worked in another city and they wound up quitting that city because something went on, and they came here and became, officers in this city. And they said that they loved it here because, for one, yeah, they had to up and move their family, across the country or whatever, but they said it turned out better than what they anticipated, and that they're making more money, and they're still police officers. But
yeah,
it just I knew from day one when they called off the searches, and then they ruled this as a homicide, that something was going on from the beginning. Because you're not supposed to, I don't care if it's a homicide or not, there's a missing body. She didn't just get up and walk away. So why call off the searches? You should be searching, And then on top of that, why wasn't Cameron, who's got military experience, out there searching? Annie and Tommaso, Savannah, why wasn't the whole family out there searching with everybody else looking for their mother? Because I tell you what, if that was my 84-year-old grandmother or even mother, I'm going to be out there myself searching. My whole family will. And I'm going to search until I can't search no more.
I mean, we got to stand for the truth, right?
Exactly.
Real quickly, I'm going to bring that on with that note, and I want to see what you think about this. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen that.
All right, here we're gonna jam out. I gotta step to the side real quick. A little 2-minute break.
But before you play that, I just want to say something that I found today. I got on a site called Find a Grave.
Yeah.
Okay? And I looked up Nancy's husband, and I found his grave. And if you go down, you see Nancy's name there. And if you click on it, you go over, and in the obituary that they have, it says at the very beginning that the family has recognized as of June 23rd, 2026, that Nancy has been officially deceased as of June 23rd.
Send me that link. Yeah, because I mean I've been to that site. 111, 4 ones. We got 4 ones. I love when it happens. 4 ones. Yeah, send it over.
Oh, I will. When I get off of here, I will. I'll send it to you, and all that. Because it goes.
I'm gonna bring Bruce in, and I'm gonna play this song. Bruce, after we play this song, I'll bring you in. I gotta run real quick to the next room, real quick for a minute. Be right back.
No problem.
Here's a great new song. I mean, shout out to Faithful Servant who made this song. Be right back. It's so hilarious.
They wrote us up that night under street lights. Court date said July 2. And everybody's watching what they're gonna do. I miss the truth so much. I miss the line between a public road and trying to silence time. And it feels like it's been a long, long road till that courtroom opens up and the story's told. We're not the man they painted on the phone. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live streaming, standing with our cameras all alone. Alex got one felony hanging over his name. Public nuisance misdemeanors added to the game. Dodgers got 2 charges standing in the fight. 857 got 1, but still shining light. And all these charges I don't understand. When free speech is standing on public land, live stream man, live stream man. And it feels like it's been a long, long road till that courtroom opens up and the story's told. We're not the men they painted on the phone. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live stream men, standing with our cameras all alone. Dodgers got his name on the paper, Alex standing right there too. Tucson 857, watching as the desert sky turns blue. And give praise to JLR for stepping up in time. Helping streamers raise 10,000 each to put lawyers on the line. Lawyers talking freedom, First Amendment in the fight. If a camera is a crime now, then who speaks next tonight? And it feels like it's been a long, long road till July 2nd comes and the truth is known. We're not the men they tried to make it home. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live stream men, fighting for the right to stand alone. And it feels like it's been a long, long road. Feels like it's been a long, long road. Feels like it's been a long, long road. Feels like it's been a
God, I remember that. Damn, it was like it was just yesterday. All those people were there.
Yeah, no joke. Hey, Damien, can you play a bass guitar like that?
No, my stepdad can. What do you guys think, though?
I like
Yeah.
that.
Me too. I like it too, man. Pretty cool.
So what's going on? What's the latest? Did you see Dylan Smith? Did you talk to him?
No. Yeah, we talked on the phone, Damien. I told him that you and Harvey from TMZ all need to get together, and you guys all need to be on the panel together.
Yeah. Well, Dylan Smith, did you see what he wrote though? He was on JLR's X talking crap, like
Really? Yeah.
So this
Wow.
guy, he's had it out for us, and now he got to go. Bill was nice enough to give him the national radio platform to spew his hate for us.
Wow.
But I put him in the freezer for the night. So,
Well, that's probably a good idea.
so tell me something, guys. You guys always have something to say. What's going on? I've been talking for a while, so I'm letting you have the floor.
I'm going to draw a picture of myself, and I'm going to leave it in the freezer for a whole year. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Bruce. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good.
How are the Philippines treating you?
It's good, man. It's been we're in the rainy season, so
I miss the Philippines.
Oh, you miss it?
Yeah, I went through there when I was in the military.
Yeah, it's a cool place, ain't it?
I love the Philippines. Some of the nicest people I've ever met.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to do a live review. This will be the last one I do, or after this, I'm hitting it. But this is it's a good thing to end because it's It's
All right, cool.
Harvey Levin finally gets his someone kind of questions him a little bit. So we watched this earlier, but I kind of I think we skipped through it. So
Yeah, I haven't seen this.
yeah, this just happened today. So most people haven't. And basically, Harvey Levin, I went to X. I said, Harvey, what's your problem? Release these. And, you know, I think he got a lot of pushback. And so the way he reacts in this show shows that, you know, he got a lot of emails about these alleged ransom notes he's getting. And this guy to the right kind of calls bullshit on it.
Hey, Damien, did you see the video Brian Entin put out yesterday where he talked to an FBI profiler? I think the guy's last name is like Fitzgerald or something like that, but he's also a forensic linguistic, and he was even saying that he believes that these ransom notes are like BS because of just the details in it and all that. And he said that he would love to see these ransom notes word for word.
Right.
He said if he could see them word for word, then he would be able to tell if they were fake or real.
Exactly. I would probably be able to. I mean, anybody. That's why I said release it to the public. The public we'll be able to tell you within, the sleuths are good. You know what I mean?
Christian asked, why doesn't the family search? Why they didn't search or pay some people to go search? Damien is wanting. He wants to see the letter that because whatever's retracted. Damien wants to see all whatever that he's reading, which I understand. So somebody did. I can't think of the guy's name. You guys from Court TV. It starts with the B. I can't think of the guy's name. I'm sorry. But his name starts with a B, and somebody had it on. I don't know if it was 857 or somebody, and he said, "What if it is real? What if it's a fake? What if it is real?" So you guys are asking for all this. Then people are asking, why didn't they pay whatever it is, whatever the hell it is, Bitcoin or whatever that they wanted? I can't remember. Why didn't they do that?
But my thing is the guy was asking for one Bitcoin, which is about 61,000 US dollars. Why are you only asking for 61,000 if you have all these names, addresses, phone numbers, this so-called phone with the video on it and all that? Why are you not going after the 1.2 million?
I don't know. I'd
be going after the 1.2 million.
Well, that's this is what they're going to talk about in this interview. So let's get this started.
I have a theory. I think when they kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, it was all about money. And then she dies and they freak out because they've committed murder. You kidnap somebody and they die as a result of the anguish and the fright. It's felony murder. Mark, we have received 2 emails today, Friday, when we're doing this, from a man who claims he knows where Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are, who they are, and will lead authorities to them for the price of 1 Bitcoin. And I am going to lay out everything we know, the communications with the FBI, and I want to hear from you and everybody watching and listening. Is this guy a fraudster or the real deal? So let me tell you what we got today, early this morning.
Let me know in the chat. Do you think this guy is a fraudster or the real deal?
So
after you hear the interview.
So this guy, he starts out by saying, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site.
I am not the idiot. Who starts a letter like that unless they're mad?
Well, that shows he's an idiot right off the bat.
In Mexico. Now, there were reports recently that somebody had said that they knew where she was in Mexico. He's saying, I'm not that guy. Although he did tell us earlier, when she was supposedly still alive, that they had taken her to Mexico. But
So this guy, somebody said they'd taken her to Mexico. He's calling people idiots.
here's where it gets
But wait, so the people understand, is this somebody who had previously sent a note which you turned over to the FBI?
We've turned all the notes over to the FBI.
And is this one that the FBI gave some credence to? Not this particular one, but an earlier one?
Well, he's referring to somebody who made a statement that her body was buried in Mexico. I have no idea whether the FBI took it seriously. He's saying, it's not me. But this is what's interesting. He says only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones to call in and snitch on themselves. So I think that's really interesting, because he has told us before, if you believe him, that there are multiple kidnappers, but a main guy. This is the first time he's given us a number where he says 2. So he says there are 2 kidnappers. And he's basically saying it wasn't me that made that comment that circulated recently about Mexico. And it certainly wasn't them, because why would they snitch on themselves? So that's kind of interesting.
When did this guy or this person first email or send you a note?
Days after we received the first ransom note.
Okay,
Days.
so this is somebody who's been sending to you all along?
And at the beginning, almost every day. We've received at least a dozen of these from the same guy.
And you and I have talked about this before. You can do a pretty good triage on whether somebody is 5150 just on the basis of the notes they send.
He's not 51. He's not 5150. He's either legit or a sophisticated fraudster.
Hey,
he's one of the
pause
two.
it right there
He's
for a
either
minute,
legit
Damien.
or
Harvey just said that this guy has sent them dozens of letters, but yet they've only come out and told us about a few that they've got. So why is that?
Hey, Harvey, how about you pay the damn thing? All right, forget all this other stuff. If you're doing this, just tell the FBI you're going to send this. All right, your money, if that's what you want. I think that's what you said you wanted to do the other day or something like that. Why not just you do it?
Yeah.
If you people give a shit, if you people give, I'm sorry, Damien, I don't want to cuss on your channel. If you people care about Nancy, okay, then how about you put your mouth where your money is? Send the damn money. I'll tell you something. I wish I had even a little part of 60,000. Damn. And if you got it, send it out. Tell them to send it out. What do you think, Damien?
Well, I think he's got to be working with the FBI, not working with them, but obviously in constant contact. And when he came on with the other day that they haven't called him back on 6 calls, that was worrying to me. That made me think that he's just being frauded. And he's making a lot of money off this fraud, because he's running with these stories. But the main thing that, I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know if he can legally release them. I would think.
Probably not. You're probably right, Damien.
But there's multiple people, so I don't know. I mean, I think eventually, what needs to happen is Nanos needs to come out just like he does with everything else. Well, not everything, like he has in the past, and say, look, we hear the response from TMZ, but here's what I found out is from that interview today with Nanos, it sounds like he's not even he sounds like FBI is the only one investigating. They might have taken the Pima County Sheriff off the way it. Did you watch earlier when Nanos when they first asked him?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So I think Nanos is. I think his days are numbered. I hope they are. But welcome in Fox Racing, Deanne, Just So, Kelvin. Kelvin.
My thing is if you were the FBI, would you return this guy's call? Come on now. We're talking about TMZ and Harvey. I wouldn't return his call.
Yeah, well, they kind of have to because they're obviously taking some of the stuff seriously. Savannah went on TV and was pleading with the kidnappers, and we don't know what to believe. That's what's sad is they're doing this to the public. It's actually causing probably a lot of anxiety for people, and so they need to look at this as something like, as a public service. They need to be more transparent. This is getting too silly.
And I'll just say this, all right? I'm not saying anything bad about the sheriff or nothing, but sheriff, you got people walking around in the middle of the night up there. People showed plenty of videos for the last 5 months. You got a lot of people doing weird stuff. You got people on drugs that are, you need to get these people help, however it is, but you gotta be transparent with everybody.
I gotta play it. I forgot. We gotta get this movie.
Keep going. Sorry, man.
Really?
No, I forgot. We got a
sharp and knows how to defraud people. But there is nothing in these notes that make him seem off kilter in terms of his.
Well, and you've got more experience than most. In fact, 98% of the population of being able to detect who's off kilter, to use your term.
So then this is where it gets really interesting. He says, I have a phone stashed in a secure location, guaranteeing both the information it stores and the safety of the phone. What it contains is my definition of delivering this on a silver platter. A short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. And then he says, in addition to that, the phone has the names and addresses of the kidnappers. So he is saying he has a video of Nancy because he had said earlier that he had seen Nancy with the kidnappers. That if you believe him, he has some close connection to the kidnappers. That's what he says. But he says he is not involved in the kidnapping and has repeated that over and over and over.
So without being cynical, the fact that he only wants one Bitcoin seems odd to me, number one. Number two, since this has started, Bitcoin has not exactly skyrocketed in value.
It's about $60,000 now, a little less.
Yeah, and so has he changed the amount he's asked for over time?
Well, in a way, yes, because initially he had asked for what amounted to 100,000 in Bitcoin, and now he's asking for one, which is, like I said, just under $60,000. I agree with you. I mean, it's like if this guy is really now he says the reason he wants the money is because he has to go underground, and he gets more detailed here, but he's saying that he is basically on the run because these kidnappers appear to know that he has all this information and he's scared of them and he has to go underground. And he goes on in this letter, in this email, to say that he can see if the money is put into the Bitcoin address that he gives, but he will not access it until after the kidnappers are caught because he doesn't want to access it and then have it traced to him if the kidnappers are still on the loose. So he's.
And I would assume that you, as a subsidiary of Fox, cannot pay for this information.
Well, I'll tell you. I called the FBI about a month ago, and I said, "Look, I may be really naive here, and I don't know, but I keep asking you guys." Is this guy a kook? Is he a fraudster? And you tell me you don't know, but you also say you're really trying to track him down. And, it's like you're not dismissing it.
That's a good
And I
point.
just got this feeling it might be true. So what if we do a documentary and we actually pay the Bitcoin into the account to trigger this and follow where it leads us? And obviously we'll work with you. So this was about a month ago. And the first reaction I got was, well, that's kind of interesting. Let us run it up the flagpole. And I called them back a couple of days later, and they said, we're still talking about it. And then I kind of got ghosted for almost a month. And I called back a half dozen times, and they never returned my call. And I just figured, okay.
When you say they didn't return
FBI.
the call, the FBI. So have you responded? Is this an interactive relationship, or are you not able to respond to what he said?
I can't respond, but we respond in a different sort of way, and I'll tell you in a minute. But let me just say, a couple of days ago, the FBI did call me, and they said, well, look, they knew about what I had requested, and they said, look, we feel we're closer to finding this person. And they said this person might actually be a woman. And that's all they said. They didn't say why they thought that. But
that's interesting they said that, because if I was going to ask you if there was any indicia that this was a female.
He's using he uses a man's name.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, I know.
Right.
But then they said on the documentary thing to stand down, that they were working on it. And I said, fine. And so because there were these stories that had come out this week that, the second ransom note said that Nancy had died, it seems like that's what triggered this guy into sending
so that
this.
we understand, this person did not tell you that Nancy is dead?
Well, he is essentially, he told us
He or
that
she,
I'm going to call him he just because that's what we've he told us this early on. At one point he said essentially time is of the essence, and then in a follow-up email said time is no longer of the essence. And
how early or how long after
a week
disappearance?
A week.
Okay.
And so yeah, I mean, he has essentially told us over time that she was dead. And again, we've been sending all of these to the FBI, and they have spent a lot of time with my IT team, a lot of time, and multiple FBI agents who have been trying to crack the code of both this guy's email and the first kidnapping note. They've spent a lot of time with our team. As far as I know, they were not able to crack it. I know that until a month ago, they certainly were not able to crack it. I don't know what they've done with this guy.
Is this guy the one that, remember when Savannah did that really tugs at your heartstrings, emotion laden,
right?
Please bring us back. And there was two interpretations. One was she wanted the remains. The other, are people who wanted to be positive or think positively were interpreting it differently. Is this guy the one that you believe was saying that she's already gone?
No, the reason that Savannah, that's a really important point. There was the first ransom note said she was safe but scared. We received that, as did 2 Tucson television stations. The second note was only sent to one of the Tucson television stations. And what came out this week is in that second note, which was sent 5 or 6 days after the kidnapping, it said she was dead. And they were basically saying, we didn't do it, she died. And it was that second ransom note from the kidnappers. We know both notes were written by the same people because it was the same, it had the same Bitcoin address for the ransom. So it was that second note that said she was dead. And yes, that weekend I believe it was Saturday night, is when Savannah came out with that really heart-wrenching statement where she said, bring us back, bring us to our mother so we can bring her home and celebrate.
And celebrate. That was when everybody kind of thought that maybe they got word somewhere in the notes that she passed away. If you remember when that happened, everybody kind of changed it was already kind of been some time. So I think once people said we want her home so we can celebrate, we automatically thought that Savannah and the family thought that she passed away. What do you think?
Well, I mean, my thing is just like I just told you a little while ago, what I found on Find a Grave. If they thought she was dead at that time, then why did they post it in Find a Grave that they finally believed, or they finally said that June 23rd that she was officially deceased, June 23rd. That's what doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, anybody can go update that gravesite thing. So don't take any of that as fact. Just remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's people that go in there, you can, and that they mess around, they play around, they do funny stuff to get people to like what you're doing right now. You think that I don't think the family is going to the site to put that. So I think that's kind of I wouldn't put much weight into that. But once she said celebrate, I immediately go, I know when somebody says that and they're talking about like in this context, they mean that they think the person passed away.
Celebrating life.
Celebrate their life. Yep.
That felt to me back then like they knew she had died. When you say
And
bring
I
her back
assume
so
the
we can celebrate.
The Bitcoin address given by notes 1 and number 2 only going to one station, is a different Bitcoin address than the Bitcoin address in this note that we're talking about today.
Yeah, and the reason we know that this note today is the same as is written by the same person is that the last one we received before this one, the last one we received said, well, I'm not going to get in touch with you anymore. I'm going to deactivate the Bitcoin account. And we never published the Bitcoin address. So in this note, he says, I have a new Bitcoin address that you can send this money to. And then he references the old one just to show it's the same guy. And we never published that Bitcoin address, and it is the exact same one.
Have you published any of these notes?
We haven't published the notes in full. We've quoted from them.
Have you even shown anything indicia of it?
No, we've never shown any of the notes, but
Well, shouldn't we show a little bit of this?
Well, I mean, I've read a lot of this to you, and you know, when he says, look, if you send me the Bitcoin, that I will let you know where this phone is, and it's in a safe location that's easily accessible if you are guided to it. To me, that feels like a safe deposit box. And he says that the phone is turned off, but I will lead you to that safe deposit box and give you the password so you can access the phone. So that's what he says. Now,
so if this guy is not, or woman is not, a fraudster, I think I said this to you once before, and I would, hopefully they're listening or hear it. Why don't they just go to a lawyer and have the lawyer work on a contingency to broker the information, which then keeps the anonymity of the client and allows the information to get wherever. You don't even have to rely on a Bitcoin. A lawyer can keep the money in a trust account pending the confirmation of the information or the phone or whatever else it is. I don't know why they make it so cloak and dagger when there seems to be a rather simple way to navigate this.
That's actually a really interesting idea. And he certainly hasn't raised it. And one of the reasons he might not want to do that is if he's a fraudster.
Right. And so that's what tends to lead me to believe that the person is a fraudster, because otherwise, go to a lawyer who's got attorney-client privilege with you, who has a trust account that you can receive whatever funds and not have to disclose, meaning not have to disclose to the general public, so to speak, and then let the lawyer broker this deal so that you can then take that information and if you have some interest in getting this solved, that's the way to solve it.
Okay, I will double down with you on that and say there is more evidence he's a fraudster. And then after I tell you what that evidence is, then I'll tell you why he might not be a fraudster. So,
oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to get my I'm going to get my fraudster whiplash.
You are going to get you are going to get fraudster whiplash.
Let's first go towards doubling down on fraud.
Okay, let's do that. So you had asked me earlier, is this one-way communication or are we able to communicate with him? We cannot send him emails or anything like that. That is a one-way street. That we don't have any ability to do that, never have. However, we have a website and we have television shows and we have social media. And on all of those, we have said things really directly to him. And I said something to him early today after getting this email. And I said, look, you could be an absolute scammer and show there's a reason the FBI and the Guthrie family hasn't paid you. So it's got to give them pause that you're the real, whether you're the real deal or not. So what about this? Send us, and this is the way we've communicated with him. I put this on social media and on the website today. And I said, send us a screen grab from the video of Nancy Guthrie, something, just a screen grab that shows you the real deal. And we will immediately forward it to the FBI. And I would assume if they think it's real, they're going to pay the money. So a couple hours after we posted that, he sent another email saying, I'm not going to do that because the metadata will lead them directly to me, and I'm not going to take that chance. So that made me think, this guy's full of it.
Right, because, and once again, you could show it to a lawyer confidentially. The lawyer can take a look. The
Exactly.
lawyer does not have to access the metadata, but the lawyer can then do a reverse proffer to the FBI or the authorities. The lawyer could also, if you're worried about being apprehended, or if you're worried about your liability, so to speak, then they can do, if it turns out to be true and you're not a fraudster, they can work out some kind of an arrangement for you.
That's right. Okay. So that's
now,
my doubling down. I know.
What leads you to the other? Where's the whiplash on the other end?
So I send these 2 emails today to the FBI, and they are saying, we're on it. We're on it.
Wow.
You know, it's like, stop sending us these stupid emails. And I'm not getting that. And so I'm just really confused. Why are they spending time on this guy if they don't believe that he might be legit? But on the other hand, if they think he even might be legit, why not roll the dice on 60 grand, which in the greater scheme of things, you know, it's not going to break the bank. But if they're spending this much time trying to figure out who he is, then roll the dice on this thing. Because the guy, there was a point, Mark, where, I don't know, a month in, I did a social media post. Again, the only way we could contact this guy. And I just said, look, the FBI literally asked me to do this social post and say to you that if this is a scam, they will find you, they will charge you, they will prosecute you, and they will send you to prison. And they had actually asked me to say that, and I did. And he sent me an email back saying, I am well aware that anybody who pulls a scam like this can be prosecuted and sent to prison. I am not doing that. So look, I don't know, but I mean, if 0 to 100, 100 is he's telling the truth and 0 is no credibility. Where are you on the spectrum?
Well, right now, until you give me some other piece of information that I didn't have 8 minutes ago, I'm giving it about a 65%, a 65 out of 100.
Is that worth rolling? Is that worth rolling the dice?
Yeah, I think that is worth rolling the dice.
So you would roll the dice.
If I'm you and I've got a website like you've got, I would roll the dice.
Well, we will not do anything like that unless the FBI said, go ahead. Because I figured if they weren't, what skin is it off their teeth if we do this documentary and do it? But for whatever reason, they said, no, stand down. Why are they saying that?
How long ago did they tell you to stand down?
This week.
Okay, so
well, they had, when I first called them about the idea, they said, don't do anything yet. Let us run it up the flagpole.
Right, and then you did the follow-up. Right. But have you asked them since this last one?
Yeah, when I was on the phone with them this week, and I mentioned it again, they said, no, stand down.
Okay,
well I guess
that would lead me to believe that my 65 is a very confident 65, because that would lead me to believe that they think they've got something. If they thought this was a
yes, exactly, Fox Racing.
Yeah, and we have never spoken with the Guthrie family on this. So I mean, and you know,
this has got to be the most unbelievably heart-wrenching. It's a perfect word for it. Can you imagine your mom is gone, you don't know what's happened, and you've got every grifter in the world, and you've got it's just, I don't even know how to.
Well, and it's not just that. It's like with Savannah, you know.
What's that?
This guy that was just talking with Harvey. This guy represented Scott Peterson, the guy that killed his pregnant wife. You know, yeah, he's this guy here, probably like top like best lawyer out there.
Yeah, he looks familiar.
She's got a job that requires her, you know, to at times be joyful, and at times, you know, just be inquisitive, and to have all sorts of emotions, you know, depending on what she's doing, you know, during each, you know, multi-hour day of the Today Show. And what's underlying all of it is this pain that sometimes just seeps out, which it did this week, where she just broke down. And when she breaks down in the middle of it, you think, my God, this woman literally has to act every day. And it is true acting, you know, to be able to, you know, just bury that, you know, emotion. And it always just doesn't stay down.
Yeah, it's heart-wrenching. That's why I said, where are you? You asked me. I'm at a solid 65.
I'm around there too. But to me, a 65 is roll the dice.
Right, I agree. Anything more than 50 is roll the dice.
So I got a theory about this.
Wait, do I have all the information at this point that you have?
Most, I suppose. But I mean, there were some things that they asked us not to say. But I got to.
When the things they asked you not to say would seem to support the idea that this person is legit, correct?
I can't say that. I can't say one way or the other. It's more about the kidnappers than it is about him, about this guy.
Really?
But as to the kidnappers, I have a theory. I think clearly these kidnappers wanted money, and that's all they wanted. And when they kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, I think their intention was, as soon as they got the money, release her. It was all about money. And then she dies on their watch, and they freak out and go radio silent because they've committed murder. It's felony murder. You kidnap somebody and they die as a result of the, you know, the anguish and the fright and the fact that she didn't have her meds and everything else. It's felony murder. So these guys thought they were doing a kidnapping, and then all of a sudden Nancy Guthrie dies, and they realize, holy crap, we're going to be prosecuted for murder. And they go away, never to be seen again. They never ask for another ransom amount. They, in fact, in that second letter, They didn't ask for any specific amount. They just said she's dead. We didn't do it. And so it feels like they just didn't want anything to do with it, including they didn't want to say where her body was because they thought it would lead the FBI to them and they'd be prosecuted for murder.
Okay, so I'm going to push on this theory a little bit. Do you think this is one of what we have heard about, these cross-border kidnappings for money that is more common than you and I would know because we toggle between the coasts? Or do you think this targeted Nancy Guthrie because of who she was as opposed to being related to Savannah? Or do you think it was randomly Nancy Guthrie because of the location of her house and that it seemed to be in a wealthy enclave? What's your theory there?
I think these kidnappers are based in the Tucson area, specifically the Tucson television market. They were contacting 2 local stations in Tucson. They didn't contact NBC News, which is where Savannah works. They contacted 2 local stations. I think these kidnappers either knew Nancy Guthrie, who would rightfully brag that her daughter is the anchor of the Today Show, Savannah, or they had heard it in town. Because in a way, Nancy Guthrie is a celebrity because her daughter is somebody that people in that market watch every single day. And so they knew Savannah Guthrie was Nancy's daughter. And they assume, and probably correctly, that not only is she famous, but rich. And they saw a payday, which to me bolsters the theory that this was, give us the money, we'll give her back to you, and we'll be set for the rest of our lives. And all of a sudden, she dies, and now they're murderers, and they just go radio silent.
And was one of the stations in Tucson that received the initial notes, one of those 2 an NBC affiliate?
I don't remember whether it's NBC
I
or not.
thought one was a CBS. I just don't
It's
remember
KOLD and
specific.
K-Gun, and I don't remember, but those are the 2.
I think, okay, so then if that is the case, if this was a money grab and they knew who she was, I'm gonna 65% on that theory as well, frankly.
I'm higher than 65.
What percentage are you
I'm
at?
higher than
You think they knew who she was, Nancy Guthrie? You think when they took her that they specifically knew she was Savannah's mother?
I'm 95% on that.
Okay. And by the way, for those who think this is ghoulish, and it is, but this is if you don't think the FBI has gone through this every which way as a Rubik's Cube or mental gymnastics, you're naive, because this is precisely what the investigative techniques are in terms of trying to figure out or profiling who it is or what it is.
And, and Mark, and I think that second ransom note, and again, we haven't seen it, but we now know the reporting on it, where and we do know this because one of the people from KOLD, the station that got that second note, had said publicly, not a lot publicly, but said that there was not a specific ransom demand in that second note. That's really interesting because in the first note, it is very specific, that the note we got, that $4 million until Friday. And if you don't pay us by Friday, it goes to $6 million. And if you don't.
That's interesting. So the second note didn't mention any amounts.
Pay it by Monday, we will kill her. So they're very specific and very.
This video is almost over, guys, but it is good information because this has been the talk of the last couple of days, the ransom notes from Harvey.
Very money oriented in this letter.
And then did they specifically say dollars as opposed to Bitcoin?
It was dollars. It was dollars.
And it was round number 4 and then round number 6?
Correct. And in the second one, according to a reporter from KOLD, there was no mention of a ransom amount. So again, I think that when they sent the second, it was to say, hey, we're really sorry she died, but we didn't do it. She just died. And they went silent. So I think at that point, they could have said, if they wanted to, we'll lead you to her body if you give us X. They didn't do that. And that's why I think they just freaked out. And that they.
So between, you got note number 1, which was contemporaneous with the 2 to the local station, correct?
Right.
Okay. Then note number 2, which you believe she had already passed away, because and they didn't make a number. You didn't get a note for note number 2.
Correct.
And this person who sent you up to a dozen communications doesn't surface until after note number 2?
No. Surfaced after note number 1.
After note number 1.
But before number 2.
And when they surfaced, did this person believe or indicate that she was still alive?
Initially, yes, and at a point early on said no. What they said was essentially time was of the essence at the beginning, and then and a subsequent note said time is no longer of the essence.
Have you done a timeline of this? So note number 1, obviously, they're asking for money. Presumably, she's alive. Note number 2, by the where you didn't get it, they believe if it's legit,
it's like a matter of 4 or 5 days, Mark. Between 1 and 2.
And so it would appear, because that this person has some connection to whoever's sending notes number 1 and notes number 2, would it not? Because of that interconnection, because they knew at a certain point that something untoward had happened to her.
I'm sorry, you're saying there's a connection between note 1 and note 2?
No, I'm saying that this is not the person who sent the first note or the second note.
The guy that's sending to us is somehow connected. He says he's connected. He says he's connected.
I know he says it, but I'm just trying to see if there is a way to
roughly
correlate the data.
It roughly fits on the timeline. There's a bit of a delay from the time the kidnappers told KOLD Nancy was dead and the time he told us that, but not by much.
If I'm analyzing it, when they're telling KOLD that Nancy is dead, that was not publicly known in real time. People were just speculating back and forth because of
that wasn't known until this week.
Correct.
KOLD got the first letters, and then they went to TMZ.
Right. So what I'm saying is the person you're now communicating with and have for a dozen times
seem to know around the same time.
Yeah. Around the same time. So that would tend to say, if this person is a fraudster, those two are probably fraudsters. But if this person is legit, that gives some legitimacy to the person, to the group or whoever it was that was sending notes 1 and 2 to you and KOLD.
Yeah. Now I will end with this, that I know the FBI believes that the person who sent or people who sent ransom notes 1 and 2 are one and the same, and they are the kidnappers. They absolutely believe they're the kidnappers.
If that's the case, then we'll end with this. I'm raising it from 65 to 80%.
Whoa,
and then
80%.
You just got to figure out, why haven't they paid? And I'm stuck.
Well, we'll read the comments. I'm sure we'll find some.
I'm sure they will have opinions.
I'm sure they'll have some. Thank you, Harvey.
Okay, Mark, you too.
Bye-bye.
Christian, are you there? He might have fell asleep. You're on mute. You're on mute. All right, everybody. Where are we at in the chat? And a big shout out to Tina, Girl, Harvey in his biceps looking like Simon Cowell. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm sure they see the same doctors. You know what I mean? They're probably on that growth hormone. So what we're gonna do now, everybody, is we are gonna call it a night. It has been a long one, almost 10 hours, but a lot was going on. We great talks. We pulled up the Nanos thing at the end. Yeah. Long day at Sonic, I'm sure. So I'm gonna head. I got the closing song. So if you guys want to put, hearts in the chat. But the main thing is, it really proves the point of what the YouTubers are about versus what this guy, Dylan Smith, and all these other media is. They go home and they live maybe a real private life. But here on the YouTube, obviously we're kind of out in front. You guys get to talk to us. You can email us. You can come on the show. We end up becoming friends with a lot of people. And they don't have that. Maybe they don't want it. But there should be no reason that they go on to national radio stations putting us down. When look, it's 3:00 in the morning on the East Coast, midnight here. We still got 1,000 people in the chat, all just wanting positivity, wanting communication with people. And then you got the grumpy media people. We went to his page. We see what he's all about. So the main thing is we are not going to stop being who we are, right? Just because somebody is offended that they don't like our show. Well, it's just like when you're watching TV, you got 100 channels to choose from. They don't have to watch our show. They don't have to like our show. But we have plenty of people that do. Our community, people care. And then they also look, hey, how can I help people in my neighborhood, in my state? And so hopefully in the future, you are an advocate for people in your area that need a voice. Because we are a voice for Nancy, but there's other people that need your voice, that need our voice. So in the future, we're going to keep building our community. We're going to be staying positive and watch out for people that try to cancel us because, I kind of ripped it. Because I got that. You can't cancel all of us. So Dylan, that's to you. You can't cancel all of us. Now, I'm not trying to be mean to the guy or make him his life miserable, but we will stand up when people attack us for no reason. For no reason. This guy he should have nothing against me. So I'm going to play this song. It looks like Christian, he woke up. We're going to bring him so he can say goodnight. So everybody, let's say goodnight to Christian. He had a long day, it looks like.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
we're heading off. What's your last words? Because I know you have a lot to say, and I always love to listen. But what's your last final words?
Everybody keep their heads up. Nancy will be found. Nancy will come home. I think we're getting closer to this case busting wide open. I believe that they're probably, I think that they know who it is that did this. I think they have an idea. I think they're just building a case. So when these people do go to court, however many people it is, that they have enough evidence to convict them. But just want to say goodnight, everybody. Everybody go check out my channel. I found an AI generator. I think it's pretty cool. I did some cool, funny stuff on my channel, and stuff like that. There's like little short videos on there.
Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. Go check them out, guys.
At Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. I did some AI stuff, like I was searching for Nancy by plane through the desert, in the mountains and stuff like that. And it has me on there, and then couple like
We'll check
stand-up
it out.
comedy type things, you know, and it's kind of funny, you know, and all that different kind of stuff. But yeah, I was just playing around with it, you know, and just trying to, you know, hopefully it'll attract more people to my channel when I go live and, you know, and everything else. So
Yeah, just keep, you know, every day, just make sure you have fun and don't stress about it. You know,
oh yeah,
you're
oh yeah,
already doing a lot better than a lot of people as far as you know, you're knowledgeable, you know, you're following the case, you're getting the equipment, but just
well, you
don't be
know,
hard, just don't be hard on yourself. Don't be
oh,
hard
I'm
on
not.
yourself
Because I
every
remember,
day.
you know, I remember
Yep.
when I first started talking to y'all, you know, like 2 weeks ago, I'd only had like 50 subscribers, and I'm up at like 485 subscribers now, you know, in just
Okay.
2 weeks time. So, you know, it's slowly getting there.
Yep. All
But
right. Well,
not
good night,
everybody,
man. Thanks for coming on tonight. We got a closing song,
no problem.
and I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you soon.
And I'll send you what I found.
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
send it over.
All right. Bye.
All right. See ya. All right. There's Christian. So everybody, good night. I am heading out. Looks like Patriot Pride stuck it through the night with us. Awesome. Bruce, thanks for coming on. Fox Racing. Crystal is in there again. Fin Fan, thank you. Kathleen, always thank you for the support. Sweet Bree, our big t-shirt winner of the night. Sweet Bree, congratulations. She won the t-shirt tonight. Third Eye Blind, I like that name. Dom C, thank you. She gave out the memberships earlier. Dom C with the memberships. And everybody who gave the super chats. Kathleen, Amy, Tina Girl, Sleepy Intuitions. Thank you guys, everybody. So we're going to start this song. Get some lots of hearts, get some good sleep tonight. Tomorrow is a new day, new hope, new answers. And thank you, Patriot. Thank you. Good night, Mary Lynn, Hurley Girl. So here we go. We're going to play this off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Once this ends, I will just shut it off. And so sleep good and talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace and love.
They can move the chairs, they can throw obstacles in the way, but they can't stop people from caring. Came here with a purpose, not for glory, not for fame, just trying to keep attention on a missing person's name. Some bring chairs and coffee, some bring hope and prayers, some bring stories and updates to remind the world who cares. But every time we show up, there's another little game trying to make us disappear, trying to make us walk away. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us, you can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view, you can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking the name, and we'll never be done. The cameras keep on rolling, the messages still spread, because somebody out there loves them and wants answers instead. We're not here to cause trouble, we're not here to pick a fight, we're just keeping a light burning through another sleepless night. You can try to make it harder, you can try to shut the door, but compassion has a stubborn heart and it keeps coming back for more. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us, you can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view, you can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking their name, and we'll never be done. Oh, maybe someday you'll understand why strangers choose to stand for somebody they never knew and carry hope the whole way through. Because every missing person is somebody's child, somebody's sister, somebody's smile. And every day they're not forgotten is another day. The light survives. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. You can't break a heart that's built on love. You can throw shadows, you can spread doubt, but you can't put this fire out. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The mission still matters to all of us until the answers finally come, until somebody's brought back home. We'll keep showing up, we'll keep standing strong, we'll keep speaking their name and carrying on. You can't silence hope, you can't silence love, and you can't silence people who refuse to give up.